Welcome to the first ever official 4-3 day. That is April 3rd to celebrate Ken Block, aka Mr. 43, with 24 hours of content spread across 2 uploads.
Since it's International Ken Block Day, we need you to go to your congressman, your local senator, your Walmart, your Texas Roadhouse, whatever you need to do to get this man's day official. If you gotta fly a kite like Benjamin Franklin, get zapped by lightning, and you see the ultimate warrior in your premonitions and your dreams and Matt Hardy in the lake of premonitions, then do so, because we need you. Because I need the day off. We need the day off. Hell, we got cars that don't run, and I'm sure Mr. Block would want to see them run today.
So today, midnight to midnight, we're giving you 24 hours of curated content.
I mean, we're not just talking Gymkhanas. We're gonna hit those, but we're talking OG rally footage. We're talking vlogs that Ken was doing back in the day before vlogs were even a thing. We've got completely new, unreleased content that we shot in the months leading up to his passing. We got all sorts of stuff, so it's gonna be rad.
All right, for those of you sitting here, looking at your clock thinking, I don't have 24 hours, we're a little disappointed in you. But we're gonna give you the cheat code. In 9 hours from now, we're gonna put a 3-hour block of kind of the most important content. And that is gonna start with Zach.
A big announcement! Big.
That's right, we got a big announcement to start that off. And then we're gonna roll in to some never before seen content that we created with Ken at the end of last year. And on top of that, we are going to do something that we've all talked about, but we've never done on camera. We are going to rank the Gymkhana films from best to not best.
Each one of us.
Are no shitty Gymkhana films. This is all to celebrate Ken, everything Ken created, what he did for the world of automotive culture, motorsports. You're watching part 1. Part 2 starts at noon, 12 hours from now.
So from midnight to midnight, we'll be here. We'll be in the chat. We'll be going over stuff together. But first up is the memorial video that we put together for Ken. So enjoy that, and we'll roll that into some other content. We'll see you in a few.
Lock knees, no keys, Brooklyn, Grand Street, full flights, late night, black socks, white dice, 10 pounds, bound sounds, turned up, tied and bound. Don't slow down.
was trying to cool it down, but then I did donuts really easy, so I just kept going. I guess my only legacy would be that I like creative stuff and I like fun stuff, you know, and I don't take life too serious. But at the end of the day, I try and inspire people to be creative and live a fun life. And don't be an asshole. Sometimes you win a lot more in a failure than you do in a win.
It would be very easy to fold in and not to come out and get the result.
We've done this before. We win and crash together. It was one of those crashes that scars you mentally.
There's two of us in that car. I have another person's life in my hands.
When in doubt, flat out. Press on regardless. Go fast. Risk everything. These are terms that you hear a lot in rally, because rally is a very, very different type of motorsport. You're not taking the same corner over and over again. It's a style of driving that is rewarded, but it is also severely punished. It's what makes rally great. It's also what makes rally extremely frustrating as a driver or co-driver or as a team, because you have to drive on that absolute limit. That can be different for you than the person who's maybe 30 seconds behind you. This will be the story of why going fast and risking everything sometimes puts you on the top, or sometimes leaves you on the bottom. So, enjoy the next 8 races and the story of Ken's ride to the top, the bottom, back to the top, and you'll see how it ends. Ken Block, the shoe tycoon turned rally car driver. Well, that's what the first story said about him. He didn't start racing rally until he was 36. That's usually the age most people retire from rally. So unfortunately for him, he's behind the ball since day one. The one thing he does have is a commitment to just go balls out. And that's a lot of what's made Ken who Ken is.
Well, the biggest challenge that I realized when I first started working with Ken is an extremely busy individual. You know, back when we met, he was actually still running DC shoes.
Alex Gelsomino is probably the only sensible thing in the rally car with Ken.
A rally is all I know. It's taught me everything I know. I never learned anything at school. Don't tell that to the kids.
Alex is a big piece of, you know, why the team wins when they do.
People that turn up at an event after one day and need to use laundry services, what the is all that about?
Derek Dauncey is one of the best people in the world, hands down. Dear old dad, as we like to call him.
2006 was our first year working with Derek, and he's been our team director since then.
He's the one that has the strategy, and without Derek, we would not be here. Derek is, I think, the most important person on the team. Sorry, Ken. Travis Pastrana is a psychopath. Absolutely.
It's someone I have a ton of respect for. His talent is incredible.
Yeah, Travis and Ken have been competing against each other since the start. Brandon Semenek is a pro mountain biker turned rally car driver, and to be quite honest, when he first came into the sport, I don't know if anyone really took him seriously, but he is now a real contender.
Can't tell much, but all I know is a very fierce competitor, and he's allowed Ken and I to step it up this year. So even if I don't know much about him, I'm thankful for having him in the championship.
The decision as to what I would race in 22 came very, very late, unfortunately. The Subaru was a great race car. Vermont Sports Car puts together a great package, but it just didn't feel necessarily right to me. I was in shorter wheelbase cars most of my career, and the Subaru's a bigger, longer car. As we narrowed it down, only a couple became very obvious. So what we ended up with was a Hyundai i20 WRC car run by a company called 2C Competition out of France.
Hyundai i20 WRC. That's an incredible machine. It's something that for a co-driver's career, a driver's career, it's definitely a highlight.
Hyundai's been really committed to the WRC in the past 5 years, running a factory team in the World Rally Championship at the top level. So they make a Rally 1 car, which is the top level, and a Rally 2 car, which is the second tier level. And at the top level, they've got, in the past 5 years, 41 wins, 104 podiums, 2 manufacturer titles also. So they've been killing it.
All right, so what makes the Hyundai i20 WRC car the perfect car for Ken? Well, first off, it's small and nimble. See, this is the style of driving that Ken likes. He likes a car he can huck, throw sideways, and be super confident in where it is on the road. And not only is this a WRC level car, it's modern WRC. So it's got big aero, which means it's a full commitment car. But to make it legal here at ARA, it did have to go through a few modifications. First one is a little less power. It's running a 34 mil restrictor on the turbo. Less air in means less power out. In addition to that, the folks at ARA stacked on an extra 200 pounds of ballast to slow this bad boy down.
We knew that is possible to be competitive here because there's a WRC car currently competing in the US Championship, but it's actually got a bigger engine, a 2-liter engine. So we knew that these cars are all running about the same level, same speed, even though they're all quite different. So that's why we thought the Hyundai WRC car with even the 1.6 liter could be competitive, but it was a bit of a mystery as to how competitive it really would be. So for me, coming into this championship in 2022 with this, WRC car that's actually, 400 cc's less than Barry's Fiesta, but a whole 700 cc's less than that Subaru. So you take my car plus a sport bike and you have the Subaru. So we think this is gonna work, but we don't know. There's just a big question. We won't know till we're actually on the stages racing against these other top spec cars. We're gonna find out real soon.
Hundred-Acre Wood is in central Missouri. Is known for its very fast stages, very consistent grip and surfaces. The team history at Hundred-Acre Wood is probably the best. Ken and I have won the rally 7 times, and I think 6 consecutive wins. Hundred-Acre Wood, it was an event where we unfortunately couldn't carry as much test as we wanted because the car arrived late from Europe.
We saw some unprofessionalism in the freight industry, which led us to basically turning up at the 100-acre wood test with no container.
Dude, where's my car? Where's your car, dude?
And we got the car the night before the test started and had to wrap it. It's one of those things that no one really saw what was going on in the background, but it's like a swan. Everything looks really nice on the top, but underneath everyone was pedaling like hell.
I need to get up to speed in the car, make sure the car's working, and keep the car in great condition because we race only a couple days after this test so that I can at least start stage 1 somewhat comfortable.
And it got even more difficult when we had a small accident on the test.
The worst thing that could possibly happen on this test day happened. Like coming down a rough little hill, and it's just a quick little section, and all of a sudden I'm sideways, hit a tree with the rear end.
No fault of Ken's, impossible to get around the corner, and he just tore the right rear corner off the car.
Shouldn't have been that big of a deal, but looking at the tire, it looked like it had some damage. It had gone flat, and I didn't know it, so it just pitched us sideways into this tree. And when the team showed up, they just looked at me and looked at it like, it's over.
And we're now into a major rebuild on the car.
All right, so here's the situation. The team is in the middle of nowhere, Missouri. Not exactly the capital of spare motorsports parts for rally cars. And this is a brand new car, which means we don't have any backup parts. So right now the team is trying to track down a container, which is supposed to have all the parts we need to be able to get Ken back on. I think the technical definition is f***ed.
The long and short of it was, we were driving up the highway at a legal speed to try and intercept a container coming towards us, knowing that if we got 40 minutes out of one-way route, we could be quicker than he was driving back. That's how desperate we got. A lot of paddling with the feet underneath a calm exterior, but it was taxing.
The car is fixed. The team was able to pull off a miracle, get the car ready to race. 15 miles of testing. So the first stage miles today are going to be the first real test of the car after it's been put back together, but it is what it is.
Because of our knowledge of the roads and the stages, we were able to compensate and found ourselves leading the rally at the end of day 1. That lead carried on into day 2. We're actually doing very well. The confidence was quite high. The lead at that point is about 45 seconds. We had an unfortunate encounter with a deer on 3 miles from the end of the event. Right after we hit the deer, what's going through my head is that we only have 3 miles left. And I'm thinking, we can do it. We can limit the damage here. And a few seconds more went by, and a split oil line started pouring oil on the windscreen. That made it really difficult to a point that we had to drive basically at walking speed. We ended up losing the rally by 10 or 15 seconds.
The real disappointing thing is the team put in such a huge effort. You know, Derek, Alex, everybody, and then I felt really good because all that effort went to, you know, this great result. You know, me winning my 8th time there. But unfortunately, a deer had a different plan for me. Hoonigan would win better than expected. I come away with some good points to start the championship. 2nd overall. A 2nd is way better than a DNF, so I'm happy at least about that part. You know, the crazy thing is, you know, new car for us, first time in the championship with a new race team, and our competition somehow thinks we're cheating.
Some accusations about the car not meeting the technical regulations, including taking the gearbox out and stripping it in front of everybody, which wasn't very professional, to prove that we met the regulations.
All right, that's not exactly the results we know Ken wanted. After all, 100 Acre Woods is his race to lose. He's won it so many times, I don't think he knows what it's like to not be on the top of the box. But for the team, it puts us 2nd place overall going into Olympus.
So the Olympus Rally is a classic of the American Championship, and it's based not too far from Seattle. The roads are just legendary.
You know, these are all forest logging roads. There's a lot of gravel, and depending on where the roads go, they can be open areas or it can be quite dense forests with trees right on the edge of the road.
They're notoriously difficult stages, but we've done it many times and we're feeling confident. After we're done 100 Acre Wood now, even though we have had some bad luck that relegated us to 2nd place, we're confident that this car is what we like. Ken is going to be able to drive that car and to win.
I was really looking forward to going into the Olympus Rally because I knew we'd have a big test and have a lot more time in the car and be able to really kind of explore some setups and just have more confidence racing. The rally started off fairly well. First stage, it's a very difficult stage, so I started a bit conservative. We were 2nd fastest on the stage. Going into stage 2, I decided to up the pace a little bit. We won the stage. It was a very quick, tricky stage also. And then going into the 3rd stage, you know, I felt all right. I felt like the pace was going okay. And unfortunately, had one of the biggest crashes of our career. Fucking hell, sorry.
It was one of those crashes that scars you mentally. Something that has haunted me for many months. Only recently I've been able to push it away from my mind.
No matter how fast I made the wheels go, I couldn't get the car to go that way, so we hit a tree with the left rear, which spun us and hit another tree head on.
And I remember looking at the book and calling that following slower corner and feeling like the speed is slightly off. We should be slowing down.
Alex did exactly what his job is to do, and even though it was a dangerous corner, he even repeated the note, so I knew it was a dangerous corner. So my brain had 2 opportunities to hear that and react, and I didn't.
And when you realize that it's gonna be a sudden stop, that's when you question, are you gonna leave it?
So the rally safe equipment registered that impact as a 12G impact. Obviously destroyed the car from the left rear and from the front impact. There's no way that car is getting fixed. There's no way that we're finishing this rally. And our biggest competition, Brandon, who won the previous rally, goes on and wins this rally also.
Our team gives us the safest car with the best safety equipment. Their work and the fact that they selected the best safety equipment was what, in my opinion, kept Ken and I alive. So I'm grateful to that, but it was a nasty crash, one nasty crash.
I have control of the steering wheel, brake, clutch, gearbox, and we're racing down a stage trying to drive flat out to win. And there's 2 of us in that car, and I have another person's life in my hands. So I, really felt that weight on my neck. I go back and just start reflecting and trying to figure this out. And a big factor coming into that rally was that I had an injury on Monday, the week of the race. So start that process of getting massage, chiropractor work, painkillers, all that sort of stuff. Friday we started the race and I'd only been off the ibuprofen for a day or 2, and come to find out with a lot of research that amount of ibuprofen can actually really affect your brain, including even a disconnection of your brain from your hearing. So that makes a lot of sense to what happened to us there on stage 3. I'm kind of researching everything from supplements, nutrition, exercise, trying to narrow things down. And as I was getting closer, I actually was able to reach out to a friend of a friend, a guy named Andrew Huberman, who does the Huberman Lab podcast, and tell him the whole scenario and laid out the possibility of this ibuprofen thing. And he said, yeah, that is most likely it. But man, that crash and what it did to us as far as the championship standings, it just made it that the rest of the year, we really had to virtually be as perfect as we possibly could to try and take this title.
So in standard Ken Block fashion, he's stacked way too much onto the schedule. So in addition to the ARA Championship, he also competed in the East Africa Safari Rally, one of the coolest rallies there is. In addition to that, Ken has had a stack of Hoonitron testing, both Gymkhana testing, some snow testing, a bunch of different stuff. But the biggest project of the year for Ken is to fulfill a childhood dream, actually the thing that got him into rally, to go race Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And to do that, we've decided to build an absolute beast of a machine, the Hoonipegasus. We love working with artists outside the space, so this year we tapped Trevor Andrew, aka Trouble Andrew, aka Gucci Ghost, to help us design a livery. And what he brought was something completely different than anything we've done before. For the Hoonipegasus, Gucci Ghost created a symbol pattern that laid over a pink base which we loved because it played homage back to the original 91720, or AKA the first Porker. So to connect the WRC I-20 to the Hoonipegasus, Trevor took his classic ghost pattern and laid that over black with a multicolor inside, which kind of brings the whole package together for the year.
Oregon Trail Rally is a beautiful rally. It runs in the Hood River area and just north of that across the Columbia River in the state of Washington. Very, very fast stages, no trees at all. It's sort of like high desert-ish, you know, just very open stages. And the roads, you can tell they haven't been built too long ago. It's one of my favorite events. We have never won it before, so I was looking forward to go this year. But now the pressure is on. We must win Oregon. There is no second place, third place won't do anything.
Without trying to put too much pressure on, it was basically do or die.
I was pretty nervous going into the Oregon Trail Rally. I knew that we needed to win this event, but there was still that bit of lack of confidence going into the event that can't have happened what happened at Olympus, and we need to go win.
We have a plan to push really hard on day 2 of the event and put a lead on it. And we achieved that. We won, I believe, all the stages of day 2, put us in a solid lead and manage day 3.
First place overall, Alex Gelsomino and Ken Block.
Alex and I put in a great effort. These guys were great to battle with.
All right, let's see it.
We knew what we needed to do. I was nervous going into it, but at the end of the day, the result was exactly what we needed to get this championship back on track.
Southern Ohio Forest Rally is a new addition to the championship. The roads are quite gravelly, but they have a lot of camber. They're very well built for rain, so very enjoyable to drive from a driver perspective.
The Southern Ohio Forest Rally is actually one of my new favorite rallies in our U.S. Championship. It's just amazing stages.
It's quite slow and technical compared to the rest of the events in the American Championship.
Technical, flowy, lots of great linking turns, and my confidence was really starting to come back. It started off by us getting the exact road position we wanted. We won stage 1, which was Thursday night on the tarmac in town, and the Friday stages went along the same way. We were able to get a good lead.
We started really strong again. Same strategy as Oregon. Push it on the first day and maintain on the second day.
And Alex and I were just able to be on it and be on it for every stage and put in good stage times throughout the entire event.
And your overall winners, Ken Block and Alex Gelsomino.
So now Brandon Semenik had 2 wins. Alex and I had 2 wins. Travis is still right there also. He just hasn't won any events this year. And we were starting to be right back in that championship title hunt.
We're back in the game and ready to fight.
All right, here we are, halfway through the season. 4 events down, 4 left to go. And it has been a wild one. From deer strikes to some pretty big offs, Ken and Alex have not had it easy. And unfortunately, New England, historically, has been a place for some other big moments.
New England Forest Rally runs in New Hampshire and Maine, so again, logging roads, quite wide and fast, but those roads are built with a lot of rock base, so punctures and other issues, mechanical issues are common at that event.
So it's the New England Forest Rally, and it's been a wild one for me. From my first ain't care moment, racing a rallycross car there and having it chuck me off the road, to rolling the Kazi. So it's been a wild event for me, but I have a couple wins there. And one of my favorite things about the New England Forest Rally is we always do a good test the week before at the Team O'Neill Rally School. So we set up a great test there for myself, Leah, and Lucy. And we brought in a great instructor for Leah, which is Brendan Reeves.
A little bit of left foot brake there, and then the same here, just to settle the car.
He came in, did some great instruction for Leah, and Leah really took a couple levels step up in speed, and she was getting really confident and really happy. And then the worst thing happened. She went off and crashed, which is really disappointing for her because she's got all this new sort of confidence and skill, and now she doesn't get to go use it on the rally. Alex and I are feeling really good, looking forward to New England Forest Rally. Now we've got a couple wins under our belt, so everything's really coming together.
Yeah, the pressure is on. It's one of those events where we carry a lot of experience, so we're feeling confident.
Have a good rally, Ken.
Yep, you too, Alex. First two stages is Concord Pond, so we do it once and then go do a regroup and then come back and do it the second time.
It's a place where all spectators line up to see the cars in action. It's one of Ken's favorite stages, so we always thought to go and compete on that stage.
Right 6 plus, into minimum, jump, 215, right.
Finished stage one, second overall, just less than a second off Brendan, who won the stage. Went to our regroup, came back, and we won the stage, actually setting a new record.
Yeah, stage record. Out.
Sorry. Stage three goes really well, and we won that by a couple seconds. Now we're leading the rally. We have 2 more stages left for the day, and for stage 4, I'm literally putting on my helmet, thinking about minimizing mistakes and doing everything perfectly. I go to click in my intercom. And I can't hear Alex. I can't hear you. And so Alex and I are now panicking, like, we have a backup intercom, we're trying that. Go back to the original one.
You know, in rallying, you check in, and after a couple of minutes, you start the stage. They're not waiting for you.
And we realize there's nothing we can do.
These cars are very loud. There is no other way to communicate with the driver, the pace notes, and all I think I could do is use hand signals.
You know, we have such little time to figure this out. I'm just like, Alex, give me, numbers on your hand, or do it, yell, whatever you can do to get us down the stage. If anything, if you do 4 or 3 or 5.
Imagine how difficult it is. You have this driver focus. His eyes are down the road, and you have a hand popping up and telling you the corners. Hand signals are not only going to give 15% of the information the driver needs to have to attack a stage at full throttle.
Alex and I are both really disappointed, but we know this is just one stage out of many for the rest of the event. So, we kind of regroup in the transit going to the next stage and trying different things from cords to the different intercom systems to the helmets. we figured out the best system would actually be for us to swap helmets. We finished the day. We went from leading the rally by 3 or 4 seconds to now down to Brendan by 21 seconds.
Look, it was disappointing, but again, 21 seconds knowing what day 2 challenges are going to bring for everybody, not just us, we knew that it was far from over.
Day 2 of New England Forest Rally, we're ready for battle. You know, we're smelling blood. You know, we're 100% confident in our nose.
I was just on it. I was on it from the first start till the end of the day. So we won the first stage by like 6 seconds. Through the rest of the morning, we continued to just take time out of Brennan. We were making the right tire choices, we had the right setup, and the notes were just perfect for what we were trying to do. Midday service, we'd reduced that 22-second deficit down to 6 seconds.
Day 2, we're starting to see dust hanging in the areas. We send a message to race control and warn them, hey, dust is starting to be an issue. So we do request an extra gap.
But then going into the last major group of stages, there was 4 more stages, then a quick service, and then one last stage of the day. But at the end of the first stage of that loop, Brandon took like 9 seconds out of us. I was a bit discouraged there for a minute, but I knew the task at hand. So the next 2 stages, we took more time back out of him. And so we went into the lead by 2.9 seconds.
We find ourselves actually in the lead with 1 stage to go. What happens next is out of our control.
The team had asked for an extended 3-minute dust window, but unfortunately that was never granted. So what that means is that Ken and Alex have to drive perfectly to the notes, literally driving blind, hearing the notes, taking the turn, and committing as hard as you can at about 100+ miles an hour through the woods.
Brennan takes off in front of us. We have a 2-minute gap. I saw some dust hanging after he left, and I was like, oh no, hopefully that isn't an issue.
Once we go through the first switchback, just like 300 meters past the start of the stage, and we see that dust hanging, we know that it's gonna be a challenge.
I think a driver pairing gets into a situation where it's do or die in that last stage with the dust that they were driving through. The notes they were writing were 100% what they were driving to. That was definitely one of his best performances.
That Saturday was genuinely the best driving of my entire career. The best teamwork for Alex and I together along with the team. So Alex and I drive away from that final control, not having a concrete answer if we won or lost. We actually ended up losing by 0.9 of a second.
New England Forest Rally in the end, yeah, it was a disappointment. You're going to have them. I mean, you're never going to sail through a championship.
It was devastating. It really It really was.
And Ken Block and Alex Gelsomino driving the stage of their life. This is the best stage that I probably ever witnessed, through the dust, to be within a second on the end of this rally for everything. I mean, watching the times and knowing how hard we're pushing and how scared I am and seeing how fast these guys are going, it was a true honor and a privilege.
Sometimes you win a lot more in a failure than you do in a win. And these moments this year have really pushed me to become the best driver that I've ever been. So I hate these moments. I really, truly hate the struggling moments, but I like what it's helped me become.
All right, here we are, 5 races in, 2 of those being a win, the other 2 second places, but unfortunately, Brandon Semenek has 3 wins. Ken and Alex are gonna have to go really hard. They're gonna need to win at least 2, if not all 3 of the next races to really secure that championship.
Well, Gateway Forest Rally is located in Minnesota. It's a difficult event because, again, we're going now into a rally where the grip and the surfaces are completely different. The stages are sandy. Used to be Ken's least favorite rally, but I think he appreciates it now.
Okay, a Gateway, an important point. I'd just like to say, the Gateway, open your fucking restaurants more than 9 o'clock at night. What the fuck?
The Gateway Forest Rally is Travis Pastrana's event. He's won it 7 times. He's got to try and win the last 3 events of the championship to win the title.
So we're very mindful in the Gateway that we'd basically not give Travis any time.
The thing about this rally is it's fast, but there's a lot of grip, and there's more grip than you would expect because it's sandy, so you can chuck the car in a lot harder. And I think that's why Travis likes it so much. He can really overdrive, and it actually really works. I need to learn how to drive more aggressive going into this event. Going into stage 1, I knew I needed to really push harder than I did last year, and I did. And I still lost to Travis by 10 seconds.
He was quick on the first loop of stages, so we knew we had a fight on.
But then I clipped a rock, got a puncture. I still drove as hard as I could, and we ended up only losing 9 or 10 seconds to Travis.
But Ken and Alex were good. They actually reacted to it and just got on with the job.
Unfortunately for Brandon, he clipped the same rock I think I did, and he ended up losing a lot more time, 30 or 40 seconds.
And then for us, it was looking quite good if we could overtake Travis and block Brendan. That was like 8 points difference. So now it's game on.
And then we start chipping, and then we win, I believe, the following 2 stages.
So we reduced the gap down to Travis to just 5.5 seconds. Going into day 2, it was going to be a big battle with Travis.
A tight battle like that in our sport, it's a recipe for disaster.
First stage, I know the stage well. I really like the stage. We were able to take the win on that stage and reduce the lead to Travis down to, I think, 1.5 seconds. Travis knew the pressure's on. And unfortunately, 3 turns into the next stage, he put it off.
I remember starting the stage and we could already see Travis running back towards the start. So Kenny's like, hey, he's off. A couple more corners go by and I tell Ken, because that's where our lead was on Brandon Semenek, he acknowledged, and from there on was cruising to the end.
rest of the day, just maintained a good pace with Brandon, and we're able to hold on for the win.
All right, here we are. 2 rallies left to go. Semenek has 3 wins. Block has 3 wins. And we know that Ken and Alex, they have the speed on stage. But unfortunately, they've also shown that a couple incidences and an off here and there could ruin their entire rally. So it all comes down to every inch of the next race.
STPR is Northwest Pennsylvania. Is known for the mega fast stages.
The STPR rally, I'd say it's the most dangerous rally of the US Championship.
It's an event generally that if you have a crash is gonna hurt, and it's a place that due to the high speed you don't want to go off the road there.
We actually had 2 days of recce on this rally, which is a bit unique for a national round, and we were really confident with what we needed to do to win this rally.
And now there is 2 events left to the end of the season. So again, it's another one that we must do well, we must win.
Alex and I put in a good time on the first stage, but Brandon Semenek was only a half second behind us.
It was mega close. I think it was like half a second difference on the first stage, and it's like, oh, here we go. It's going to be one of those trading seconds and trading everything.
Travis, on the other hand, took it real easy, and he was over 20 seconds back from us. Stage 2 is quite a technical stage. Starts off really fast and then goes into one of the most dangerous downhill sections in the entire rally.
I think Ken put both of those boys in the Subaru cars into a bit of a difficult position where it was do or die for them. And then Brendan put the car off.
So unfortunately for Brandon, his rally's pretty much over. So for the rest of the day there on day 1, we had some good time battles with Travis, but we were able to hold on to a good lead all the way until the end of the day. Going into day 2, we just knew we had to keep Travis at bay. Brandon was able to come back. Subaru got his car repaired. He was able to come back and run the whole day. Alex and I put in a really good run on the power stage, and we're actually able to beat the 2 Subaru factory drivers by around 7 seconds each.
We won the event during the recce because we made some very precise notes that weren't too aggressive, but at the same time allowed us to carry good speed on those stages.
Great effort by the team. Definitely one of the better events for Alex and I for the year. We come away going into the last event of the year with a 2-point lead.
Here it is, the final rally of the year. LSPR, aka the Lake Superior Performance Rally. With only a 2-point lead, whoever wins takes the championship. So unfortunately, Ken and Alex can't sit back and take this one easily. They gotta go for it. But it's rally. Everything and anything can go wrong.
So Lake Superior Performance Rally runs in Michigan Upper Peninsula. It's a classic event. The roads are just absolutely beautiful. They're a little bit wider than the last rally in Pennsylvania, but still very fast.
It's a rally that I really love, but kind of hate at the same time. Alex and I have won the event 3 times, but I hate it because it's a site of one of our worst crashes in my career, which was back in 2013 when we were battling David Higgins for the championship title. So quite a scary crash and a terrible way to end a great championship battle, but hopefully I can make up for that this year.
What we need to do in Michigan is what we've done the last 5 rallies. Yeah, we lost New England by 9/10 of a second for reasons that were out of our control. But the strategy was the same as Oregon, Ohio, and same as Ojibwe and STPR. So I'm feeling confident. You know, yes, we're nervous because we don't want something out of our control, a puncture or a mechanical, to get in the way of our work.
The boys have done so much hard work, everybody has, to get to this point. Do we have to convert it now?
Friday morning, first day of LSPR, and it's kind of snowing. Apparently it's going to snow this afternoon. Just got to go out there and do the best we can. I know the notes are good, the car's ready, and we're ready for any condition there is, so let's get it going. Started off really well. You know, it's the final round of the championship, all this pressure on us. We're second on the road, which was a good spot, but I was feeling very confident until the snow started falling. That just throws this unknown risk into things. For the first 4 stages, we were able to put a 10-second lead on Brandon, who we needed to beat, you know, in this rally to win the championship. And things were going really well. We got back to service after those first 4 stages. Team made some good changes to the car. We had a good tire plan, made some changes that we knew would hopefully get us more grip for those final 4 stages of the day. So I went out and really attacked the next 2 stages.
6:51.1. Yes. Yes. Woo-hoo. Keep on chipping away. Flat 0.3. Yes.
So I drove my heart out to really get us in that position. So we were stoked. We were like high-fiving on the way to stage 7.
Tracker just went to 0 miles an hour and engine off. Yeah, he stopped. You know, I knew I needed to just drive conservative, drive clean. The stage was going really well until I come over a crest going quite quick. You know, I'm set up on the left side of the road and the line kind of happened to be more on the right. So all of a sudden I was instantly out of the line and in the mud. So I ended up off in the trees, and that's the damage you see there.
Are you kidding?
I honestly couldn't have been more frustrated. I was dumbfounded that I was off the road and in the forest. All the work of the entire year, all the team's effort, Alex's effort, Derek's effort, everyone to get us to that point, and all the driving I did, the best probably I've ever done in my career, all gone because of that 70 meters of mud. So the real like hero to zero moment from leading the championship, leading the rally, doing exactly what I needed to do, to just dumbfounded and devastated on the side of the road. Still end up second in the championship, but that's not what we fought for. That's not what we all worked so hard for. And
the Hearts took definitely a pounding this year through all the things that have gone up and down and round about. So when you get to taste success, you want more success. First place is the only thing you want. Second place, second place. Who wants second place?
The wins are memorable. 4 wins this year it's been fantastic. But the championship has given us those memories this year. The battle and the fierce competition has made this championship special.
Derek once told me that Ken's biggest problem is he doesn't know how to drive fast slowly. What that means is that he's very good at 11/10ths. It's where Ken has won most of his races, is taking risks well beyond what most people are willing to. But see, there's this key thing in rally, which is attrition, which is just making it to the end. And that means driving at 7 or 8/10ths. For some reason, that's where Ken seems to either lose focus or just not be fully committed. And when he's not fully committed, there's just something that's just not firing properly. So as the roads got slick at LSPR, this is where Ken needed to slow down. Ken will tell you that he did a little bit, but maybe not enough. Unfortunately, what it resulted in was a crash that cost them not just the race, but an entire year of chasing. Actually, almost 15, 16 years of chasing a championship. This is where Ken beats himself up, saying he should have gone slower, he should have done this, he should have done that. But unfortunately, his go fast, risk everything style is why he got to where he is, and sometimes that puts him at the top of the podium, other times it puts him down a ditch. Unfortunately, we got ditches today.
Look at that contact going into that wall.
Arigato. Where do we get bibs for? All right, let's do this. I already like this. What's it smell like?
Old. You know, I love functional, but I like looks a little bit more.
Hi, I'm Ken Block, and this is the Hoonigan Racing Division, and we're doing something a little bit different. This series and what we're doing is about my daughter, Leah, who's right now 15, and back when she was 14, she raced this thing, the Hoonicorn, in a series we call Hoonicorn versus the World. So we've done 2 of those series. I raced the first one. Leah raced the second series.
It's a driver
It's
mod.
beyond dying.
What? Thanks for annihilating me. I'm honored.
We're so proud.
Yeah.
Very proud.
We're so proud.
Very
This
proud.
is unreal.
Man, she's a beast. Man, I'm so impressed with her. That is awesome.
She doesn't seem afraid at all.
I don't think she is.
That's kind of scary.
Hurt's afraid of Leah.
I am afraid.
You are afraid of a 14-year-old girl.
She's stone cold.
And for doing that work, she got paid. I wasn't gonna let my 14-year-old daughter race a 14 horsepower car without making some money.
Show me the money.
What does she do with that money? Well, she gets to use some of that money to buy her first daily driver. That's what this series is about. She's gonna come in here to Hoonigan Racing, work with a small crew of guys to take a 80s car, tear it apart, and then rebuild it to be her car, to not only take her driving test, you know, around her birthday turning 16, but then be her first daily driver. So one important thing for us as a family has been that the kids have to earn everything that they do. And one way that they earn it is doing well in school. So you are still an honor roll student, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, come on, bring it in. So we don't have a current certificate, but this one is a recent current certificate of her honor roll status. Actually, that one's a high honor roll.
Yeah, high honor roll. Damn!
What happens if you drop off honor roll?
If I don't get this piece of paper at the end of every quarter, no racing for me.
Yeah, so we are very proud of her. All our kids work hard. And I had to do it too as a kid. I had raced dirt bikes when I was a teenager, and my parents would help for my expenses. Eventually, I lost that privilege because I didn't keep up my grades and maybe had too many parties at the house. Don't do that. So you better keep that piece of paper going.
Piece of paper.
So anyway, we're not here to talk too much about racing today, even though I just covered that. We're here to talk about our car.
Yay!
So,
I get a car.
So she spent a lot of time trying to decide what car to get. What she wanted wasn't an easy find, so the team had to help find it. And she hasn't even seen the car yet. So why did you pick this particular car?
It's such a cool car, and growing up around watching my dad race rally, it's not only a super cool car, but it's also great for the place that I live in because it snows half the year here, right? I need an all-wheel drive car that can handle it. I just thought it was the perfect car, and to be able to build my own car is pretty cool.
Me as a dad, like, oh, you like that car? You know, like, proud dad that, like, my daughter has good taste. Very much way cooler than my first car, which was a hand-me-down Toyota Corolla from my mom. So, are you excited?
Yeah.
She's actually been asking me
I've
for
been
months.
bugging him so much. Like, when's my car gonna get here? When's my car gonna get here? Have we bought it yet?
And it's actually been here for a bit, and I've actually had to, like, keep that a secret. And finally, I told her recently, and she's like, okay, we have to go. So, okay, go see the car for the first time.
Let's go.
Are you excited?
Yes.
How excited?
So,
All right, let's do this.
are we just gonna go for it?
Yeah, it's up to you. You take the cover off. Yep. I already like this. What do you think?
So sick.
I agree.
Needs a bit of work though.
Yeah?
A little bit.
It needs some love.
Oh yeah.
There's still leaves in it.
Leaves in here too.
Some nice features.
Some nice features.
What's it smell like?
Old.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't smell like
Oh,
cigarettes.
and there's cobwebs up here too.
You got a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah. I'm so excited. My summer project.
All right, well, now that you've seen the car, now we have to kind of decide what we're doing with it and start working on it. So, are you ready for that?
Yes.
Okay, but we're not doing that work in the pretty shop.
Aw.
No pretty shop for you. We're going over there, in the other side of the shop, Sweet Pea. Let's start pushing this thing over. So this is our non-pretty side of Hoonigan Racing, where we keep our rims, tires, trucks, trailers, all that sort of thing. Years ago, we actually set up this corner for the kids. So each kid has a little workbench. They work on the remote control cars. They work on dirt bikes. Ben Pack actually delivered us some very nice lifts. So that one has been set up specifically for Leah to be able to work on this car. Leah and the team, I should say. So Dave, you have some details in particular, Dave being our Audi expert in-house, of history. How many Audis have you owned?
In the past 15 years, over 50.
Are you sick?
Of old 1995 and older stuff, too.
How many of those ran?
That's actually a really good question, because this is a Scotto thing. The truth is a lot of those were parts cars and donor cars. So like I will buy literal broken Audis that have been in accidents just to save engines, transmissions, and parts, because parts for these are extremely hard to find. And it's not always just this model, but other models as well.
My goal is to get this car done before Brian Scotto gets his Ur-Quattro done.
What color is this car?
Green.
Oh my God.
Well, Brian's had that car and building that car longer than Leah's been alive. Give us some details on this car. History of the model, history, how many were made?
This was launched back in 1980 basically as a rally car. It was the first all-wheel drive turbocharged production vehicle that was actually made for rally stuff. It's still like the modern recipe today, which is really cool. All-wheel drive, turbo. In the US, this is a very rare car. They only imported them for 3 years, this being the latest year. It's 664 examples that were imported.
For the whole time?
For all 3 years.
And how much for this year?
This year was only 73.
73.
This is one of 73 cars.
Of that year, yeah.
Of that year.
And this is considered the most desirable. It has a later style dashboard. It has the fuse panel that's under the hood. It has the Quattro script rear glass. So when you defrost your car, it lights up this Quattro script first.
We're definitely keeping that.
Yeah. So worldwide, they only built 11,000, and they built them for 11 years worldwide. So it's kind of a unique model too, and the US spec versions are a little bit different, but very unique, very rare, which makes it really hard to find parts for. Luckily, this car is one of the ones that has all of the important bits intact.
Okay, what does mean?
Oh, okay, so the Ur-Quattro. So in German, it's a prefix. So means original. This is the first all-wheel drive version that they had built.
It's a very good example of like a rally car that was used then to create rally cars, but also with good styling. Obviously the box flares, good wheels, some terrible looking destroyed fog lamps. The Quattro lettering on the rear window looks amazing, very 80s.
Very.
The steering wheel, very 80s.
That can all be updated, don't worry.
Are you keeping a tape deck?
What is that? What? Before we take this apart, we're going to think about what it's going to look like when it's done. Well, I want this to be my daily driver, so obviously I'm not going to put like crazy amount of horsepower in it. It's got to be reliable.
I gotta trust that she can get to school every day. I have to
Yeah,
get
I mean, I'm going to put as
somewhere.
much power in it as he will let me, but I just want it to be reliable. I want it to get me to school and back and with friends, and so
Not enough
maybe
power for-
not enough power for them.
See, that's something I will allow.
Thank you.
In the snow or on the asphalt?
Both.
Well, we may have to adjust some tires for the asphalt.
What else do you want to do? What other kind of modifications would you like to have on here?
The Audi 4000 I saw at Hang Iraz's place, like it had some really cool like covered rally lights, and we could replace those with that. You know, I want it to look more rally style, tribute kind of thing to this era.
This actually has some really rare original mud flaps on it. From what I can tell, this car actually did one lap of America. In the trunk, there's a whole bunch of old CBs and radios, and it has the one lap sticker and stuff on it as well, which is kind of a cool piece of history on this particular specific car.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Pretty cool.
As far as bumpers go, this is the American style bumper, where you got this coffee table that kind of sticks out. That's something.
Sturdy coffee table.
It is. Like, it lets you crash into things at 5 miles an hour without doing any damage, but you pay for it in weight and looks. Yeah. We can tuck them. We could try to get some European versions.
I'll help her here. We should go with the small bumper.
Smaller.
Smaller is better.
No coffee table.
Okay. You want to do actual paint. We're not just wrapping or whatever.
Yep.
We're doing legit old school paint. We'll have to talk color. That's going to be a big thing, but we need to strip this and get it ready.
Right. I want to have some sort of ski snowboard rack on top, obviously, because we live in a ski and snowboard town, so it would be really nice instead of having to shove it like over people's heads.
That's easily done.
Yep.
Seats?
Maybe some new nice street style Ricardo seats in there.
Yep.
We're gonna have to figure out what we can do with the back seats too.
On something like that, do you just rewrap them?
You normally would recover or clean up. We could dye the interior to match as well. There's a lot of things we can do. Let's talk about other options as far as engine goes. You obviously want to do donuts. This is the original engine that was in it. It's a 5-cylinder 10-valve turbo. I would highly recommend going with the correct engine for this car. It's actually the same one that's in your dad's car. Maybe not as spicy as his. Maybe something a little toned down. But let's be honest, you can always upgrade. That could be version 2. That could be stage 2 stuff that we do. But if we do a nice 20-valve turbo swap, that'll make it a heck of a lot more reliable, like you were talking about.
Yep,
it'll give it the power that you need.
Is it going to start today? Is it not going to start today?
This gets tricky because what about things like creature comforts? Sound system, is that important to you?
Yes.
Okay.
I like the
Nice 8-track.
Yeah. That's something we can totally do. They have some really cool options. You're taking friends in this car, right? So we're not doing like roll cage. We're not doing anything crazy.
No, it's just a daily driver. I mean, we could soup it up like that and make it super cool, but I want it to still be like comfortable and be able to take friends places.
Okay. Do your friends need AC?
I think I need AC. I'm not gonna lie.
She said she wants to do donuts. So does that mean you want a handbrake?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So it has
Does
the
that mean I
old
get a
school.
custom one?
I mean, it has the old school style handbrake that's down. This is what I learned to slide a car with when I was 16. There's ways to keep it simple in the car like that, but actually have some sort of like hydraulic system with it.
Absolutely.
That actually keeps it simpler and out of your way, but it still functions. It depends on how much you're going to pull the handbrake going to the parking lot every day, or if so, we want a big one. But otherwise, if you're only going to do it every once in a while, keeping that sort of system, but with a more functional mechanical side, would actually work.
You know, I love functional, but I like looks a little bit more.
Oh.
It's called fashion, Lou.
So does that mean
It's
you
your
want
car.
the taller Hoonigan style handbrake?
Yeah.
I'll let you guys get a little further in figuring that out, because if you can't get it in the right spot to pull it functionally, you may just want to keep that.
I also thought this was really cool. When I have actually a sunroof that I can take off and put in the back. It has a nice slot in the back for it. You just slide it in.
What about the back end? What's going on back here? What would you like to do
Bigger
in the
spoiler.
rear? Your dad's got a bigger spoiler. You got to match his?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sounds good.
Really?
Really?
Anything else?
I don't have this though, do I? Or
No,
do I?
don't think yours does.
Yeah, it's a defroster. That's really cool. These
Yeah, we're
stickers
definitely
are
keeping
really cool too. Does it say what year?
87.
87. The person that owned this car before you was really a rally fan.
Oh yeah.
I mean, very cool to have a Safari Rally Kenya winner sticker on there. And obviously, we think they did one lap of America.
This was an old Audi dealership once. You can't see it, it's sun faded, but there was a heart there. So it's like, I love my Audi, is what it says in German. And then I actually reached out to the president of the Audi Club of North America to try to get some more details on this car, because These are the stickers that they would give out to members of the Audi Club of North America.
Oh, wow.
What about rear end? Are we copying your dad's taillights too?
I think so.
Okay. So we can get the European, again, they were factory lights, but they were just on the later years. Clean up the back end. And then same treatment in the rear with the bumpers. Get rid of the bookshelf back here.
Yep.
We didn't talk about suspension, wheels. Let's talk about that.
Anybody want to see my wheels?
Yeah.
That I picked out already?
You've been doing your hunting
I've been
already.
doing my homework, okay? I went and I found some very beautiful Motegi wheels. Look at these.
17s.
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 We're gonna put
that
some.
lets us do some bigger brake options and other things. What about as far as suspension goes? Do we like the ride height? Do we want it lower? Do we want it higher?
Obviously, I don't want it too low that it's not going to really function as we want it to in the snow.
I think that's important though, because in the snow you want some movement around of the car. You don't want it too stiff.
KW actually recently started making adjustable coilovers for this specific car.
Oh, good.
Adjustable coilover would allow you to run a taller height in the wintertime and lower it down for summer if you wanted to, or for a track day or a SCCA kind of event. Any kind of autocrossing, you could have that adjustability and we could still have, you know, something quality on there.
That would be really cool.
Okay?
Good.
Easy.
All right, next step. Get some overalls.
Get some overalls.
Get some overalls.
Get dirty.
Yeah, start getting this thing ready to go to paint.
Let's do this.
Just
overalls.
Leah's captain. I'll give her instructions, but she's going to be turning wrenches. She's going to be in the driver's seat. We'll check out interior and maybe we'll start there and just start ripping out the interior a little bit too, since it's a bit, gross is a good word. It's a 40-year-old car, I mean, come on. All right, so that's where our battery lives. There's crusty stuff here.
Ugh.
What do you mean, ew? This is going to be your life for the next couple weeks. Oh, hey, look. Already we got...
No way.
They totally put like tape over one of the lights to like block it out. Okay, do you want to take the seat out first?
Oh, let's do that.
Okay, let's do that.
It's not moving.
Joys of a 40-year-old car.
Oh, it's like, blueberry. What the
Look at those.
Whoa.
Those are yours. Garbage pile?
Garbage pile. Oh, it's going.
Is it?
I just saw it moving a tiny bit. Oh.
There it is.
Those are literally eggs. That's so gross.
Kill it with fire.
Let's take out that battery now. Let's either start stripping this interior and finish off what we did because it's got to be cleaned up and got to get ready.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Oh, a gun. That might help.
What is in here?
80s tech, CV. Oh, BB, actually, we could use some of that.
Nice.
Let's test fit the fiberglass wing that we have and just see how it fits and see if it's what you like. You can sit here, have your lunch here.
It's perfect.
It's like flat. You can see how it's... Oh, hi there.
Nothing to see here. Mine's more aggressive than yours. All done.
Okay. Just lift and kind of slide it forward.
We ripped out the seats,
Yep.
back and front, and then we ripped out the rear carpet, cleaned out the truck.
And tested
the electrical and away.
Look at this. Elvis Presley, King Rain. So tomorrow, get it up in the air, drain all the fluids that we can, and then we're gonna be starting to do the actual, like, let's drop engine, let's drop subframe, let's drop all the suspension, diffs, transmission, all that jazz.
Yay.
It's gonna be a big one.
No cleaning.
Here we are.
Day 2.
We got Micah, he's helping us out. Little bro, it's awesome. All of those, yeah. All
Just
5 of
lather it up.
those are gonna all come off. Ta-da!
Got it.
This might be why we want to do a little bit of suspension upgrades.
Was this thing submerged?
I think it was parked in a field. Ken drops in. Oh yeah. Oh my god. That's all that's left of the air filter. It's pretty toast. For the record, this should not be green. Let's do the same thing but different with the oil. Oh, boom, that was easy. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
It's got little thingies.
Oh, yeah.
Lifting the car off of these.
I can't believe you've done this.
Ooh.
Oh.
So it's the downpipe on the mount for the engine. We're leaving it all behind. Distributor's broken. It's all right. Oh, there we go.
We gone. What up, homie? We did it.
You did it.
Well, you guys helped.
Leah, how do you feel though? Seriously.
Feel really good. We did it.
These are in the tire.
We got the engine out. It was fun at times, and at times I was like, is this really ever gonna come out of here? So much inspo, like a hole. Perfect inspo. Let's do this.
You don't know what a tape deck is, do you?
You're gonna be making mixtapes
Is it
for all
you
your
just
friends.
put tapes in and it plays, and it's just a tape
Yeah,
deck?
it's a
is
stereo
in the
player
car.
that plays tapes, so we call it a tape deck.
Ancient.
All right, so a bit of a time crunch though right now, so you have a lot of work to do today.
Lots, actually. Classic Hoonigan, starting everything so late. I hope the car's gonna be done in time.
What have you welded?
Nothing.
Okay, well we are back for the second installment of Leah Build Stuff.
Love building stuff.
And specifically, her new daily driver, AKA project car, 85 Audi Ur-Quattro. So are you happy with how it's going so far?
See.
So a bit of a time crunch though right now, so you have a lot of work to do today.
Lots, actually. It's kind of scary.
There's been a lot of progress on it, and that's what we're going to start with today. So let's go next door and see where we're at. Chuck, you're supposed to go,
Hey, bud, let's party.
And you have been busy. Tell us about that.
Very busy. I've been racing. I have still 2 rounds of my kart championship left in Salt Lake at Utah Motorsports campus. My rally car got back, so I've been able to race around of the ARA, and I started new high school. So school has been hard, and balancing all of that, trying to come here and work whenever I can.
You know, here at Hoonigan, we've partnered with K&N for a long time now. Here's why. We use their products on literally everything, whether it's a Warthog, whether it's the Rolls. We're running air filters, cabin air filters, all of their stuff increases performance, it looks good, and it makes your life a hell of a lot easier. Take, for instance, oil filters. You ever tighten one of those so bad that you can't get it off and you gotta jam a screwdriver through it to get it off? You know what? You don't have to do that with K&N filters because they got the nut on the top and it's already pre-drilled for safety wire. So if you're at the track, it's a nice touch. You don't have to drill it yourself and then worry about screwing it up because K&N is Performance Unlimited, baby!
Last time you guys saw it, it was completely stripped, just took the engine out, and then it went to paint.
It's a big day today. We're at the paint shop. Lee's got to paint out a color.
Oh.
You have like 2 weeks to think about it before we're
Oh, don't tell her that. Don't tell her that.
so cool.
All right, we have a confirmation sample.
Throw some color down on your car.
I know, I love it. What is this color?
Now it's called Leah's Burgundy. In the system.
Yeah, in like the PPG system, this is
You
literally
can go
Leah's
to
color.
a paint shop that has a PPG system, ask for Leah's Burgundy, and you'll get this color.
This is the 20 valve turbo engine. This chassis had this engine in the latest version, but basically this doubles the horsepower. So
Double it up.
we're gonna take off the intake manifold. This will not work in your car. This is for what's called the large chassis cars. Yours is a small chassis car. Your radiator lives right here. The one that we'll be using sits like this and goes around the backside of the motor. New gasket kit from FCP Euro, so we're just gonna line that up and put these same ones right back in here. And then if you wanna put one of those in there nice and gently, we'll have a nice new throttle body on your new intake manifold. We'll release the whole fuel rail and then we can pull out the fuel rail with the injectors. This is actually from Ultra Performance. They're out of the UK. It allows us to run a lot more fuel for potential eventual bigger turbos, bigger builds.
Oh, those are new ones. Yes! 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 It's been a lot more work because we've had to figure out how to fit this engine in there that's actually for a way bigger car than this. So we've had to rearrange some things and make new brackets for stuff. All of the tedious stuff that you have to do with rebuilding an old car.
This with the stock turbo and a tune should be 300.
We got the new coilovers in from KW. These are some KW adjustable coilovers. They're the V3s. Oh, look at that. They are stainless steel, so they won't rust on me in the winter. They look fun. I could like literally slam my car in the summer and then raise it as high as I want in the winter.
With your wrenches, your adjustable rebound. So here's what we're gonna put on, but let's actually put on an axle as well. But this is your whole steering assembly here. What else we got? We got glass back in.
We got glass, really clean glass. Very nice. Oh, we got like a seat in there. I mean, just temporarily in there. We still gotta finish the inside.
These are classic LXs. Actually, it's kind of cool because Recaro re-released a lot of their period correct stuff. So like same era, same basic time. They got this adjustable bolster here, so like this should slide forward. These also fold forward so that you can have your friends in the back seat.
They're comfy, I like them.
Her car can't be cooler, Mike.
The back seat is getting reupholstered in California with the same fabric as the front seats. I like matchy stuff. Back here, we got some nice Thermotech heat barrier. Need all that protection, keeping it cool.
We got our Thermotech Cool It product here. This is gonna act as a barrier, not only for sound, but also for heat. So basically we're gonna keep your fuel system cool and keep it nice and separated from your muffler and other heat that you have coming down. We got all lines ran, everything's been mocked up, everything's been ran correctly. A lift pump in an old school tank, the stainless steel fuel filter that's serviceable. We have a surge tank that it all flows through, and we have all of the lines to run all the way up to the fuel rail.
Got the entire fuel system in now. You just need to do the final fitment. That's a good thing to have.
Okay. Let's talk about what else you got. You got your wheels.
We got some sick new wheels from Motegi that I got to mount and balance myself. It's pretty fun. They look sick on the car. We've got some parts that still aren't on the car yet, like our Euro-style bumpers that aren't big coffee tables.
Wow, check this out. Is it a coffee table?
Very nice rear spoiler that is still bigger than my dad's.
Boom. Roasted.
That is a plus. We gotta get the car back on the ground so we can mount the rest of these parts on the car, like the hood, doors, and the boot.
The boot.
The boot. Oh my god.
Don't drop it.
Andres!
You're here too.
It looks cool. I missed it last time I was here.
Nice choice.
Thanks.
She's got good taste. So Andreas has known Leah.
We actually discussed it just before you arrived.
Yeah.
Since 15, she was 8 years old.
Yeah. And now she's about to drive her own car. Is that crazy?
Yeah, one thing is mad for me is 16. In Europe, it's 18 you have to be to get your driver license. So to be 16 to drive road cars and then end up with a car from
85.
85, I don't know.
It's a lot older than her.
My first salary in motorsport, my mom expected me to buy an apartment and get out of the house, right? Instead, I bought the Mark II Escort. And my friends thought it was like a car worth $1,000.
Right.
But it's like 20,000.
Right.
And I hope that Leah's friends also understand and appreciate like the value and the rare things of these cars, because it has a lot of history.
It's definitely a car that only a few people really know what it is, especially people around rally. You know what I mean? So I think it's cool that this is what she wanted.
Yeah.
And like you, she earned the money to get this car. So it's very cool. And I think it's very cool to have you here. I mean, Andreas is like a big brother to Leah.
Yeah. And for me to see that she have a handbrake in there, I'm like, when you're gonna pay your own tires, you know, I'm making the tires small.
I mean, do you see my father?
I mean, she'll learn the value of tires real fast.
Fresh.
Fresh. Oh,
You'll
I
keep them
love
like
it.
that.
Do you like my seats?
Oh yeah. No, you're gonna be a.
No.
2 hands on the steering wheel. Ooh.
Rob Parsons himself, aka Chair Slayer.
What's up, guys?
Good friend of Hoonigan. He's here to help us out. He recently did the Cage and Ken's Sport Quattro, so he knows a thing or two about Audis now. So I'm gonna hand us off to trusted hands here. Rob's gonna take care of Leah and show her the ropes.
Well, we're gonna throw you right into it. So what have you welded? Have you done anything yet?
Nothing. Absolutely.
Like at all?
Yeah.
Have you held?
Angle grinding.
Have you held a welder?
No.
Have you watched any?
Yeah.
Okay, so well, at least you've watched it. The good thing about this welder, it's the Miller Multimatic 220 AC DC multi-process machine, which means it does everything. TIG welding, MIG welding, aluminum TIG welding, and it does stick welding. On top of that, it's a very user-friendly machine because it comes with the auto set feature, which, I mean, it's just a fantastic feature. You set it and you start welding.
Turn it on, I'll set it, and
forget it! This is what we're gonna learn on because it's so easy to just turn it on and go. Pay attention to where I'm putting my tacks as well so that it's easier for me to tie into things. So now we can start laying some welds on it. All right, these little guys will be your little test pieces. Let's get you to tack them together. Slow down. Stop.
Oh, that looks scary.
That is Leah's first weld, and it ain't bad at all. Do the same thing over here. Well, that was Leah. That one was Leah. We won't look at that one, but this one was her too, all the way down there. This one was, that one was. You want her to tack those on?
What do you think?
I think so, absolutely.
An actual part for her car that needs to be welded?
came, we saw, we conquered.
And we even made a part for your car.
Won't even know.
No.
Fair, I want welding instructions.
Oh, I can, man. I mean, I can give you some too, but I feel like she's gonna be better than you anyways. Good to see you, dude.
These are my like best ones, like that one and
This
that
whole
one.
thing is her.
Wow,
That one's
that's very
pretty
cool.
good too.
We're gonna build a downpipe next, I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thanks for teaching me. That
I
was
got
so
you.
fun.
All right, well, it is time crunch time. It is time crunch time.
It's
So-
time crunch time.
I mean,
Crunch time.
it is crunch time. It is, well, time is crunching down.
wire.
It is getting down to the wire. But we just got back from STPR, so our rally championship's winding down. I won the rally, but Leah got third overall in two-wheel drive. So things are going well for us in the rally. She's also got, you have two more
kart races.
two more karting races. So we've actually been quite busy. So a lot of work's been done with Leah here in the shop and some without her, but there's a lot more work to get done for this car to be ready for her to take her driver's license test. Dave, tell us about that work.
How long you want the list? So we got all of our suspension bits need to be torqued. The actual camber and everything needs to be adjusted.
And doors and trunk and bumpers and
Yes. all
windows.
those things.
Typical project car stuff, always down to the last minute. But thank you again for you and the team putting all this together. We're only, what, a week out?
Yeah.
A week out from her actually taking her driver's test in this car. What's your confidence level, 1 to 10?
It's going to be down to the wire.
Okay.
That's all it says.
It's going to be down to the wire for sure.
So is that a 5 out of 10?
No, I mean, if
three?
everything goes to plan, we can do it. If not, we're going to have to cut some things to just get a test in. Maybe we can cut out the handbrake for now and some of those things.
Well, that's it.
See you in the next episode.
You got 2 more welding practice kits there. I want to see them done next time.
After
I come
school
over.
art projects.
Exactly.
The turbo!
Look at that. And now, actual driver's license.
Yeah, let's do this.
Unfortunately, this is a little embarrassing considering the situation, but you didn't pass.
Really?
Greetings, I am Ken Block, and this is the ugly side of Hoonigan Racing. Sweet Bee is what we call it, and this is episode 3 of Leah Builds Stuff. Specifically, this car behind us, the Audi Ur-Quattro from 1985. And this is her first daily driver, her first project car, and the car that she's trying to take her driver's license test, which is coming up in a day or so. So today we're putting this car on the ground. It's mostly assembled.
Ain't got no gas in it.
So we need to take it out and do some testing with it. And when I say testing, I mean just driving around town. See how things work. So there's been a lot of work put into this project, like I said, by our team here at Hoonigan Racing. Leah's learned a lot about cars, about taking apart cars, repairing cars, putting new parts on cars, and welding even. Has it been fun?
Yeah, super fun.
Our man here in-house helping us a lot, Dave. Dave's had many sleepless nights trying to help us get this thing together. I know that you've started it.
I have. That was Sunday night, 2 days ago.
Okay. How confident are you?
Let's be clear, this is a shakedown. I'm confident that it'll run. There's a lot of things that have to be tested. Like we literally, 45 minutes before you guys got here, is the first time we put coolant in it. And so, you know, we got it up to temperature, it's cycling, and it's not leaking. So, fingers crossed.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Typical Hoonigan procedure, we're way behind, and we had this goal set out so that Leah could take her test in this car, and we're right at deadline. So we got to do this little test today to hopefully figure things out so she can do this tomorrow. How confident are you?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
So not very confident.
no.
So what is the next step, Dave?
I say we put it on the ground and you guys take it for a drive.
Let's see if it starts.
Okay.
It works. It's alive.
Man, good turning radius. I didn't think you were going to make that.
Me either.
Wow, your first time pulling out of the shop.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
You got turbo noises. Rev it up.
Okay, but tell me why it turns my brights on when I turn my blinkers on.
Because Project Car.
I think the heater's on. Good one.
Remember, pump the brakes. I mean, this is really a proper first drive. There's some clicking noises.
The turbo!
Ignition.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're definitely going to need to get the idle fixed for your driving test.
Why isn't it going to second? Dude, the turbo.
Third gear.
That guy's racing.
Right.
Brakes. Okay.
The brakes, Teen, on the left. You're about to hit that car. The brakes.
She died again too. Okay, why is this so hard?
One more clutch.
Come on, buddy.
You can do it.
Technical difficulties. First drive. Why are we hitting every red light too? Again.
You're really experiencing Project Car test in its full glory.
No! That's third.
That's your home. Are you too good for your home? Answer me.
What?
Let's go to third.
I can't.
Well, something like that, you're just gonna get used to it. You know what I mean? Once you drive it more, it'll become more repetition. You'll understand, oh, I gotta go all the way over and do this. This feels like this, and this spot. See, the good thing, though, is it's at this state now. You have the driver's license test tomorrow, so they have enough time to fix these little things. You haven't driven a stick like this since my RS, right? I mean, your race car is a sequential, so you have to clutch, but you're just up and down.
Well, on the road when I'm out on the stage, no. Driving test in this.
You have to.
No, I can't. I'm gonna fail.
Why?
Because I have to do so many head checks. I have to do freaking parallel parking. I cannot do it in
You
this.
can do it.
No, I can't. I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail.
We still got some work to do.
It's a typical first day of testing of a project car.
Let's be real though. Like, it's been 3 weeks since we got it back from paint, and it's on the road.
Barely.
There's some problems. Like, we don't have reverse. We need to adjust the linkage. It's obviously stalling and dying a little bit.
A little bit.
A lot bit. A lot bit. But, you know, the makings are, it didn't burn to the ground.
On. Every time I put my blinker to the right, my dash is falling off.
Speedometer works.
Speedometer works.
It does work.
That's the only
And
thing
the lights
that
do
works.
work.
Yeah.
A+. We got some work to do, but
that does smell like a bit like gas inside.
It's getting pretty hot on my feet.
Open down
I don't think the driver's license instructor's gonna like that very much.
I don't even know if I want to take my test.
I think we may need to go to a plan B on this.
Yeah.
I think our very nice Audi electric cars might come in handy for this.
I would be too scared to take it in this right now.
Are you going to be terribly disappointed if you can't do driver's license tests
Not
in this
really.
car?
I'm not, all I want to do is donuts. It's okay.
Just like your father.
I'm very glad that we tested this before tomorrow when we're down at the DLD trying to take my driver's license and it doesn't go into reverse.
But that's it. So we'll go do the test tomorrow and then we'll hopefully do donuts after that. You just have to pick gray or white car.
White.
Ooh, Sportback.
You should let me drive your sport.
You're not driving the GT for a driver's license test.
Nice try.
All right.
Let's go pass this driver's license test.
Well, after the devastation of last night, how are you feeling?
Great.
Are you confident?
I know I can do it, but it's just like weird and scary to like sit in a car with a random person that has like a clipboard and can like either pass you or fail you. So I don't know.
So this means a lot to you today.
Yeah, I get to drive by myself on the road.
It was going to be quite a challenge to do the test in the Quattro, but I think it was possible, but now it's actually going to be a lot easier. Now she can just focus on
driving.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is she's actually been driving since she was 13. She was learned to drive a stick at 13. You actually raced little UTVs before that. You've done a lot of training. Most kids, by the time that they go to take their driver's tests like this, have not done the level of what you've done. But you're nervous about this.
Yep.
She races 100 miles an hour down a rally stage with trees on the edge. But she's nervous about this.
Okay, Leah, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. All right, what I'll have you do is go ahead and start. Proceed just straight down, and we're gonna take a left into the course there.
Okay.
Okay, now, unfortunately, this is a little embarrassing considering the situation, but you didn't pass.
Really?
Really. And I'll go over the things that you did. Turning back onto 21st, did you see the little dog that was running in front of the road?
No.
You didn't do that? Okay, so that was, you had to keep your eyes out for that. Did you see the sign? There was a big, huge sign right there. It was kind of directing you to do something. Did you see that sign?
No.
You didn't see the sign? Because that was an automatic failure on that sign. You really didn't see the sign?
What sign?
The sign that said, I'm absolutely just teasing, you did great and you passed.
Oh my God!
You officially have your license.
Cool.
Did I have you? Did I?
You definitely did.
Okay, good. That's worth it then. So let's finish this up here.
Oh my God.
You passed?
Yeah.
Oh!
Don't mind the dent on the other side.
What's that?
Don't mind the dent on the other side. We overlook that.
He totally told me I failed.
You had the saddest face.
Oh my God.
So you got you good.
Yeah, I'm good.
So keep the racing to the track, like I know you will. And be safe out there. You're a great driver. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, you're
I
welcome.
really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
Thanks for messing with her.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
Gotta keep her on her toes.
Oh.
Well, less than an hour ago, you were standing here and you were not a legal driving citizen.
And now I am.
And now you are. Wow, look at that. She's legal. She can race cars and drive by herself now.
An hour ago, I could only race cars.
Well, this didn't all go as planned as far as the car, but you got that.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Which is a really important thing. Everybody at the DLD, I'm used to saying DMV, which is in California, but the DLD here in Utah was very nice, very great to work with, so thank you, everybody. And congrats. You can drive me home now. Technically, she could drive home without me, but I gotta get home.
Gotta get him home.
All right, so the year is 2011, and we decided to build one vehicle that could do Gymkhana, rallycross, and stage rally together.
But that wasn't the part that made it difficult. Well, it did, but not for us. Yeah. We thought we should do a stop animation video, which we had never done before, and we flew to England, was it?
Wales.
Wales.
We flew to Wales because that's where the car was built, right? So we needed to film the launch video of it. We needed to test it for the first time ever. And we only had a span of 3 days to do all of that with the video format that we've never attempted before.
Never attempted before, and then we decided to shoot all the action on actual film, which also is something we had no experience doing. So this was a nightmare. We thought it was gonna take 8 hours.
We slept on beans.
We slept on beans.
We slept on a
Insert
pile
photo
of beans.
of sleeping on beans.
Passed out on beans. That's right. So we were filming the launch video at first, and then Ken would go in the morning and be like, I'm testing. So we would have to go film that. And then we go right back into our setup for the time lapse.
Yep.
It was nuts. We were taking the car apart meticulously, frame by frame. That wheel thing that we did, we were twisting them frame by frame. It was nuts. It was 3 days of no sleep, mayhem.
But it is, I will say to this day, it is top 10 things we've ever made for me. Like, because it was new, it was difficult. I really enjoyed how it finished. In the end, I think it got a bunch of views, but it didn't on launch, which was a super bummer because we put so much effort into it, and it didn't do as well as like some of the other launch videos. But anyway, enjoy the blood, sweat, and tears we poured into this one, and there's probably a reason we never made another stop animation again.
Is that something we could do? I mean, do you got to go check with another boss or something?
Could you picture driving this like on a gravel stage?
No, right?
Oh, God. Oh, so unnecessary.
So unnecessary. So fast, though. So unnecessary.
That was so fast.
Nothing like a little 0 to 60 in a small parking lot.
Yeah. We're here at Audi Tradition. This is like the secret museum. A bunch of really, really special cars that they keep in this like really nondescript office building. Like you wouldn't expect there to be priceless race cars here. Yeah, it's
Except for there's our logoed cars up there.
Yeah. They let you know. I don't know German, but I'm pretty sure that says you can only park here if you are from Audi Tradition.
There's
as
a
well.
Timo.
So
what's up, Timo?
How are you guys doing?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Do you do tours of this to the public at all?
No. This is kind of a hidden place, more or less. I mean, some people know that we are here, but it's not open to public at all.
And that's the crazy part to me, is that this is a workspace. I mean, they have spare parts.
Oh, yeah.
They have.
Well, we're gonna show them all.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
all
we
right.
can talk about
I'm just
it.
really excited.
So on floor 1 is this. and
Okay,
why don't we just
no.
go-
Let's just go inside.
I love
It's like the secret. It's like the secret key.
Wow.
Who would know that? Do we have to blur that? That's like the Batcave entrance.
Oh, look at this thing. Woo! Oh my gosh. Welcome, guys. Wow.
There's no words.
Well, look at that. I mean, these two together.
Look at the side. It says SCCA on the side.
Wow.
All right, so today, because there's so much to see here, I think we'll start with the rally cars. Timo, you take us on the tour.
So we basically put the cars a little bit up in timeline. So this is the first one we tried to go on the rally stages with Harald Demuth. Front-wheel driven car, mechanical injection, 1.6 liters.
Can we see under the hood on this one?
Yeah, of course.
Woo, man. This is like old school tech. It's wild.
This is kind of the beginning of this.
This is pre-Quattro era.
Pre-Quattro, right.
Ken's like, cool, show me the Quattros.
I was gonna.
Where this sign starts is where Ken's interest starts.
I mean, those are cute. And it's great to see Audi's history there, but this is where my knowledge of Audi starts.
Yeah. We start with a Group B A1, basically, a Group B A2 car.
Hey.
I know, the ultimate.
The real deal. I love the livery, the Stig Blomqvist car. I raced Stig the first year that I raced championship. Yeah, he raced Rally America that year that I started. I think I beat him in one event. It was only because there were night stages, and he didn't drive very confidently at night because his eyes.
A lot older
he's
now.
just a lot older. I love seeing the variations in the liveries too, from the red and brown and gray to them mixing in the yellow over the years.
Seeing the fenders grow.
I love to see some fenders grow.
The fenders grow and the cars shorten. This is the beginning of Sport Quattro.
So you can see the rear wheels actually line up, but look how farther back this wheel is compared to that wheel.
Well, because Quattro came out and basically Audi just dominated on gravel, but the Lancias were still fast on the tarmac. So they shortened the wheelbase, hoping that they'd be able to just like pendulum through corners faster. And it helped a bit. But it also made such a weird looking shaped car, because if you look at them, it has a really, really steep windshield, right? Where this one has a more relaxed one. And that was to give the drivers headspace in it.
You are such an Audi nerd.
I know. Timo and I text each other when we're not here, okay? I'm just planning my retirement. I'm gonna move to Ingolstadt. I'm gonna come work here under Timo, just cleaning cars. It's gonna be great.
This is where the cars got ridiculous.
Oh,
and
yeah.
when I mean ridiculous, I mean in a very good way.
They're like beautiful in a function over fashion way. I mean, can you think about like the engineers who were putting this together and they're like, this isn't working. I don't know, just rivet something on the side, add in like a NACA
You know that thing you use for the lip? Well, let's put it on the fender too.
So this is the ultimate version without Pikes Peak.
Right, but Rally, this is what ran in '86. This livery, this setup, this was the end of the era right here. So this is what I've dreamt about.
So this is the one
since I was
you're gonna
a
let
kid.
Ken drive, right? You know what, how about both of these?
I don't even know what this is.
At some point, the people who ran Group B thought, we need cars that are even faster and scarier than Group B. This was Group S, which was a prototype. So the idea was that instead of production cars, they were gonna move to a more like Le Mans style prototype build.
We're supposed to build 2 cars at least, but the first one never left the building,
It was just a
whatever.
concept.
So this is the one which was
Actually
existing and actually is now running.
Everybody thinks of Group B as like the golden era of rally, but there was actually something beyond that didn't happen.
The apex predator for the apex predator.
Right, yeah.
And they're sitting right here together. It's pretty wild to see that.
In between these two cars, there was another car existing, which was basically a Ur-Quattro, Group B rally car, with an engine moved into the rear. What? There are 2 pictures or something like this existing, but the car got spotted pretty early in terms of testing, and then they took it out of the way.
Does this run?
It runs, yeah, it runs. Wow. Actually pretty well.
What engine is in it?
It's the same than the Group B engine, the 5-cylinder Group B engine.
So this handles better than that.
Maybe. Actually, I have to admit that it might be a good comparison between the 2 cars, how they handle and what the difference are.
You take these things out of here?
We take some things out of here, yeah.
Any of the Quattros, like, would be cool to drive, but this would be my dream. And I mean, to compare it with that thing, just to see what that would be like, I mean, complete one of one. So, I mean, is that something we could do?
Yeah, I think so. We can do because we take them out for demo runs. And
I mean, you gotta go check with another boss or something.
I know, of course, I know your regular stuff you're doing, right? If we all agree that we get a little bit smooth and more gentle to stuff, that might work.
You suggesting that? Have you seen our videos? Tell me you haven't seen our videos without telling me you haven't seen our videos.
So, just to be clear, we're gonna take these out?
I think we take these 2 out.
Wow. This is unbelievable.
This one, like this one, I kind of, but this is like, how many people have driven this? 3?
5.
5 people. By the way, now you shook his hand. Can you read what that says? Just ain't care. That's the guy you're letting in the car. No mechanical sympathy. Timo, you can come work for Hoonigan. I got plenty of non-running Audis you can work on.
I mean, I've worked with some great manufacturers in the past, and none of them have offered me to take their cars out of their museum, and go rip them around.
These are so special, they don't even let people in the museum drool over them. They keep them here. Yeah, plebs don't get this.
All right, man. Woo! So we get to do this today?
We can go drive these now? All right, so we're here at an airbase outside of Ingolstadt because these cars, this and that, are too loud to run at Audi Sport, which is why I love this car. Are you excited? I mean, what's your excitement level right now?
I mean, it's very, very high. I mean, we're in Germany, in Ingolstadt, with an actual car that was raced by Walterall at Monte Carlo. This, was one of the dream cars. Granted, it's detuned a bit to save it for
They were
the
quick
years.
to tell us that the car was detuned. And they gave us this reason that they wanted it to last forever. I think they just detuned it for Ken. I'll be quite honest. So Ken, try not to break that one, but we'll start with this. I don't think I've ever been more jelly than you than right now. Like, you've driven like 1,400 horsepower cars. This thing has like a whopping 300, but it was Walter Rawls, which is kind of cool. Have fun. Sounding car.
So one of one. There's only one of these.
One of these. This.
Wow.
It's a prototype car.
So if this is like 2.5 million, what is this worth?
Much more than this one, but I don't.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, good luck, don't crash it. 5th person to ever drive it, what could go wrong? Whoa, whoa, whoa. He got that more sideways than the S1, just trying to make a turn. All right, so I just got to watch Ken drive 2 dream cars. So you want to tell me? You can at least tell me about them.
Well, I mean, this really is dream come true
Yeah.
day. Like, I got to drive that thing.
Museum cars, actual pulled out of a museum.
Yes. You know, just the fact of Group B Monster World Championship winning. It was just incredible. Incredible to be able to rip this thing around. Of course, the ideal thing would be able to do it on an actual tarmac stage, but this thing being $2.5–3 million, I wouldn't want that kind of responsibility. But it was, I mean, at least here I got to kind of explore a bit of the, you know, the understeer, oversteer, and do it in a really safe and easy way. So
And you only made Timo like cringe like 37, 38 times, I think. So, and then he just stopped breathing and passed out on the last slide.
And that's on just an open field.
Yeah. Imagine actually going down a gravel stage with it.
They wouldn't let me do donuts. So yeah, that was incredible. But this thing, same engine, so to feel that horsepower delivery, but from a mid-engine and a sort of more balanced car, that was really fun because this thing just understeers so badly, but this has just more of a nice turning balance. And I started to get the feel of what it would do, and I was like, okay, slow down. Like, I got near the edge of the grass once, and I'm like, nope, not touching the grass.
Could you picture driving this like on a gravel stage?
No, frightening. I can't imagine that thing at full power on gravel. That would just be insane.
If this is like the killer bees, these are the suicidal S's? What would have this been called?
But man, thank you, Audi. Starting off this relationship in a very good way, so thank you. Once again, Audi's letting us take cars out of the museum. All right, so I kind of need one of these.
Yeah, this is kind of cool, right?
Greetings from my mudroom. My mudroom in my home here in Park City, Utah. Today we're going to show you in this episode my favorite dog walk in the entire world, where I hike up through the city, up into the mountain here above my home, and ride back to my house on my snowboard. I'm pretty lucky to live in such an amazing little town in Utah. I live at about 7,000 feet, and I have 2 Siberian Huskies that I have to get out and exercise every day or they yell at me. This is one of my favorite ways to get out and get them worn out. These 2 Huskies that I have, one is named Yuki the Destroyer, and the other one is Bentley Chicken Fingers. Yuki got her name because she's all white, and Yuki means snow in Japanese. The Destroyer part comes from when she was very young and we adopted her. She was sick, and when we got her home and got her well, she went from being this slow and quiet dog to a very hyper and very active dog that liked to chew and destroy a lot of things. So that's how she got her name. And Bentley, we decided to adopt him from a breeder when we were in England. We decided to name him some sort of British name. So my kids were coming up with names like Charles and Bentley, and one of my kids yelled out, Chicken Fingers. So he ended up with the name Bentley Chicken Fingers. So we've had them both. I think Yuki's around 8 or 9 and Bentley's, I think, 6. And they're amazing dogs, but they need exercise. For reference, for people that don't live in the mountains, a mud room is actually the room that we come in and out of the house when we go outside to do activities, snowboarding, sledding, hiking, all those sort of things that involve a different set of gear than normal, and also dealing with snow and mud that might be tracked back into this room. So this room features a lot of things that maybe a normal room in a normal house wouldn't, like a full drying wall. You can put boots on here, you can put gloves on here, you can put beanies on here, jackets, whatever. There's a timer that you just set, so that's fully built into the wall. We have other things such as the board rack. We keep all the family's snowboards. I have 3 kids and a wife, so we all have a couple different boards for different types of riding that we're gonna do. On top of that, we have a full storage unit here. DC supplies us with lots of boots, lots of gear for not only us, but we have a lot of guests that come into town. So we need to make sure that we always have enough equipment for people to be able to borrow. Another feature here, obviously, is a workbench. So we've got tools, we've got wax, a whole drawer full of stickers. And yeah, we've had even fun decorating this room. So everything from nice furniture like the Eames furniture to this light that's actually a bunch of cut up used DC snowboards. So you can actually see one of the old Mountain Lab snowboards right here that DC made. Aspen trees are something that's very common in the Wasatch Range here where Park City is located, and wanted to bring that element here into the room, but wanted to do it in a fun way. So I designed this aspen type wallpaper with our graphic designer for the team, and it's like an 8-bit style design. And one of the biggest features of this room, besides obviously full bar with coffee and fridge and all that, is this wall over here. So what looks like just a general wall is actually 6 lockers. So everyone in the family has a locker, including a spare locker at the end. I'll open you up and show you mine. So the doors themselves are actually made to vent. So you can see that, you know, this is not a solid door. There's a gap in here in the door. Whatever, we want to be able to let it vent and dry. As you can see, lots of DC snow gear, jackets, bunch of DC boots down there. I actually keep all my stuff in here for snowboarding, and this is all my backcountry snowmobile stuff and all that gear. So I fit a lot of stuff in here. That's pretty much a room. I'll detail a bit more of the dogs because the dogs have some special stuff, but I should probably get changed first and then we can go through that stuff. You ready? Kind of made a mistake here though. I'm too ready. I still have to get the dogs ready and get my backpack with my board on it. So back to the hat. Okay, this is really hot. I'm gonna take this DC powder board. As you can see, big scoop nose, smaller tail, union bindings from Baldface. The great thing about this board too is it actually works really well on groomers. Like, you can ride this anywhere on the mountain, but it is so good in the powder. It's the best board I've ever ridden in the powder. This is DC's first real foray into a big scoop nose like this, and they killed it. I'm gonna mount this up on this backpack. And that's the basic setup of how we're gonna hike up. But also I have a set of snowshoes that I've had for years. And the main thing about snowshoes is this deep Utah powder here, your feet can just sink down like 3 or 4 feet sometimes. So the snowshoe just helps you be able to float on top. You may sink 4 to 6 inches, but every step's pretty consistent and you get a lot of traction heading up the mountain. So snowshoes, very important for backcountry hiking. So that is enough of my preparation. Now we gotta get the dogs ready. They're about to get very excited as soon as I start pulling out the stuff to put on them. One important thing about these dogs is they're Siberian Huskies. They don't have a desire to please you. Unlike a lot of other dogs that'll stay right by your side, Huskies are a pack breed that likes to hunt. They would like to take off and just hunt whatever they can smell and not listen to me whatsoever. Belly, come here. Come on, Belly, come on, come. So these dogs have been trained on electric collars, so they're taught how these collars work and how they have to respond. It's a little sort of zap that they get, a buzz. Doesn't really hurt them, it gets their attention. Now, I rarely ever have to do it, but it's just a way of controlling them because they've been trained on it. This is a remote that I have to carry. See, remote buttons. So there's a little switch there to go between the dogs. Yuki! Yuki! Yuki, you wanna go for a walk? Yuki, you wanna go for a walk? Huh? Yuki, come here. Yuki, come, sit. Sit. Oh, good girl. Good girl. So we just get the collar on good and tight because it's got to be able to reach their skin through their fur. Also on top of these collars, there's this system here that's actually a GPS tracker. Random side note, Bentley has gotten away from someone that was walking him before that was 8 miles away, completely across town, through all the busy streets, neighborhoods. He made it all the way back those 8 miles, all the way back to our house and came to our front door. Don't know how he did that. You ready? So to them, these colors mean this is a good time. This means they're going out, they're going for a good hike. On top of that too, treats gets them stoked because then they know they get a little reward every once in a while because I call them back every couple minutes. CBD makes some very good treats. So I just take a couple of these and put them in my pocket. Yuki, you want a treat? Huh? You want a treat? Oh, such a good girl. See, now they know. Huh? Now they know. On top of that, I've got to walk the dogs through part of town. So Wolfgang is one of my sponsors and they make really nice products. So both the dogs have collars on made by Wolfgang and here's a brand new leash that will pop open. So this is one of the leashes they made with my livery from 2019, designed by Troy Lee. Good girl. You're going to be a filmer today, Yuki. We get to see your filming skills. All right. You guys ready? Let's go. Up. Okay, let's go. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Whoa. Yay! Not impressed. Okay, come on, let's go. Good girl. Okay. Wait. All right, well, we made the long climb up. That's good training for me. Good for the dogs. Oh, good girl. And now it's time to switch from the snowshoes to the board and ride down. Okay, let's go. Okay, you can come on. Come on. Come on, puppies. Yeah, come on, this way. All right, well that's it. You've now seen what I think is the best dog walk in the world. From down here in the city, up on the mountain, back down on the snowboard. And I think it's time to go sit in the hot tub. Goodbye. Okay, come on, go.
All right, so this next video is from a piece of land that Ken had bought early on. It was called Gravel Labs. He's since sold it, but the idea was that he wanted to build like a private gravel sort of, you know, test facility, which is what eventually became In-Care Acres, but it was a different place. But this was a really cool video. It was a lot of fun to make. It was just kind of a fun test day with Ken and Travis, but it's also where I first met Pierre Wikburg, who before this point was just like a famous snowboard director and filmer. This was really his first kind of filming cars, and then that created a whole world of Pierre. Like, how much time have you spent on the road?
Pierre became as much of a character as he became a director. I mean, Pierre on the road was a thing, and the funny thing about that was we had started making vlog content before vlog content was even a thing with Pierre. Pierre was pretty good at it, but this predates YouTube. No, this was like right at the beginning of YouTube.
Well, this was when YouTube was still the Wild Wild West. It was just putting stuff up.
Yeah.
Obviously, this song that is on here was not licensed because you didn't need to do stuff like that. Okay, perfect timing, Pierre. Pierre is just hitting us up right now. Pierre,
what up?
How you doing? So, like, you're on camera. Do you guys, should I screen record this?
Yeah, please.
I would screen record.
Hold on 1 second. Luckily, I got that feature saved. There we go.
I didn't know you could screen record if I'm on camera.
Hey Pierre, you're gonna help us out right now, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna clap so we can sync this.
I'm gonna put a hat on.
There we go.
I got the clap.
You got the clap. All right, so Pierre, we are here talking we're making a 24-hour reel for 4-3 day, and one of the videos that came up was the original Gravel Lab test practice video, which is where I met you for the first time.
That is true. 2006, maybe.
I believe that was 06. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're doing right now is we're talking about some of our favorite concepts, some of our favorite things we've done. We already covered one of the most grueling videos we've ever made in our life, which was...
Oh, are you asking me?
Yeah, what was the most grueling video we all made together?
Oh yeah, the one in Wales in Llanelli.
Yeah, we've already...
Llanelli. That's it. That's where it was. I can't believe you remember that, Pierre. We slept on beans.
Yeah, so we've already covered that, but of all the other stuff, like what was like some of the standout stuff that like you remember doing with Ken? Like what were some of the videos that you look back at? And you know, like we obviously know the Gymkhana films and all those were really special, but like what were those ones that were almost forgotten that really stood out?
Well, I mean, there are so many, and I mean, since Ken passed, I've come to realize there's probably 20 or at least a dozen videos that are 12, 15 years old and that few people have seen. But for me, obviously, the most pivotal one was when we mixed snowboarding and the Subaru in 2007 at Snow Park in New Zealand.
Oh yeah, that was wild.
I mean, it's 3 days of so many pivotal things. I think in Ken's head, I think it was like right at the time as McRae was passed away, and then Ken broke his back, and he jumped that car, and he got the cover of Snowboarder Mag, which for any snowboarder, be it a professional rally driver or whatever, is a big deal. But I think after that, there was just, you know, it was just kind of non-stop with car things, and I transitioned from, you know, snowboard filmer to car filmer without even knowing it. But I mean, there's been, I like the Twin Peaks.
I forgot about all that.
Oh man, Dirtfish, that was Dirtfish Practice 2012.
Yeah.
We were testing the HFHV for gravel rally for the first time. And we show up and Pierre's there because Pierre always filmed our rally stuff at the time.
Yeah.
And he's losing his shit. And I could not understand. He was like, Twin Peaks, Twin Peaks, Twin Peaks. I was like, dude, I don't
Like,
know
bro, I
what
was
you're
born
saying.
in the 90s.
Yeah, I was born in, I'm not going to tell you when, but yeah, somewhere around there.
It's like, to me, the TV show was like Breaking Bad, Last of Us, like The Wire pivotal.
Yeah, no, Twin Peaks was like the
Well,
first serial
and that's
film.
because in Sweden, you guys didn't get much American content or really content of your own. So when Twin Peaks came out, that was, the whole entire country went nuts for it. And then
Well, it's the first quality thing that came out that wasn't the Cosby Show or, you know, whatever we knew of the U.S.
Right.
But it was, and I was just randomly, it was like Canadian Thanksgiving, and I was randomly up in British Columbia snowboarding, and Ken saw that I was like getting on a train in Seattle or Vancouver or something, like on Facebook or I don't know. I actually, he didn't have Instagram then. I think he got it that week.
we had just started Instagram a week prior to that.
After a long email.
Yeah, that's another story.
It was super annoying because he was like posting stuff and like the likes were like going live, like in the hundreds, and he was just having the best time ever, just obviously surpassing all of us in likes and content, but not even knowing what we were doing.
Well, and Pierre, you showed up to that test at Dirtfish in Seattle where they filmed Twin Peaks, and it turns out that one of the offices at Dirtfish was used in the series. So Pierre, being who he is, decided to do a shot-for-shot homage of Twin Peaks in the middle of a rally testing video. It's the craziest piece of, like, I guess, semi-high art that we've made. Maybe we'll play that right after the gravel lab.
Yeah, it was just such a random thing, and I didn't have any cameras or anything, and I got on the phone, and this guy, Winston, who was working there,
Yep.
he was kind of a snowboard guy too, so he knew of me from there, and then he picked me up, and we got a Canon 5D and an 85 1.2 lens and some other stuff, and then I just had free reign to do whatever I wanted to do. It was such a random shoot and random video, and right about that time with social media, how things work, that, you know, Ken just connected that, oh, Pierre's on a train, like, getting into Seattle, like, I'll just call him and see if he wants to come here. And, yeah, I only had, like, an hour to prepare for, like, the popular culture moment of my life.
Sounds pretty standard for working with Ken. Hey, you got 15 minutes to show up and do your absolute best.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. You got any others, Pierre? Any other top of the list Pierre films?
Just drawing a blank right now. I feel like the one I sent you and Ron the other week when you guys were at 100 Acre Wood. I went to 100 Acre Wood a couple of times, and I feel like that one I did in 2006 was before the Gravel Lab video. Probably the first time I filmed rally cars was this Chemical Brothers music video where I went to Snowdrift and Michigan within like a month, I guess. I just did a video and we showed it to Vermont Sports Car, to Lance and Chris and the Martellis were probably at the Mountain Lab, and we just made this video straight to like a quick time, but Ken was like kind of explaining on how, like this was before Gymkhana practice as well. So we were just like making a music video, like we did skate videos and snowboard videos. But like nobody understood the reason why we did it, except me burning 16mm film in the forest and showcasing it to the Vermont sports car people. And that was just kind of, I think, one of the first little seeds that was planted in my head. And obviously I think everyone else in that little small moto circle that really took off. And I mean, I went to 100 Acre Wood for blogs and stuff before, you know, we did blogs. I actually think we did a vlog on that 2006 one that Hoonigan posted last week.
You did a couple vlogs like early on when we were doing them on, it was like vlog era.
Yeah, we would post them to Facebook.
Yeah, they were all on
no
Facebook.
views.
I guess we should show those too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the blogs things, like at some point Ken was like, it was just so random. Sometimes he would find like a couple of grand per budget. He's like, you want to go to Mexico? You want to go to Adelaide? You want to go somewhere?
Finland?
And let's try out vlogs. I mean, you and Ron were on the team back then, but on that first vlog for 2006, I just asked Travis how he was doing, and then like Ken told the camera how it went, and then we did videos, and 4,000 people watched them, but we were still excited because, you know, you're doing new things, and Ken was like, do you mind filming like these things? Like, I'm like, no, I like it, because as a skater snowboarder, he was the first one to tell everyone that I was not a car guy, but I still made a living filming cars for a decade and a half.
Yeah, and then you came and DP'd Gymkhana 9 and Gymkhana 2 and yeah, a lot of stuff. So anyway, like you clearly bored Ron, he just left. So I guess we'll let you get back to bed in Sweden right now. What time is it there right now?
I don't know. I mean, the kid's asleep, so...
It's nighttime. Yeah. All right, bud. I miss you. See you soon.
All right. Can't wait to see this.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound, just watch no bandit run. Keep your foot hard on the pedal, son, never mind them brakes. Let it all hang out, cause we got a run to make. The boys are thirsty in Atlanta, and there's beer in Texarkana, and we'll bring it back no matter what it takes. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound, just watch old bandit run. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound, just watch old bandit run.
Yes.
Who's the lady with the log?
I would call it a log lady.
Cooper, you remind me today of a small Mexican chihuahua.
There was a fish in the percolator.
But only one has a best friend with one arm. Harry?
To move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back. The world, you're holding back. The time has come to galvanize. Come on, come on, come on. About it too much, you may stumble, trip up, fall on your face. Don't hold back. We think it's time you get up. Crunch time, like a sit up, come on, keep pace. Don't hold back. Put apprehension on the back burner, let it sit. Don't even get it lit. Don't hold back. Get involved with the jam, don't be a prick. Hot chick, be a pig. Don't hold back. The world, you're holding back. The time has come to galvanize. Come on, come on, come on. World, my finger is on the button. My finger is on the button.
Push the button.
Fat paint, not a scratch or a stain. Shifting in the turbo, then we go. Now it's dripping. 4 tires burning up the strips. Donuts on the rims, wheel gripping. Fat paint, not a scratch or a stain. Shifting in the turbo, then we go. Now it's dripping. 4 tires burning up the strips. Donuts on the rims, wheel gripping.
Flip the switch and get the rattle in the trunk, knocking like your neighbor when your dog keep coming in his yard. Whip it hard on the steering wheel, grill like a great white shark mouth. Roof rack and all of that is intact. Smooth sailing, cruise easy with the new champs. I wouldn't buy your new album with some food stamps, man. You know how I serve it. I'm swerving, you nervous, cause you ain't got no plug like a new lamp. It's the dirtiest, wordiest rap kids. Rap trap doors open up like a drawbridge on my car. Kitted down, fitted leather muzzle on the headlights. Give it like 15 minutes on the Dan Ryan. The traffic might calm down. The earth saying I'm the nicest and they like my style. I'm in tune, you didn't know, you might know now. Got cats that never heard me saying they like my sound.
Fat paint, not a scratch or a stain. Shifting in the turbo, then we go. Now it's dripping. 4 tires burning up the strips. Donuts on the rims, wheel grip. Fat paint, not a scratch or a stain. Shifting in the turbo, then we go. Now it's dripping. 4 tires burning up the strips. Donuts on the rims, wheel grip. Whipping work, that steering wheel turn work. The retail price downsize for the originals. The details might put a set on there tonight and roll right by it. What you finna do? The motor vehicle's gripped and comes fully equipped and loaded. This ain't subliminals, as real as it gets. You can point us out there wherever it is. The livest front page news story is 6, so you can see what we did, so you can copy again, homie. And don't think we ain't noticed, and I'm coming back for all that. Don't say we ain't warned you, and I'm just giving notice. Severe storm warnings. I'm in the house, it's a tornado coming. Roofs gone, tops off, let's roll, cause it's sunny though. T-top muscle cars, turn up your stereo. Roll the window down, loud, there you go. Fat paint, not a scratch or a stain. Shifting in the turbo, then we go. Now it's dripping. 4 tires burning up the strips. Donuts on the rims, wheel grip. Fat paint, not a scratch or a stain. Shifting in the turbo, then we go. Now it's dripping. 4 tires burning up the strips. Donuts on the rims, wheel gripping.
Woo! That's fun.
Alright, that's got to be one of the most fun trails I've been on in my life.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That was unreal.
And now we're in Arrowtown.
That was seriously like all time.
Or Friday. I'll say it. You do that one as well? That's two.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are enjoying the content so far. We're going to keep it rolling here for the next, I don't know how many hours, but it's quite a few of them. This next segment is actually one of my more favorite times spent with Ken. It's because we spent basically the better part of 2021 preparing Ken Block to go race the Baja 1000 with Jack's Redline and, of course, the one and only Alan Ampudia. This all came about, I remember the day very vividly. It's either, I don't remember the exact day, somewhere in the end of 2020, early 21, when Ken had mentioned, hey, guess what? We're going to Mexico. Ken knew I loved Mexico because, I'm an idiot. But, so he had, he had said that he was going to race the Baja 1000 with, Jack's Redline and Alan. And we were trying to figure out how do we make something cool that kind of shows the road to that. But does it in a more unique way that's not just like, hey, we're going down and pre-running and all that. And plus, Ken wanted to get Jax up to speed as a driver as well. So that's how we came up with the whole Wopocalypse Now series, which was basically, Ken showing Jax Redline how to drive rally cars, essentially forcing him to go and do the sport that he loved because he was going to go do the sport that Jax loved. Which was actually rad, and Jax was not bad at all at driving rally. Actually, pretty crazy. I think he's the only other person that's driven one of Ken's current, at the time, rally cars at full anger, full race. I don't know if anybody else has actually driven one of his race cars. So, the first episode in this series, we're kind of, announcing everything, and it's basically, showing this initial test that Ken did at Plaster City in a Geyser Bros trophy truck. Which I believe he drove one of Jack's Redline's old trucks and then this new Geyser truck that they would drive that year in Baja. It didn't have any of the bodywork on it. At one point, Ken, mashed through some whoops at full anger and one of the tires or one of the spare wheels and tires flew off the back and basically lost all the spare shit that was on the back. It was pretty cool. So the second episode in this series, which is one of my personal favorite times that Ken and I had ever spent together. We all went down to Rosarito, Mexico to unveil the trophy truck in its livery for the very first time. And we chose Rosarito, Mexico because that is the home of Papas and Beer, which is owned by Alan Ampudia, Aaron Ampudia, the whole Ampudia family. Shout out to Aaron, Rodrigo, Alan, Big Papa, Ampudia. Basically, we wanted to do it at Papa's and Beer, and of course, Ken is great friends with Lil Jon, and so the timing all just lined up perfectly because, basically he was going to come down there and perform. So he was like, hell yeah, let's announce the truck, let's have a party, let's do the whole thing. And so we got loose. Of course, the best part about doing this in Mexico, in Rosarito, and having the Ampudias, on the team was that we wanted to do some sort of driving stuff, right? So we can kind of show what the truck's doing, whatever, right? And just show some action shots with the truck and its livery. And they basically were like, oh, you want to just go rip it on the beach, which is totally frowned upon in most places, right? But they're like, no, it's no big deal. Called some boys, they shut down the whole beach and just let Ken go wide open on the beach. Hurt was there, Scared the shit out of Hurt. Basically, we made Hurt jump in passenger seat, ride along with him while he just mashed. But it was fun. After that, we had a few hours to kill and then basically released this truck in the middle of a gigantic party. So it was like full-blown spring break time. And we did spring break stuff. So here's the episode. Take a look. This is Rosarito, Mexico at Papas and Beer with Lil Jon. And of course, Alan Ampudia, Jack's Redline, Ken Block, myself, and none other than Hurt. All having a blast in Mexico.
Mexico!
It's like driving a rally car on steroids.
AC, push button drinks in your mouth. Where do I sign up?
First Baja 1000 debut, we get him a win.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We're gonna hit him with a Baja update! We are officially back in Baja, in Rosarito, Mexico, right next to one of the baddest party spots just south of the border. We got some big news to announce regarding the Baja 1000, and this man right here, Mr. Ken Block.
Make them say,
We are officially unveiling this brand new Geyser Brothers G6 trophy truck wrap in the It's a Living livery that matches now all of your race cars.
Yes, I have a complete set, a truck, Subaru rally car, and a very nice Porsche that I'll be racing in Kenya. So thank you again, Ricardo, for doing such an incredible job on all our livery. Some incredible vehicles and some of the best races in the world.
So there's a really specific reason we're down here in Rosarito, Mexico, and that's because we are announcing the final member of your team for the Baja 1000.
Yes.
So what's the deal? Hit them with it.
Yeah, well, the Baja 1000 is a very long race. It typically takes 2 to 3 drivers. So we rounded out the team with a third driver. So it's myself, 16-year-old Jack's Redline, and the newest member of our team, Alan Ampudia. Alan is a former winner of the Baja 1000 just 2 years ago in 2019. And Alan is from this area. Alan and his family own Papas and Beer, 2 of the biggest clubs and venues in all of Mexico.
So it was only right that we do this whole unveiling of this truck there.
Yeah, it's the last time we came down, unveiled the truck, and had a very special friend of ours help us with that, which is Lil Jon. We coordinated with him and the club, the Ampudias, everyone to come down, bring the truck down, unveil it in the middle of a big party. Let's cut to that action.
Shout out to my homie Alan Amp, Ken Block. We're gonna reveal the Hoonigan Papas and Beer truck right now. Let's motherfucking see this. I wanna see this truck. I wanna see the truck. Oh, fire!
good times. It's also incredibly loud in that nightclub, so we couldn't really talk to Alan here on camera, so I mean...
Why don't you just come over here and introduce yourself, bro? My man. So, Mr. Alan and Pootie, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining this party, bro.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be partying with you guys. I'm excited. It's gonna be fun.
Your family has been desert racing and short course racing now for 30 plus years, right?
I mean, since I can remember, since before I was born, my dad's been racing since the late 80s, so it's a long lineage of history there. But yeah, I'm really excited to hop on this truck and show what we can do.
But it's amazing though how big off-road racing is down here in Mexico though. Just driving around, you see score stickers and monster stickers. I think it's really rad how much the Mexican culture loves racing. This dude's won. This dude's won one of the biggest, longest rally type events in the world. So stoked to have you like
Thank you for
part of
having
our
me.
team.
Yeah.
What's it like to win the Baja 1000 being like from here, man?
There's no really words to explain it. I've been asked it many times since we won it in 2019, and it's just a dream come true. That's what it is, literally.
What were your expectations that year that you won?
It was our actual second full season in a trophy truck. So we're very new to the class and running with the top guys in the world in any form of motorsports. I did not think we were there yet, but obviously I'm a competitor. I knew that we had the truck, the equipment, the driving abilities. We do our homework pre-running. It ended up working out for us, and it rained out. It was nice and muddy, so I like that.
Let me ask you a question. Have you driven this yet?
Not this bad boy, which I'm very excited about because my truck has half the horsepower basically. It's a small block, this is a big block, so I'm really excited to get in the seat of this thing.
Tell us a little bit about your family and the business here.
We've just been part of Baja. I mean, everyone that talks Baja talks papas and beer. It goes hand in hand. We just throw awesome parties. If you haven't been here, you should. We throw really big festivals now on the beach with Baja Beach Fest, and we just bring a lot of cool artists. Like this weekend we have Little John with us, and yeah, super amazing and just humbled to be here, be able to share with you guys.
And even as a kid, I knew of Papas and Beer. And you have a location here in Rosarito, and the one I knew of was Ensenada, right?
Yeah.
I've spent many nights at Papa's and Beer in Ensenada. Some of them don't remember so well. But part of the course.
Yeah.
It's Mexico, baby.
Nights you won't forget, but can't remember.
Yeah.
Right?
One other brief thing to mention too is to help get myself prepared to come race with these dudes is I'm actually going to race the first part and qualify for Vegas to Reno. So that's part of my education.
It is the longest, most grueling, most brutal off-road race in America.
That's a new part of what we're adding to my education this year to get ready to race with this guy at the Baja 1000.
I'm going to make sure that we get this guy his first Baja 1000 debut. We get him a win.
Whoa! I mean, he's calling it.
I didn't come here to play and get second place.
He's calling. I'm not going to call it, but if he's going to call it.
I'm calling it.
Oh, what's up, Jax?
Where do I get one of those?
Yeah, you made it.
I'm one of those.
Yeah.
Man.
What's up, Hurts? We got the whole party here.
You already give us a Baja update?
Yeah, I can hit him. Baja update number 4.
Ride my soul. What's up, man?
What's up, baby?
So yeah, man, we had to bring the whole squad out. Unfortunately, Vinny, Ron, Scotto.
They're in a meeting or something.
Yeah. Well, we want to do a walk around on this. Let's get to the trophy truck. This is a Geyser Brothers G6. It's brand new, and it's powered by one of my favorite things, a big old V8. These new trophy trucks with the big block. 474 cubic inches, made by the boys over at Hoonigans. Oh yeah, look at that. Piping through some pretty gnarly exhaust, custom made by our friends over at Borla. This thing makes 1,000 horsepower, and it actually gets 2 miles to the gallon at race pace, which would seem like not a lot, but that's pretty good, right?
Hey, 1,100 horsepower.
My bad. My bad.
1100 horsepower, naturally aspirated, no nitros, no nothing, just a big ass motor.
So it's crazy fast, and it's able to go over whoops that are tall as you.
So in the rear, right, you got 32 inches of travel and 25 in the front. You got some big old 40-inch Toyo rubber wrapped around a nice KMC bead lock.
Is this a 200-pound setup on one side, like
Actually,
one corner?
It's 150 pounds per corner, per like wheel and tire.
That's a massive setup.
I think my co-driver weighs 150, so he's gonna have to move as much weight as he weighs.
Yeah. I mean, you have 2 Toyos sitting on the back. Just don't hit rocks, and you won't have to.
600 on the corners, and then another 300 sitting out, probably at the worst place ever for the handling of a vehicle. From what I learned, actually losing some of these, the whole truck is built around having this weight back here. So the way that the truck handles and how the suspension works, it's used to having 300 pounds sitting out here in the weirdest position ever.
And so it's got a 97-gallon fuel cell, right? So what, it's like 6.1 pounds per gallon?
Roughly 6 gallons.
So you got almost 1,000 pounds of weight just lugging this thing down. Is that for grip?
The truck just settles and just goes.
So it's loaded. All the suspension is loaded and set.
And it keeps the front end just tapping over all the rest.
Well, what's the overall weight?
It's actually 6,450 pounds fully loaded. That's race weight with everything.
That is a heavy performance vehicle.
How many co-drivers is that?
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's 2.5 of me.
Out back, you got a 10.5-inch ring gear, fully trussed, rear housing, all of the good stuff. You got the Lawrence navigation, and of course, all the rigids are tucked behind the grill. You got a whole bunch of adapts back there. Oh, yo, this is sick.
Right?
Oh, I didn't even notice that. You got a bunch of coolers back here, triple fan setup.
Yeah.
Got the jack.
Oh, look, you notice this too?
Yeah.
That's how you know you're in a race car, is when you got the little flaps for the radiator, let the air out.
Yo, this thing actually has like the hydraulic jacks that just pop out too.
Really?
Like in rally, if we get a puncture, there's a very specific system that we park. I have certain jobs, like getting the jack out, getting it going. Alex gets the tires, he moves them around, I put the tires away. A little different in the trophy truck.
You get a puncture during the race, and the race continues, so you have to figure out how fast you can get the tire changed to keep going. So me and my co-driver, I like to get out also. I'll get the tire, he does the jack, I get it on, he impacts it, I put the new one on. Where you might like it more, where Alex gets out and he does all of it, and you sit there and drink some water, whatever you like.
Well, I have heard about this, where the drivers, certain drivers just don't get out,
Yeah,
right?
it just depends on the person.
So, and it's a hydraulic jack.
I'm into it.
So there's just a switch inside.
Yeah.
All drivers got to do is hit it. Jack comes down, it lifts up the whole side of the truck. No matter which tire you're doing, or if you want to do both, the one jack will do it.
If you're looking at everything back here, it looks pretty streamlined for you guys. Because you got your jack, drive shaft, spare tires. Honestly, like, this is a race truck, but this is what it looks like when I drive my street cars around. I gotta have all of this at all times.
It's this, but it's just like rolling around in the trunk.
No matter what, you can still win the race.
Exactly.
So you gotta be ready to fix it.
Yo, something I just noticed, you have paddle shifters in this. That's sick. So you don't have like the OG Sidewinder.
Yeah. Keep your hands on the wheel. It's only a 3-speed, and you only use second and third. So really, it's just you're going between those 2 gears. But the difference between going down and you're able to shift in the middle of the corner instead of taking your hand off is...
Yeah.
It's got probably one of the smallest handbrakes I've ever seen for this size of vehicle.
This is like half the size of like your handbrakes.
But I do enjoy the fact that it has
But
a
when you have
handbrake,
feet of travel just moving around, the body roll is just insane.
And because you're out in the dirt, in the dust, all the buttons are very big. I'm used to like these small little dainty buttons in the rally cars. Nope, these are giants.
So coming from rally cars, a little more smaller, nimble, all that stuff. Sitting here, strapping in full Hans helmet, is it a lot different in this big truck?
You know, it's like driving a rally car on steroids, you know? It's huge.
It's like, but going from a rally car, like, oh, the corner's right there. It's like, oh, well, the truck starts here and it's way over there.
Yeah,
so you got to
like
keep that in mind too.
Your whole mind of where you are is completely different.
And for how well it's set up for the bumps, it still handles pretty darn well. Yeah. And I actually enjoy it. The thing moves around so much, you can really feel the weight transfer a lot. So
yeah, I imagine that's
really
pretty fun.
Yeah, it's really fun to drive. The driver has all these buttons, all these different things we can control, along with the GPS and you know, RPM, that sort of thing. But over here, This is insane.
You got the TAC readout, all your displays, and then you got this gigantic GPS unit. Yeah, and these buttons are really big.
Yeah.
I like the drink button. So do you have like a dispenser in here?
So you have a pump that actually pumps it into your mouth when you press the button. So you have stuff like that.
Well, you're not kidding.
I'm completely serious.
Is it? This thing's got a Tecate dispenser.
The buttons have everything from putting water in your mouth to changing the angle of your little light bars and turning them off. You can make them flash, and you can do a speed limiter.
This is rad. And then obviously you got a Parker pumper set up. Parker pumper, for those of you who don't know, it's basically just like it just filters out all the dust and dirt so you can actually breathe when you're driving through silt and all the gnarly stuff.
And it's not only a Parker pumper, it's actually air conditioning.
Your race car has AC?
I've been asking for AC in one of my race cars forever.
Yeah.
I've never gotten it. So I finally get to drive AC.
So pretty much you plug this fancy hose into your helmet, and it's pumping cool air right into you.
Bro, this is why you need to be racing trophy trucks full time.
So the major cliff notes are AC, push button drinks in your mouth, guy fixes everything for you, and you push a button to jack your vehicle up. Where do I sign up? This is a beautiful thing.
You want to take it for a rip?
Yeah.
Can
I
you?
have no helmet or seatbelts though. Don't try this at home.
Don't try this at all. Don't try this at all.
For the sake of this video, I think we should start it up so we get some real sounds and obviously a little rip up and down the beach just to give it a little example. We have a big test in a couple weeks with it and running to Vegas to Reno. For now, we'll just a little rip here on the beach.
I like that. I think the people would like that too. Yeah.
She sounds real good up top.
Let her eat, man. See what she do. Oh, we got a plane.
I did not breathe that whole time. I screamed the whole time. I did not breathe the whole time.
That's good. That's fun. That's fun. Hey. So, with this complete our episode.
All right.
You done? You done? That's it. See you on the next one.
My eyes are watering, but from happiness, not from fear or anything like that.
This is the most laughter I've seen out of Ken ever.
Yeah, laughing at me.
Today's goal should be jumping.
What a beautiful morning. The sun's coming up over the Mexican skyline. In case you haven't noticed, everything is Mexico now because everything requires a update. Hi, Ken.
From California.
From California.
But, I mean, it's definitely Baja type stuff.
Yeah, we're Baja testing.
We're off-roading today. Heavy off-roading. today's goal should be jumping.
You've got two aeronautical vehicles here. One just has more wheels than the other.
It's early, and the reason why it's so early is it's the desert and it's hot, and it's supposed to get to be like 120 today, so spicy. We arrived here at 5:30 or 6 this morning to start getting Alex and I really ready to race Baja. So we're out here for 2 days. This place is called Plaster City. It's one of the test sites in California that a lot of people use for trophy trucks. Has a lot of very good sections that really mimic, you know, the off-road race world. We're gonna shred this thing around with a new helicopter. Shane Redline, Jack's dad, owns this, flies this, helps at the races with it. So we decided to wrap it to match the truck, you know, just for the real authentic team deal.
In the words of the late, great Dom Mazzetti,
excessive matching is next to godliness.
And the funny thing about it too is like we thought of the livery from It's a Living going on, the Subaru I'm racing, the Porsche, the Tuthill Porsche I'm racing in Kenya, and then seeing it on the trophy trucks, really amazing. And then the Kazi looks incredible, and we're like, well, yeah, might as well put it on the heli too. And
it looks sick.
I think it's actually my favorite thing. It just looks so ridiculous and incredible.
How many times have you driven this now? I mean, if we're...
Well, this will be the 4th time. So the initial test here on a Rosarito Beach, then Team O'Neill racing it through the 2.5 mile rally stage there against the Subaru STI. So this has all been great seat time to get used to the truck and start getting up to speed. But now it's getting serious. So this is Alex's first time in an actual off-road situation to be in the truck. We're working on notes and how we're gonna do our note system. We're gonna practice tire change. It's a lot of really simple stuff from the ground up. I mean, I've never changed a tire on a trophy truck, so we need to know that in case it happens during the race. This is the time that it really starts to get serious, this test, and then a few other things that we're doing after this to get fully up to speed. And I'm really stoked. Can I get in the truck yet?
Yes, you can.
All right.
Let's go! Alex, A, how's the trophy truck? You like it?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, can't thank the team enough for giving us the opportunity to drive it, test it, get familiar with it. We feel really good and confident going into the first race.
Nice. Can I talk to you about
your notes process?
We are writing stage style pace notes here. Exactly the same system that Ken uses in rallying. You know, 1 to 6, where 6 is flat out, 1 is a hairpin. Plus we're adding some accessory notes because the racing is quite unique. It's got like severe dips and many soft sections and berms you can use, which we don't have really in rallying. So, but the system is the same. So this morning we practiced a little bit on a 5-mile stage, and we were able to replicate what we do in rallying, but with a trophy truck. How cool is that?
Hell yeah, man. Well, sick. So it's pretty much the same. So you got a lot of some right fours and what is that? Opens? Is that opens?
Titans.
Titans. Oh,
critical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here there is a rock on the inside. It's like a big one. So we have a down cut. You know, here we go through a junction. So over the junction narrow, and then the stage opens up. Well, the course opens up a little bit. We keep calling it stage because of our rallying background. But look, we see it as a stage because of this. You know, the only difference is we are in a different vehicle, but we're doing the same procedures we do in rallying.
Nice, man. Ash Thorpe is here, who did all of the radical renderings on pretty much every car we've done in the last 2 years. Sick.
Look at me, Mom.
I
just came out here in the middle of the desert just to see that. I think Ken's having himself a good little time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, bud.
Oh yeah.
So rad.
Nice.
Incredible machine.
Sick.
Outstanding.
You going out for more? Or?
No, we're done.
Okay. Good times though.
Outstanding. Thank you so much.
How was it?
Like a big marshmallow that's extremely angry.
Angry marshmallow.
It sounds amazing too. Having the exhaust right back there too, but it was so crazy, like seeing the jump, and then like I kind of tensed up, and then it's full vert, and then we land, and it just felt, it's just weird. It's weird to be in. It's incredible.
Thanks for coming out. By the way, how long did it take you to do like all the renderings for this one?
The renderings, Ken and I worked on them for about 2.5 months, I think. Gave me about 3 months heads up, I think. Yeah, but it was a long time. A lot of work getting this all set up, because we modeled all the inside and textured them. Yeah, I got all the details. Like, it's cool seeing this stuff, all the details here, like adding all that age and stuff in the 3D model and stuff too.
Really?
Yeah, and I think KMC gave us the CAD file to actually use for the renders too, so it turned out like machine perfect too. So.
Man, that was a great way to end our testing episode.
Yes, it was. Well, how was the test? You feel comfortable a little bit more?
Yeah, I kind of know how I can jump now, so that was a lot of fun. High speed jumps, slow speed jumps, poppy jumps, Ash Thor jumps.
Yeah, AT jumps. Yeah.
Well, I guess on that note, is that a wrap?
That's a wrap.
That was incredible. The Kazi was a whole different thing. This is
I don't know, it's just weird. It's like
it's a giant marshmallow, it feels like.
Yeah, it was like it would bottom out. Sometimes you'd feel it, not bottom out, but it would hit the bump stops or whatever. But it was like still then it was still eating everything up.
Yeah.
That was insane.
This is a great spot to actually capture the truck in slow-mo. It's hot. You know, this filming stuff's hard work.
We are out in the desert. It's only 7 a.m. and it's like 110 degrees, but testing trophy trucks, which means it's time for a Baja day!
It's time in California. Not Baja, California, but California.
Yeah, closer. We're getting closer. You know, we're working our way to Mexico.
And I mean, Mexico is like that hill over there.
Yeah, I mean,
we're about as south as you could possibly get in America.
That's right. We are here in Plaster City, California. It's very close to the Mexican border, kind of by Mexicali, but we're just...
Why is it called Plaster City?
Do you know?
Do you know? We drive by that plant down there at that one corner before the whoops.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I go really fast here, but that's all I know.
I want to go fast. They make plaster there, I don't know.
Yeah, they make plaster there.
Thanks, Evan.
Yeah.
Good, learning new things.
Yes.
In the desert.
So, but why do we come here to test, gentlemen?
Because those whoops right there are the biggest in the country.
There is other rougher spots around here.
Yeah.
But are those in the world of off-road racing? These are some of or the worst? Where do these rank in the world of?
In a race with anything in Mexico, the whoops are going to be pretty similar to this, the same speed, but not so harsh.
I see.
So you're coming in here, and then once you get to Mexico, you're just going to be floating.
So these are more like curves, right? So they're big, they're deep.
We call it square, because you go in and you just hit it because it's angled. But a lot of them in Mexico are just big and round and 20 feet apart and 130 miles an hour. You know.
Today, more science though. We actually want to talk about the shocks that this thing is on, how it handles these whoops that are in 10, actually shows some detail of the whoops. This is a great spot to actually capture the truck in slow-mo going through these whoops. So science today, we're gonna capture that. We're gonna talk to our man at King Shocks to hear the detail of what makes these things work. And then we're gonna go back out and have some fun. So let's go talk to our man with the shocks.
We actually got the Big Daddy King out today. We got Mr. Brett King here, if I can find him. He's probably chilling in the shade like a smart man. Hey Brett, give me a high five. So everybody in off-road knows that if you're gonna go through the big stuff, this branding is generally on your shocks.
That's pretty correct.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
They make great stuff, and the fact of the matter that blows me away is this truck's over 6,000 pounds. There's 1,000 pounds sitting out here, and to my mind, one of the worst spots ever for a vehicle to have a bunch of weight, and these things handle incredible. So thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It is absolutely amazing what these trucks will do. Not only does it do it, but when you see those bumps, you want to downshift and go faster through those bumps because that's the way the car works better.
Could you give us some information here? Because obviously you got a lot of tubes, you got a lot of coils and stuff. So what are we looking at up front here?
Right here has the big, a 3-inch coilover, right? And any car that's over 5,000 pounds, we really like the big coilover. It's very important. The shock next to it is the bypass tube shock.
Okay.
And this particular shock is a 4.5 5-tube bypass piggyback shock with a finned reservoir.
So okay,
this shock
4.5 is the inch, like that's the diameter, right?
That's the outside diameter of the shock.
Okay. Let me tuck up under here. We have all these different tubes coming out, right? All of this is like your levels of adjustability, and is that like per the range of motion?
Yeah, basically the piston goes up as some of these other bypasses drop out. The shock gets stiffer. This is a hydraulic bump stop, and it really adds more position sensitive dampening to the car.
So that's like your last ditch effort for when you're fully maxing out, right?
Mm-hmm. The benefit of them is if you're bottoming out a lot and you need to stop the bottoming, you can go put a little more pressure in them.
Nice.
They're air pressure adjustable so that you can adjust your car.
Nobody likes breaking stuff. We break stuff all the time. We haven't broke this yet though.
Knock on wood.
What are we running in the back here for suspension on this truck?
Well, these shocks are a little longer travel.
You can't even see them because they're all tucked behind all this carbon work.
In the back on this truck, there's a 3-inch, 16-inch coilover and a 4.5 7-tube bypass 18-inch travel shock. And then it has the big finned reservoirs. It has like a 5-inch finned reservoir on it. That's to help the cooling of the fluid.
Well, Brett, I appreciate you coming out. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run this thing through the whoops. Ken is. We're gonna shoot some slow-mo. We're gonna show you how all the suspension's working. So let's get running. Man, you look nice and glistening. Is it toasty in there?
Yeah, it's hot. You know, this filming stuff's hard work.
Yeah. Dude, how was that? Because it looks gnarly.
It's so fun. I you know, doing laps around through there are a lot of fun, and just finding little stuff in the desert to jump off is a lot of fun. This is just a giant off-road jumping toy. So I had a lot of fun. I think earlier we hit over 110 in those bumps, maybe closer to 120. So I'll claim 120. And then at least 115. And then even through the filming there, we were going anywhere from 50 to 90. And I mean, the truck just absorbs everything at whatever speed. Of course, it's a lot more sketchy at 120, you know, because it just bounces around and you have to catch it and you have to kind of preempt where you think it's going to be and go and adjust. But man, a lot of fun, some good science today. I enjoyed it.
Is there like a sweet spot where it kind of floats, like speed-wise, over those bumps? Or?
Yeah, as fast as possible. But it all depends on the size of the bumps. So certain spots in there, it just skips. Then you come into certain areas where there's like one big one, so I gotta lift and then power off that one to keep the front end up over the stuff after it. So yeah, there's a lot of more driver input than you would think.
So, next episode, we'll see you down in Baja!
I mean, out here in Plaza City, everything is very, very harsh. There's a bunch of square whoops. You got whoops in the middle of turns, whoops that are rocky, wide open, really fast whoops. You got long whoops, whoops and cliffs, whoopity whoops, big old whoops, and some baby whoops too.
Baja update!
We're actually in Baja.
Things were going really well. We just stopped.
We are here in the greatest stretch of desert on planet Earth. We finally made it here. So if you've been following along up until this point, it's been a pretty wild year preparing for the Baja 1000 for all of us.
You can say that again.
Everything from the livery launch we did with Lil Jon at Papa's and Beer in Rosarito.
Shout out to my homie Alan Ham, Kid Block. I want to see the truck. It's lit.
No way. To testing this truck out in Plaster City with some huge jumps and some of the gnarliest whoops in the world. Along this journey, Ken and Alex managed to qualify third at Vegas to Reno. It's the very first race they ever did in a trophy truck.
Nice. How will he handle Calamity Corner? Be careful, Ken. There's a big hole out there. Oh, look at that. He hucks it.
And we even managed to squeeze in a little Gymkhana action when we set up a Gymkhana grid course out at Irwindale just a few weeks ago. My man, Jack's Redline.
How you doing?
What up, dog? You ready?
Back in Baja.
That's right. Wait a minute. You gonna hit him with it?
We're actually in Baja. Hit you with the Baja update.
Baja update! See, people are learning. So, right now, we are one day out from the Baja 1000. This is the 54th running of this race. Now,
Yes.
how many of these have you done?
You know, so this will be my third, I believe. Pretty crazy thing about this is when you hear the Baja 1,000 miles, right? Last year's was actually 850, something like that miles. This year is 1,260 miles. So we're at La Bufadora, south of Ensenada in Baja. Pretty much this is the shop that we keep our trucks in before the race. Last final checks, get our stuff set up, and go straight to the start line from here.
So this year, things are a lot different. Normally, you come down here to Ensenada, it's a huge party in the streets. Contingency takes up the entire boulevard, and you know, there's thousands of people. Well, it's a little different. This year, it's off to the water. They're not having like the big celebration. The second part that has changed is how the race is starting.
Turn 1 and 2 of the whole entire race, full up to speed. See how sideways I can get this thing off the start line, but then we have a couple miles that is not timed, and then mile 5 is the restart for the whole race. Let us go a minute at a time, and then the race actually starts from there. We go straight from the start line up to 140 miles an hour on the highway. It's so sketchy.
Nice. We like sketchy here. You'll notice Mr. Ken Block is not here right now. That's because him and Alex, over the last few days, have been down pre-running their leg of this race. Check in with them, see what's up, see how that's been going.
All right, we're down here in the Bay of LA. Alex and I just finished 2 days of pre-running. Alex had already come down here before and done a couple passes of pre-running, so we already had notes. So we were able to go pretty quick through our section. And we did it 3 times over 2 days. Most teams actually spend weeks down here, the top teams, to try and win. We have a shorter section, so we were able to do what we needed, and I'm really confident with what we have, but it's not as much as a lot of other top teams have done. We have a really fast section, a couple tricky spots, but I think it's going to be good.
Buenos dias and welcome to beautiful Ensenada. We are here on the water, and it is race day here for the 54th running of Score Baja 1000.
Baja update! We are now live at the Baja 1000. We got our boys here. They're ready to take on the desert. About to line up to the stage, baby. 2 minutes to race time. Let's go.
Up next, we've got Alan and Pudia here out of Ensenada, Baja California, Mexico. They teamed up with Ken Block. It looks like Alex Colosimo, Jack Redline, Steve Covey. Off they run with that Monster Energy machine.
So Jack's left this morning from Ensenada about 5 hours ago. He's about 250 miles in. We've just been hanging out at the beach today because there's nothing else for us to do.
Is this real?
This is genuinely one of the weirdest race experiences I've ever had, but coolest also. So it's an endurance race, it's long. We get in the truck in a couple hours, sun's about to go down. So we'll have dinner, we'll go over to the race course and wait a couple hours there in the pits. Eventually he'll show up. We'll do about a minute driver change, tire change, and fuel. And we'll get on the road and meet up with Alan Ampudia down the peninsula. Race started this morning for Jax and things were going really well. Third on the road, looked like he was third overall, but 50 miles out from where we were sitting at Bay of LA, he just stopped.
Hey, wait, ¿te van a tomar foto?
We were going fine, we were going real good. We pulled into the pit. They said the axle was coming out. We think the axle's too long. It knocked the cap off of the axle. And so now we got some Mexican guys on the side of the course helping us out. We're only a third way through the race. It was going really good. We were running like podium position, but stuff happens in Baja. So what they're trying to do here, they're trying to take the grinder and shorten the axle. So hopefully we'll get the truck back going and take it to Ken and then on to Alan. So I don't know, we're only third way through. See what happens. See ya.
4 miles to go. Copy that. So Jack, he was hammered. He's been in third place all day. Race mile 450. The tracker stopped. So like we're like freaking out. Like what the heck? We'll see what that does to us. But man, at least we're back at it. And here we go. 700 more miles, and we'll hopefully get her to the finish.
How'd it go? Everything was going pretty good. We were holding third forever. We always had a gap all day long.
What is this, race mile 488? And you got about another 800 to go?
Yeah, Ken just got in. Ken and Alex just got in. I guess we're what, 8th on the road, something like that? What are we?
Yeah, there's 25 trucks have started, and you're like 8th physical. I mean, there's 8 trucks.
There's gonna be a lot more braking and stuff, so.
What's up guys, Alan and Pudia here. We're at race mile 635 right after check 2. There's the pit where I get in and Ken Block gets out. I'm gonna take it all the way home to La Paz. Still, long ways to go to the finish. Never give up, so I'm gonna push hard and, do what I do. Still early in the night, so let's see what we can do.
So Alan Impudia is now driving the truck. He jumped in not too long ago. He is currently 7th in the trophy truck class. Hopefully, Alan can make up a lot of time. I mean, there's still 600 miles to go. So we're gonna be going deep into the night. I think I'm gonna try to get some rest. And we'll do another update come sunrise. First thing in the morning Friday here, just got up and checked this score app, and it looks like Alan is about 2 hours out from the finish, and he's currently holding 5th, so he's advanced through the night. So we're gonna head down to the finish line right now, meet up with some folks, and see if we can catch him coming through.
We are here at the finish.
I'm just the driver.
My man Tyler just come through. We got Simon from Trophy Borough here. What's up?
I'm very grateful for all the guys on the
Alan will be coming across the finish line shortly. Alan was holding 4th here all the way to the end, so he's able to cover a lot of ground last night, so pretty stoked on that.
Yeah, Kim Black, Jack's red line, unofficially 4th place right now. Well, they say Baja is a cruel mistress, and that's for sure. And you know, sometimes things happen out here, but it's glad, you know, the good thing is we got you here safe.
Yeah, I mean, we got here safe in one piece. The truck looks good still, so yeah, that's what we can ask for.
Very awesome. I'm going to see if I can get Ken over here and talk to him a little bit. This is not something usually you do. See you sliding around corners quite a bit, and you do that in the dirt, but we threw a few bumps and whoops with you.
Yeah, well, I grew up in Southern California with dirt bikes in the desert, so I absolutely love the desert. My road reading skills from rally work really well in the desert, so I had a really good time. Pre-running was incredible. Racing was fun, but almost dust the entire time we were in the truck. Ah, my eyes! But working with Jax and Alan was amazing, so it was a great partnership. Too bad we had some mechanical issues there right before I got in the truck and lost about half an hour, the 4th place at that time. But, you know, it was a great experience, and I really enjoyed it, and hopefully be back again.
Yo, hey, how was it?
It was awesome. Yeah, just what a fantastic experience. I'm stoked to see our teammates here bringing it home. Looks like it's gonna be a top 5. So we had some issues yesterday, but you know, to be here feels really, really good.
Oh yeah. There you go! And you know what? Congratulations. You have the reddest eyes I have ever seen. Like,
I've been driving since 10 p.m. last night, so.
It is 10:39.
Yeah, I've been up since like 4 p.m. yesterday, so.
Wow. Okay. So, what position were you guys in when you jumped in the truck?
When Ken and Alex gave us a truck, I believe we were like 9th physical, and we pulled into the finish 4th physical. So, yeah, it was a long night, a lot of dust, not very fun. It was not very enjoyable, but you know, we knew what we were getting ourselves into. Happy to be here. The truck is in perfect shape. The toy tires were hooking up all night. No flat tires for any of us, so that was great.
Wait, not a single flat this entire race?
Flat, baby.
No flats?
Amazing. Thank you, Toyo Tires.
No flats?
No flats!
Yeah! Well, gentlemen, you know what? You kicked some ass. I'm really excited that, you know, I'm excited that you're doing Baja, because I feel like this sport, this style of driving really matches your personality.
Yeah,
yeah.
I enjoyed it. I just wish there wasn't so much dust involved, but we just have to get out front, and then you don't deal with the dust as much.
Just be faster.
Right.
Well, I guess on that note, is it Fiesta time?
I guess. Let's hear it.
Baja update! It is Fiesta time because we are done. The truck is in one piece. Everybody made it back safe. Now it's time to go enjoy ourselves in Mexico. Ken, congratulations. Give them.
Yeah.
Micah. Here. Leah. Next up, Leah races Baja 1000 2022.
Solo.
What's it like using a catheter? And can you actually even do it while you're at like race pace? Because like it's
attached, to be honest.
I like the duct tape though.
I tried the duct tape, but then it just came off at some point.
I've only ever been able to do it once.
Yeah. I peed 3 times.
What?
I peed 3 times.
Yeah.
Really?
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is 24 hours of Ken Block for 4-3 day. And up next, we have Footkhana, the video that I don't know if anybody really asked for, but we made it. It's football, aka soccer, and Ken Block with our friend Neymar Jr. So here it is, Footkhana. Enjoy.
sou de maracatu. E samba de preto veio, samba de preto. Quem mata, samba como chegue no final.
All right, Mr. Ken Block, can you please tell me why you brought me to this underground garage?
Dream garage.
You got a mountain bike dream garage. All right.
It's nice having an RS200 and a Can-Am Maverick X3 Max sitting in it too. This is like my space that I get to control, like what I dreamt of as a kid. My toys, my space. It has everything that I need for GoPros and dog leashes and all that. Everything that if I'm gonna go out and do something specific with my bikes and my kids and my wife, it's all right here.
Oh yeah, well let's go check it out. By the way, first and foremost, I like that you got the family sedan here, okay? So,
one of 200 RS200s. It is a Group B rally card. Along with a Can-Am Maverick X3 4-door with a bike rack on it so that we can go out and shuttle around on some of the trails here in Park City.
this is the first time I've ever seen one of your vehicles with this much tread on it, so.
We live in the snow. Most of the winter, there's snow on the ground here. We're out snowboarding. We're walking to and from the lifts from here. So we have a mudroom that we come in and out of. Everyone in the family has their own locker that you keep all your snow gear in, from, you know, all your gear, your boots, your helmet, all that sort of stuff. It keeps it all nice and organized in this mudroom, but we didn't have that for bikes. And so we had bike crap all over the place. Helmets, gear, pads. So I wanted to organize everything in one place. So that's why I came up with this. So these are all lockers, one for each kid and my wife. Each family member has a locker.
That's the daddy locker.
Yeah. Helmets, gloves, glasses, DC shoes, a couple different pair we wear for, these are used for downhill, I use these for pedaling.
Okay.
Helmets is my downhill helmet and goggles. Nice GoPro backpack. They just made a very nice backpack that works well with a bladder for drinking out on a long ride.
Oh, this is a GoPro.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Key to my life.
I dig
it. I like organization. I like garages that can be very organized. This whole thing here was a big part of that. But then also having like a nice workbench, you know, with drawers for, you know, basic tools. And we don't do a huge amount of work on the bikes here, but we do enough to where we can maintain them. It's just a great way to be able to organize that stuff. Sonax makes great cleaning supplies. And if I'm gonna go out with the dogs, we got plenty of Wolfgang stuff here, collars and harnesses, and then GoPro, a nice wall of GoPro stuff. And of course, nice big monster fridge here. Lots of variety of drinks. And then some stuff from my wife's shop, Elements. This is a nice dream setup, just to be able to keep everything organized for bike riding, because we do a lot of that here in the center.
This is an impressive bike wall.
And this isn't even all of them. Specialized has been a great partner for me and the team. They've given us a lot of bikes over the years. I say we pull each one of these down and we'll kind of go through the coolest elements of some of these bikes and show them off. Let's go through my top 5. So this is my newest bike, 2019 Specialized Demo 8 carbon fiber. This livery was actually painted and done at Troy Lee's shop in Corona. So Troy Lee did my livery on the Kazi version 2 that I'm racing this year. So Specialized wanted to make this bike match that car. They sent the frame and the rear swing arm to Troy. He painted all, and then Fox Shocks did a lot of work on this full setup and made some little graphics.
This is full downhill.
Yeah, full downhill. This is basically a dirt bike without an engine. Specialized did a couple sets of nice custom pedals for me. This is one of the raddest bikes I've ever had in my entire life. This is a Specialized Stump Jumper FSR 6 Fat. Specialized built me this one after they saw Gymkhana 8 from Dubai. This livery on my Fiesta was black on black. This particular pattern is reflective. So part of it's flat black and the other part's reflective black. So it's actually one of my favorite liveries too. The pattern here on top is actually from a falcon feather. Falcon earrings, very big in Dubai. Wanted to make a unique and fun livery for that car, but also use some inspiration from Dubai. The 6 Fatty is what they call these tires. So it's a wider tire. It's a 27.5 inch tire, but with a wider footprint. When you're pedaling, it rolls over the terrain really well, but also under braking, like it gets a lot of grip. And because I'm a race car driver, I like to focus on grip. I never like to lock up and skid tires. So these really give me the opportunity to really feel grip and really get a good amount of braking. And it's got, you know, lockout suspension. So going downhill, I have a really nice soft setting for the back suspension. And going uphill, flip a switch right here, and it goes back to being quite stiff in the back. So climbing up hills is easier. This really is one of my favorite bikes for just general pedaling around town, up in some of the basic trails that we have right around the house here. It really is an enjoyable bike. This particular Specialized is an Enduro Evo, full carbon fiber build, and the graphics on it are from my 2016 livery by Philippe Pantone. So this bike in particular actually handles downhill stuff better. You can push a button here, sit down hard on the seat, and gotta go back uphill and start pedaling, just pop the button again, seat goes right back up. And another cool feature about this bike too is the frame down here is actually hollow, and this piece right here opens up, and there's actually a spare tube in here and some spare parts. This is the first bike that I ever had with 29-inch wheels. So these are a bigger wheel, it really rolls over stuff faster, and I'm not convinced one is better than the other. I like both. One of my favorite liveries, graphics, adapted to a bike in a very special way.
So we got a death spray piece here.
This particular bike is a Specialized Stump Jumper from 2018. So this livery was done by Death Spray Custom. He hand painted this in England. And this graphic is off my Kazi version 1 that I raced and happened to burn to the ground with this livery on, unfortunately. But Death Spray likes to be very fun and creative with what he does. So as you can see, there's a logo here that says Ain't Car, which is a version of our Ain't Care logo. Insane. A Kill All Tires graphic on the rims, on these lovely carbon fiber rims. And that's in a font that Death Spray made. And one really special thing about this particular bike is that this, you know, off-white color is actually glow in the dark. Once it's charged by light, when you turn the lights off, it will glow for several hours.
Sick. Nice job on the radioactive paint, Death Spray.
Death Spray came up with that. I thought, hell yeah, that'll make this bike very unique.
Now these got these monster gears in the rear here. Is that just to make it nice and easy to...
Yeah, it's definitely a bit lighter, more of a pedal bike. It does handle the downhill stuff quite well. You know, only a single gear in the front, but all the gear changing goes on in the rear. It's also got the another set of my custom pedals from Specialized. But this is just a beautiful build, one of my favorite bikes. This is a bike I've been riding the most recently.
You can see that, just that little.
Yeah, it's still a little dirty. None of these bikes sit in the garage and do nothing. They all, I get out and ride every single one of them. And if I'm not riding them, like I have several downhill bikes, you know, my friends are riding them. One last special bike. And we don't need our bike stand for this one.
Nice, let's check it out.
Side hack.
First of all, couple things. One, metal flake paint. Two, you got a handbrake on it, and I take it. Does this have 2 motors on it?
No.
Or is that just the battery there?
Well, the battery is just for the pedal assist. There's variations in how much power and specialized system that you can program into how much it assists you push.
Okay. This is just pedal assist. It's not like you can just like lean on it.
There's no throttle per se. There's no button you push to just go. You pedal, and basically the motor, the battery and the motor assists how much power that you have to drive forward. So it's a bit of a novelty, but it's quite cool. So this is something that Specialized built for us, like it was a total surprise.
Oh, this is all this is hand painted.
Yeah, so this is painted at Specialized by Brian Shizcounty, also known as Swizz Made. Paint scheme is called Lightning Bolts and Nuts, pretty obvious. It's a Specialized Turbo S and a Specialized Fat Boy combined. The side hack is completely removable. So you can remove, you know, this side of it completely and ride around as a regular bike. Never done that, because I think it's too rad the way it is.
Oh yeah.
All right, we're done with that.
Oh yeah.
Enough of the beauty shots, let's go take a ride. We're gonna do a bit of downhill stuff, so we're gonna shuttle with the Can-Am, and I suggest you take one of these 2 downhill bikes.
Shit, all right.
So you can go with the
I'll go with Death Spray.
2017 Death Spray.
Yeah.
But we also have the Galaxy bike. Mr. Director Man John, you want to ride the Galaxy bike?
Yeah, let's go to outer space.
All right.
Was rad. That handbrake works real well.
Yeah. So we have a nice, fun little run down this little valley. Use the Can-Am to shuttle back up. Stoked to be able to take you out.
Hell yeah, man.
Ride.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me out.
Let's gear up and have some fun.
Like, yeah.
All right.
Let's do it.
Team Baldwin. Racing the Can-Am Maverick X3. Battle Royale. When bros become foes. Get ready. Kibby versus Forsberg. Forsberg. Let's go! Ur-Quattro versus Jones. Ur-Quattro. The tiebreaker. Block versus Baldwin. Baldwin. The first annual Battle Royale champions, Team Baldwin, Chris Forsberg, Dustin Jones, BJ Baldwin.
since I was a lowercase G, but now I'm a big G. The girls see I got the money, $100 bills, y'all.
Hope I'm not stuck.
Tailgating in the backcountry, bald face, truck. I love that little thing, it's so funny. Bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt. We can go a little longer, they're just about done.
Give me wiener.
Coming in.
Oh, that was a little curved.
Wieners for everyone.
The wiener tracks.
Oh, I just got snow in my wiener.
Want dog?
Oh, he gets it!
You ready?
I'm ready.
Recording?
Recording.
Kim?
Come down, come down.
Thank you guys.
What?
Your t-shirt.
Oh yeah.
Cheers. It's good.
Go in the car. Go in the car.
Oh God, here we go again.
That's fun.
Oh, that was
funny.
Oh, so my job. So if you like this, you could stay.
How tired are you?
I'm kind of tired. It's been a long couple days.
So left here, right, left, and then it's on the corner. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Healthies.
It was definitely good. That's right. The first night we like facts and all that stuff. It's like can't argue that. I love it. No, she's fucking awesome.
Oh, excellent.
Look at me.
Welcome to WRC Mexico. I'm here with my WRC car, and we have a So we have this new dog named Yuki. She's a new Siberian Husky. And that was kind of a nice thing to go home to and relax for a couple days. Out, sign a bunch of autographs, take photos with a lot of great fans there. And now it's time to get to bed, gotta get up early. Ended a little early. What should I write? Got the new car in here. Looks amazing. Can't wait to drive it later today. So.
Please. FSA. Full speed.
The power stage went pretty well. Out of the top 10 drivers.
How many rappers do you know like this? Always claiming that they ride, but they really ain't. It don't make sense. Either you a soldier from the start or an actor with a record deal trying to play the part like that. It's a shame you only in the rap game, only for the money and the fame. Extra large. It's a shame. It's a shame you only in the rap game, only for the money and the fame. I don't up and people you spent it on will not.
Vem är din favoritförare då?
Ken Block. Jag har sett en film på YouTube när jag kör på asfalt.
For you? Yeah, the last stage I was given this very nice trophy.
I'm very stoked to have this, you know. This jump was named after Colin McRae, and he was a big hero of mine, and that's one of the reasons why I rally, so it's very cool to have this award.
All right.
Yeah, dude.
Oh! Oh my god, dude! Oh my god!
Can you repeat that, please? FSA. Full speed anal.
This dude is here snowboarding, so race car driver, pro snowboarder, training with gloves. But this dude, kickboxing. You ready?
Yep.
Good.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Ooh. Good out. Yeah. Yeah.
As long as you guys are boxing over there, I'm doing this shit.
Yo! Nice, 10 seconds. Keep a tight fist, flat wrist. Don't overextend your elbows. Try to look through your gloves instead of over your gloves, right? Now the big sprint, the blitz. Good. Yes. There we go. Hit. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Double up. Ready? Let it rip. Go. Yes. Yes. Again. Yeah. Yes. One more. Good. Double up. Yeah. Good. Now give me a liver or cross finish. Yeah. 4. Yes. Doing all right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey. Also helps too, like if you set your body into it, like to get a real good lift, you go down here.
Okay.
So the hard here, pump that too.
Try that on body. I'll be able to do that in 5 years.
You turn one way and then turn back.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, now let's say this though.
I think I pulled my groin.
Yes. That's it. Good.
Oh, sit up.
Yeah, how you feeling?
Good.
Ish. Oh, that was a 12, 13.
All right, well, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
And
Thank you.
I think you did well. What do you think?
Medium. I had a good time.
You almost kept up with the old man.
Almost.
You know, the idea for starting DC really came from us seeing an opportunity, you know, to make shoes for skateboarders. Nike at the time was really popular, and we really saw that performance message, something that we could apply to make something really unique and good for skateboarding. That is our history. That will never change. Starting any company like that's difficult. You have an idea, you have a dream, you have a message you want to put out there, you develop product that can just fail, you know, like. But we believed so much in what we were doing at DC that we sold drawers, we sold Dub, we sold Blunt Magazine, and we focused, you know, everything that we had on DC. We were just experimenting with being business owners. My name was on a line of credit from a bank for $5 million, you know, and we had skateboarders that wouldn't show up at demos. I had 2 other business partners at the time looking at me like, why are you spending $100,000 on this ramp for Danny? I had to make those business decisions and justify those spends to say, I think this is impactful for the brand to reach more people, to reach our core consumers, to drive sales. That was hard, and it was a lot of responsibility on a 20, 30-year-old that basically had no marketing education. That was learning it as I went. I don't like the term innovator, but I like the idea that we try to do things differently as a brand, as a company, and me as a person, to try and not just do the same things, the same status quo that everybody else does. I learned to do that at a very high level, working with great photographers and videographers, people that were able to shoot things in really unique ways. And then we brought it to life in print ads and commercials. And, you know, that basically transferred over to making rad content for social media and YouTube. I don't know, I've been really lucky in that way that I like really rich content and I like making really in-depth stories around athletes doing rad stuff. So to be able to put that together and make actual marketing out of it that helps people come along and buy stuff, that's just an amazing feeling.
He has made a career out of monetizing sports on the edge. Ken Block is a driven entrepreneur who also happens to drive the occasional transmission into little bits of scrap.
All my experiences from growing a business like DC, and basically I adapted all that knowledge and experience to my rally racing career. It was just the idea of experiencing this thing that I loved since I was a teenager. And that was literally the only thought. I like that, I want to go do that. No real idea what would come and develop after. And then that was the impetus to start the Gymkhana series. We've made 14 of those videos that all have over 30 or 40 million views each. I like creative stuff and I like fun stuff, you know, and I don't take life too serious and I don't believe in tombstone. I try and inspire people to be creative and live a fun life. And don't be an asshole.
Welcome back. We hope you too are lounging at home, enjoying these 24 hours of nothing but the best of Ken Block. Anyway, what do we got next?
That's right, on 4-3 day right now, up next, we have probably one of the better ride-alongs we've ever had, in one of the best cars that we've ever had. Chris Harris in the Hoonicorn.
By the way, some background for you guys on Chris Harris. You may only know him as a Top Gear presenter, but back in our day, he was like one of the best journalists. Like, I mean, just his writing was super crisp, and he actually wrote at 0 to 60 magazine, which both, you know, Ron and I were at before we came to work for Ken. So we connected with Chris again during the Ken era, and I remember Chris hated flying places, especially to the U.S.
Chris Harris would not fly.
Yeah,
he would not get on an intercontinental plane unless, I don't even know if he wants us to.
I don't. Whatever. It's not like he's watching.
This occasion was big enough to where he wasn't even driving the Hoonicorn. It was just a ride along.
Yep.
It was just hanging out with us on set. The first Gymkhana we had him on was Gymkhana 3. Remember that?
Yep.
We brought him along, and he had no idea what to expect.
And we let him.
He was blown away.
And then we let him drive the Gym 3 car
in Irwindale.
At Irwindale for Gymkhana Grid Invitational.
So by that point, Chris was in.
Yeah.
He knew. He knew that if Brian or Ken called him, it was going to be a good time. And he actually, I don't know if you actually know this, but Chris wrote a whole piece for Top Gear magazine as a dedication to Ken.
I haven't seen that actually.
It ended up being really good. It just went online a couple days ago. And in it, Chris actually brings up the 2014 invite to ride along in the Hoonicorn. He says that at the time, he was in between jobs. He, I think, had just left one of the video platforms. Yeah, he had left Drive. He was kind of lost. He didn't really know where to go. And he needed just some kind of like bump in his name. And so he's like, fuck it. I'm going to come out. I'm going to be a part of this. And, you know, Ken invited him. You invited him. He went out and did it. That video ended up doing like 2 million views.
Yeah, that video crushed.
Because
it was true, like, Chris Harris, like, emotion. Like, he could not believe how fast and how wild
the Hoonicorn felt, and that's saying a lot considering all the different stuff that he had driven. So, you want to know another? I know this is 4-3 day, but we'll tell a little Chris Harris story. A funny Chris Harris story that I have that I forgot about was that during this in-between, Chris got offered the job at Top Gear, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to take it. And he texted me at like 1 in the morning and said, hey, I got something to talk to you about. You have a moment. I was living in Venice at the time, and I was like, sure, thinking he was in the UK, and he literally just knocked at my door. He was like at my house.
Wow.
He was at my house, and he came in, and we drank beers till 4 in the morning and decided whether or not it was a good idea for him to take the Top Gear job.
Surprise, Chris Harris at your door.
Chris was always the best.
Yeah,
so.
Chris is the man. So anyway, without further ado, here it is. Chris Harris riding along with Ken in the Hoonicorn, version 1, sans turbos, all NA, all Fury. Yep. Enjoy it.
No, can we just get it done? Yes, sir. You ready? Yeah. Loud noises. Ready?
This is my supercar.
Do a donut, man.
All right, hello and welcome back to the Kim Block channel. This morning, Kim's invited me to a press conference down in Salt Lake for the Nitro World Games. And a few minutes ago, he just called me and said that he actually wants to drive his RS200 today. Except it's May in Utah and it's raining. It's actually kind of snowing, to be honest. Kim, what are you thinking about? You want to drive this car in the rain today?
Yeah, the first time I ever drove an RS200 was in sketchy rain conditions. So why not today? I don't know. Seems like a good idea.
But you've got a beautiful Ford Raptor out front. It literally was snowing at your house this morning. I know it was snowing at your house this morning.
I know, but it's Nitro Circus press conference. Travis is here. Travis won't have a car or anything, so I feel like I'll be stunting on him with my RS200. So might as well show up in style, right?
There we go. First drive of the RS200 in the rain, maybe a little bit of snow. Let's see what it's doing.
I mean, it's such a pretty car, and I only drive it in pretty conditions, but might as well make it a little sketchy today.
Has it ever been driven in the rain since you've owned it? You've never driven this car in the rain.
No, pretty sunny day summer car. Like, I don't ever drive it in conditions like this. It's sketchy. It's got nice Toyo tires on it that are probably pretty hard in this temperature, and definitely not made for wet weather, so
what could possibly go wrong? He told me to start cleaning this car because it was summertime. It's so beautiful looking right now. Why don't you go show us what it looks like?
Okay. By the way, the back of my sweatshirt ain't care.
Yeah?
Definitely not the theme of today.
You do care about today?
I do care. When you go out racing and you're trying to win and something happens, that's when you ain't care about mechanical sympathy. Today, lots of mechanical sympathy. this thing. It's beautiful. So it's been sitting inside all winter. And you know, I mostly drive this thing in the summer and was hoping for a nice day today, but it's not nice. It is snowing. It is cold. So those beautiful Toyo Proxies R888s are not really made for today. I'll just have to drive a little bit extra caution. You know, I get asked all the time like what my favorite car is. Even before I was a Ford sponsored driver, the RS200 was my favorite car, was and always has been. There's a lot of beautiful modern machinery. I've driven lots of beautiful modern machinery, but because this car comes from basically the golden age of rally, the Group B era, and it was specifically designed to race in that era, only roughly 200 of them were ever made. It's just one of the coolest cars in the world to me. And not that I drive this that much, but when I do drive it pretty hard. I value driving more than just owning something that's pretty and sits in the corner. This is my supercar. It is 800 horsepower on race gas and roughly 700 on pump gas.
Okay, hold on. 800 horsepower, Ken, it's snowing out. How much horsepower is that rallycross car? Because that's like 650.
Right, well that's you know, that we're running pump gas, so it's only 700.
Oh, okay, I feel much better. Mom, I'll be fine, everything's fine. So Ken's gonna hop in this thing, he's gonna warm it up for us. This will take a second. I don't think I have ever sat passenger in this car. Hang on. I'm strapped in here. Boss, you all good?
No, I still have to take my shoes off. Hold on. There's a view of my feet. And look at me against the column to try and clutch. All right, Forrest.
I don't think anybody's gonna question your love for this car once they realize how you have to fit into it. RS200 in the rain, Ken not wearing shoes.
You have the remote?
I do. You ready to get out of here?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Salt Lake. Yeah, is this a bad time to tell you that I actually don't have a lot of gas in this for you? You didn't tell me you were gonna drive it today.
Well, time to get some gas.
So here we go.
Perfect spot.
We are in Park City.
The window's so high, there's no way I'm gonna have to get out.
I don't even know if they can hear you until you shut this thing off.
Hi.
Hi.
It's a little two-seater car. We need some coffee. Double espressos. Do you want one?
Yeah, double espresso.
Double espressos.
I'll hold the handbrake. Kid's putting his shoes on.
I am such a big fan.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And the car is so sick.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a good day, you guys.
All right,
You too.
Please give me a couple revs on the way out.
All right, no problem. No problem.
RS200 coffees, and I'm gonna call that a cup holder right there. It's
well,
perfect.
temporary. we gotta drink those before we go very far. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks, Ken. I think we still need to put gas in this. That's what happens when you give me like a half an hour heads up. But here we go. We'll have to get some gas. Do you need me to help you? Do you need me to help you fill up your car?
I need you to help, and I need to put my shoes back on.
This is so awkward. Put on your shoes.
If you can pop your rear clamshell, I'll try to get the prop rod out.
You gotta get the prop rod.
I gotta get the prop rod. This is a 2-person 4-step process. This is our rear clamshell prop. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Yep, go.
Okay, go. You got it?
Yep. This car is actually kind of hard to fill. The tank goes on both sides of the tunnel. This is so 80s, by the way, just the locking gas cap.
Yeah.
You break the key off, we can't go anywhere.
Right, because on RS200, someone's really gonna come steal your gas. This is really a big concern. Let's put this clamshell back down. Here, you just lift up and grab it?
Yep. We're not trying to make this look awkward. This actually is a little awkward.
Let's get down to Salt Lake for this Nitro World Games press conference. We made it to the Vivint Smart Home Arena, which is where the Utah Jazz play. So that's where they're doing this press conference today.
Shoes back on?
Shoes back on. And we survived. Rain, sketchy roads, tires not for these conditions.
I like how you said a week, and I appreciate that, okay? We were in that together. This thing is insane. It's impossible to describe.
You don't
Hopefully
know.
everybody can hear the sound of this thing.
You don't know how in danger your life was, Forrest.
He tells me now. Very, so typical of you.
Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss, Forrest.
Hi, Travis. How are you, man?
Ken Block's scariest moment, driving in.
Commuting.
200 on street tires. Commuting.
Today is a very exciting day as we announce the return of Nitro World Games for 2019. Speaking this morning at the event are Travis Pastrana. Also joining us today is champion rally driver Ken Block.
Utah is the home of Nitro Circus. We started here with Greg Guthrie. It's been absolutely amazing. So many huge events have happened right here. So many world's first. We had, world champion last year come over, as well as Ken Block and Tanner Faust and all the top Americans, Scott Speed. This year, we have tripled that. We have so many guys with so many different motorsports that are excited to come here. They're excited to drive. And I feel like this is going to be the most competitive, most exciting rally cross ever done. So thank you to the Utah Motorsports Campus. Thank you to the Utah Sports Commission. This truly is the state of sport, and this is the state of action sports thanks to you guys. So this is going to be an amazing year.
When Travis called me and said we're going to do a rally cross in Utah, I was kind of blown away. But I also was scared because I know the kind of dimensions that Travis likes to think in. And last year he put on and built one of the best rally cross tracks to ever exist. So these big jumps don't exist in the World Championship. They didn't exist in the former GRC Championship that was here in the States. These are the biggest, most dramatic jumps that have ever existed in rallycross. So it really is exciting to have that here in Utah and have it in a place that's only an hour drive from my home. I get to go home at night during this weekend of racing and sleep in my own bed. So it's really great. So thanks Utah, thanks Nitro Circus, thanks Travis for putting this on, and really look forward to racing in August.
Well, we just did the Nitro Circus.
No, Nitro World Games.
Nitro World Games.
No circus. There's no circus in this action sports event.
For the Nitro World Games press conference,
where you announced that we're coming back and racing at UMC again.
I'm so pumped because this year we actually have a track that's built and we have months to prepare and actually do some tire testing, which you're not going to be here for, but that's okay.
I'll be racing in Ireland. But go ahead.
We'll be in your backyard.
So last year's event though was, as far as the world of rallycross goes, it was the craziest, gnarliest rallycross track ever built. And all thanks to this guy.
Now we have to prove the cars will actually survive more than 3 laps.
Yeah, my car did not survive last year. The suspension was not built to handle jumps that big. But this year, I'm back with Arpin again, and he's switched back to the Fiesta, so I'm much more confident that we'll have a car that will be able to race. But the track, like, what are you making? How are you changing the track? The track's already insane. One of the biggest jumps ever for a rallycross car. Yeah, this
stuff. Excuse me. There we go.
Not superimposed. Cars do fly.
Real life.
A car jumping over a car, Arpin there. So there was a smaller jump with a bigger jump over the top of it. This jump's staying. I drove by the other day and it's still there.
Thanks. Yeah, it's great. Well, you see, it's still there, and that's the key. Last year we built a track. We were actually still building it when the drivers got there. No jumps have been tested. Nothing had been done. Oh, Timmy, he still won the event, but his front got caved in because we were a little too steep and we got the angles. Now we've got this whole 3 months to test, to get everything blue grooved in. The dust is going to be a lot better because nothing was blue grooved. Yeah. So the first turn, we're going to actually pave the first turn, which is going to be just a little bit nicer for coming in there so we don't have so much carnage. So my goal this year is to get like you said it best last year. It was the most fun single person track out there. However, racing it was a circus. We did bring the circus last year. So this year we're gonna try to make it so the track is set up, everyone, all the lines work, outsides, insides are the same. Gives the bigger cars, Subarus, a chance to hang with the smaller cars.
Yeah. Well, I'm stoked. It's one of the earliest tracks. Travis's vision. It's a great facility out there at UMC. I actually have sponsorship with CBDMD and a new livery for that event. So it's gonna be very cool. So thank you, actually, State of Utah and UMC and Nitro and Travis, this guy, for doing all this stuff. It's going to be rad.
You're going to look like Arpin? You're going to be the same? Going to be different?
Well, it's going to be a livery that matches like Arpin's look. What are you driving? We don't know. We don't care.
and we out. All right, so Nitro World Games press conference complete.
Have you ever driven a grouping car?
Yeah, the closest thing was probably the Ford Escort, which just rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, I doubt you would actually fit in it.
Not that much taller.
6'1".
I like how he's already saying you can't drive my car.
I mean, do you want to drive? Are you allowed to? Contractually, can you drive this car?
I took the year off. I don't have any contracts.
Hey, can Travis drive your car?
Ooh. We know better. I won't let him drive my stuff. He won't let him.
All right, cool. Hey, good talking to you.
How big are your feet?
Eventually.
That didn't take very long, did it?
How big are your feet?
12.
Yeah, you take those shoes right off, man. You won't even get close.
See how they fit in there.
What the? Oh yeah, you're totally right.
What do you think about that?
Well, I cover all the brakes.
Yeah, so you fit about as good as you can.
How do you do this?
I take my shoes off.
Might not help. How do you? I got the clutch and the brake at the same time. We're good.
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Well, do a donut, man.
By the way, Travis is the biggest instigator that I've ever met in my entire life.
Yeah, I'm doing donuts by the end of the day.
He is actually a professional instigator.
It's my job, actually.
Yes. Like, better than anyone. He talked me into a backflip. I did the backflip a couple of times. And he's like, "Oh, you can do that pretty good. You obviously ridden a dirt bike. Now you need to do what was the next? Oh, double backflip. I either had to double backflip because it was on a little bike, or backflip a big bike.
Come on, Ken. Let's go. Get up. I'm tempted. You're procrastinating.
Don't land it first time.
Oh, the belly flop!
90% of the people that come to the house, they're either all in and go straight to the hospital, or they're all out and like, this is all crazy. Ken was like, I'm in. You want to do it again? No. I'm in. Want to do it again? No. One and done.
He just does this. He looked around at our crew and he pointed at someone. You backflip now, and it was like Nate Christensen.
They all do it. It was great. They just got off the red eye. They're like,
Nate's like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm like, oh, I'll do it. Don't do it.
So for a day that wasn't a planned commute in an RS200, I am stoked. That was amazing. Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, it worked out better than expected. So weather dried up a little bit down here, it'd be a little safer drive home. Yeah, always a pleasure getting this car out and enjoying it. Someday though, we gotta take it out on the track though. I really want to ring this thing out. I think that'd be fun. Maybe take it snowboarding someday too. All right, good day for us. That deserves a high five.
Is anyone still there? If you're still watching, thanks. Who knows what hour it is now. But the next segment, we got something good. So for everyone who doesn't know, Ken, an HRD based out of Park City, Utah. Hoonigan has always been in Southern California. So anytime we had Ken visit, we'd make him bring a car or do something for us or really for you guys. Here's some of the best clips that we have from both Tire Slayer Studios and also the Donut Garage. Enjoy.
All-wheel drive burnouts of tracks.
That look good, that boogers in my nose. Today, we got Head Hoonigan in charge. Mr. Ken Block here. And what'd you bring today with you, Ken?
Brand new Raptor.
Like brand new, right?
Yeah, like brand new. You know, we're on a family trip, got the wife and kids, a couple kids' bikes in the back, all of our luggage. But somehow Brian's talked me into removing a layer or two of my brand new Toyo tires.
So Ken came by and he was in town for something, and we said, hey, probably be a really good idea for him to do a burnout before you do a 1,000-mile trip.
Yeah.
Just 1,000 miles on it. That's why he has a tire sponsor, right?
Yeah,
Toyo.
Thank you, Toyo, for these brand new tires. I will need a replacement very soon.
So anything you want to tell us about this thing before we smoke tires?
You know what? I had the last Raptor and I really, really enjoyed that truck. But this thing is amazingly better somehow. I mean, I actually really like the Turbo V6. All the details on this thing are just amazing. I've jumped these things a lot for other people. Now that I have my hand though, I don't know if I'm gonna jump it quite as much. But man, the fit and finish of this thing is just way beyond the first one. So I'm really enjoying it.
Does it make turbo noises?
It makes nice turbo noises. Somehow I want the turbo noises to turn up a bit, so we're gonna have to work on that.
Let's hear it.
All right.
Note they have bikes in the back. Hi, Lucy.
Hi.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
So this is Lucy. You haven't met Lucy before. This is Ken's wife. She probably drives better than you.
I crash less than you.
I didn't mean Ken. I meant the people we're talking to. But you're throwing shade so quickly. Oh, the internet's gonna love you. That's Lucy. That was way more burnout than I was expecting from burnout. When you said that you were like on a family trip, I didn't think you were going to take it to the course.
10 seconds, so I had to double that at least like 20. The kids think the wheels are fine, so we should probably do more, huh?
Oh, you got plenty left on there.
What's that?
Tire!
You should keep that.
I can make it into some. Look.
You just missed it.
I know, we saw the smoke. We told our taxi driver, hey, yeah, just follow the smoke. He was like, where do I go? See that smoky shit? Was it good?
I think you might have to do another one because it hurts here.
This is tire.
That's tire? It looks like an Oreo. How was the burnout? Can you guys explain it to me?
No.
No?
Well, it was a lot of smoke.
A lot of
We were in the car. Mama rolled down the window, so there's smoke inside the car. And that was very stupid. Yeah, very stupid.
They're full of life. The sun was going through it and everything. It was like a beautiful
Beautiful.
day. Yeah, it was gorgeous.
You didn't film it, did you?
No. Scumbag. we can move our stuff if you want to do donuts.
Oh, he's just raised the level. He definitely wants to ruin your family vacation. Hurt is #1 instigator to ruin your day.
I'm a scumbag.
So is that your first burnout in this thing?
Yes. Did quite well.
Yeah. You definitely needs more turbo noise though.
Yeah.
You gotta like turn the turbo noise up.
You know how you do that? You put like these bigger ones on it.
Yeah. So you don't miss the V8 in this thing?
You know what? I miss the V8 noise, but man, the performance of this thing's so good. You just stand on it, it just goes 0 to 60 in less than 5.5 seconds. That's pretty good for a truck.
Sweet. Well, enjoy your vacation. Clearly your kids want to get going. Thank you for stopping by for a quick burnout.
A good way to start off a vacation.
When Ken does stop by, you think he'd come by for business things? No, not at all. He does a donut, he does some burnouts, he makes fun of us, and then he leaves. Hey Larry, you work here now?
I'm just taking Kakawa's place.
All right.
For today.
I mean, that's not a bad thing.
You want to make
So I
Ken
can
do some
yell at
scumbag stuff?
You think you will?
Yeah, I think we should go make them.
We can try. Larry, I need those emails at my desk by
Yes, sir.
12 o'clock.
Please.
Sir, please.
So Ken Block's here today, and his Mark II Escort's here, and we're gonna make him do scumbag stuff.
I'm gonna try to. He's lucky my car's not here. I challenge him.
He's also lucky that shit car doesn't work, because otherwise circle works.
Yeah, he's so lucky.
I got to shit car this morning, and there was just a big note on it that says "Do not drive
Yeah,
shit car."
I was gonna drive it. It'll still do a one-wheel burnout.
Hey Ken.
So barely got home.
Sorry, Blabes. We're stealing Ken from
Damn
you.
it.
Okay.
We had such good
don't
stories.
film what he's
Blabes.
saying right now.
Blabes has shot some amazing stuff for the Gymkhana films, along with Ron Carr.
Just
That's
talking
Matt.
about
Matt's been banned. Let's talk about that real quick, Matt.
Oh, yeah?
Matt got banned from National, Alamo, Enterprise
Yeah, because it's all the same company.
for doing the burnout that we're going to cut to right now.
Oh, what up, Hurt?
Were you on a business call?
Yeah, I had a call. It's fine.
They look like I'm plenty your spread. You're good. You're good.
I mean, you came to party, right? Ah, look at that sizzle.
It's like the most proud I've ever been of Matt.
Go on to any one of Enterprise's social media accounts and tell them to free Matt. Free Matt. Free Matt.
Free Matt.
Matt's driving like thrifty cars. He never has good rentals anymore. You want to come outside and watch Ken do stupid stuff in the Mark II?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Hurts. Do you know why I'm high-fiving you?
Why is that?
Because there's this video from testing that was kind of popular.
It did pretty
And
good.
you directed that or edited it?
Both.
You did?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, high fives.
Yes.
I was beat. I was so tired. And then I drove that thing, breathing methanol and all that tire smoke. And you can see in that video, like, I'm just kind of delirious. Like, and I'm so blown away by driving that car that I'm just like it's like when I look at my mannerisms in that video, it's kind of really odd.
I can't say I've ever seen you that way, and my favorite part of your emotions in the video is when it cuts to the driving footage and you're talking about how genuinely crazy the car is, and the music stops and your voice is real.
This is truly one of those times with this car where we built something that it's genuinely overpowering the tires like nothing I've ever seen before. It's a feeling that I've just never experienced.
That car's sick. it's crazy.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, like, to say it in that video, like, I have to get used to this car because we're going to a very dangerous mountain, Pikes Peak, and I have to understand that when I control the throttle, what the car is going to do, how far out or whatever it's going to go. And, you know, obviously all the test footage looks good, but I'm on a bank. Like it actually, if I go too far, like, the bank alone, the gravity is going to keep me in, and I just knew on a flat road, like, it was going to be a lot more difficult. So then throw in the fact that we had mechanical issues. The car actually wasn't running very well. Even the last day when I did the Evo turn, like, it was kind of like not spooling up quick enough, and like
altitude, man.
Yeah, that was wild. So I'm glad I survived and I didn't die.
I'm glad too.
Just in time to do the man line. The man line at Hoonigan.
This is a great car.
In a car you haven't driven in maybe a year.
Since you're capable of knocking some rocks off the side of a cliff, you can definitely do man line in the Escort.
So Ken, let's talk about that.
I actually don't think it's that difficult. It's just the fact that I don't know this car at all. And one of the things I wanted to talk about today with this car is this the right engine setup for what we want to do with this car? Because it's a rally car. Like, it's built to go very fast on roads. It's not built like for really slow stuff. So Andreas actually struggled with this car in grid in Greece because, like, he never really got out of first gear. This car works best when you have high RPM.
Right.
So I think we kind of need something that will get the RPM like lower, you know, like a turbo,
Right.
which ruins the sound of this car.
Is there a bigger 4-cylinder that you can put in it?
Can I say something real quick though?
Yeah.
It's really awesome. It has a flock dashboard. That's super wild in a race car.
Well, you know why?
No, I don't. I'd like to
And
know.
do you know why? I've used flat black like on my hoods a lot, and not that we really need it, but do you know why?
There's sun reflecting
Sun
on you.
reflection.
That makes
So,
sense.
especially like in stage rally, because, you know, if you're in Africa doing the safari rally and the sun's getting, because you race from dawn to dusk and the sun's coming up, you have this reflection like off either here or here. So that's the reason why.
But it is extra special when it's flocked though.
Yeah.
You could just paint it matte black.
No.
Yeah, see, it looks
But the flock's even better because you just get very. I mean, look, you won't get that reflection.
Yeah.
It's just not shiny enough.
Right.
That's awesome though.
But a lot of people that like, I saw a school bus the other day that had a flat black hood. But if you saw the school bus, it actually had a big hood, and it was right at the right angle that if the sun were, you know, in the morning when kids are being driven to school, like that hood would reflect the sun right into the driver's eyes. So I was like, oh yeah, look, what I know from stage rally is being used on a school bus.
Well, it's practical and
Yeah.
it's actually proven to work.
Okay, well, so this is a 1978 Mark II Escort. This car was never sold in the States, so that's why most people of our fans from the States really wonder about this car every time we post something about it. So it was mostly sold in Europe, but especially England, but it was used specifically for rally. Now, I've known about this car for a long time, and I've known a lot of the great history of it, seen lots of videos of it, and I've been a huge fan of it. Unfortunately, the first time I ever drove one was for the Colin McRae Memorial event that was a rally up in Scotland. So most of my career, actually all of my career in a rally car is in all-wheel drive rally cars. So there was a bunch of people invited, like Ari Vatman and Travis Pastrana and people like that had been friends with Colin or knew Colin. So we're all invited up to go to this memorial rally. But we all had to drive old rally cars. So I and Travis Pastrana ended up in Mark I and Mark II Escorts. And I was like, sweet, I finally get to drive this dream car of mine. But I was driving against a bunch of people that had a lot of experience in these cars because they actually grew up in that era when they raced these cars. So I showed up there, and it's first time driving a rear-wheel drive rally car on gravel, and I, quite frankly, sucked at it. It was really, really difficult. From that moment on, I said, not only do I love this car, but I sucked at it. So I have to buy one of these at some point and learn to drive this and learn to drive it well. Years later, I bought this thing. It was a light tarmac build. Took it out and tested it a couple times. It was really fun to drive. There's a great video of myself and Chris Atkinson driving it at Team O'Neill Rally School in New Hampshire. And
just tell us to cut to the footage and
okay, yeah. Swipe the nice footage. Me and Chris Atkinson having fun with this thing. Incredible time. We're out here at Tim O'Neill's. screaming. That's what I was saying. Like this car's meant to be revved out and just running wild, like on fun gravel or tarmac, roads.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying for Gymkhana. The engine isn't that great
No,
because
the sound's amazing.
yeah, the sound is one of the things that I truly love about these cars.
The most important part about cars, period, is the way they sound.
So which one of my cars don't you like because of the sound?
Because
I know that you gotta have some opinion about that.
They all sound good. This one and the Hoonicorn are probably my favorite sounding ones.
But NA Hoonicorn or twin turbo Hoonicorn?
Man, idle NA, full throttle turbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I love both. You can't. That's not fair. That's just not fair.
It's that period of
Yeah.
time.
Hey, can you do us a favor and build another Hoonicorn?
I'd have something for you.
V3 is in the works.
What?
Yeah. We'll talk about it off camera. Actually, we'll just beep everything you're saying now. You tell them, we'll just bleep it because it'll piss off the audience so much.
Oh, no. All right, V3 fed by a
With just cause. Or yeah.
That's gonna be sweet.
So back to this car. So we did some very good tests with it. It was a lot of fun. But then I went and tried to race it on a couple gravel rallies, and I had nothing but problems with it. Suspension issues and gearbox issues. The wheel went up inside here and stuck. The car just kept going off into a ditch instead of like driving through the corner. Anyway, so we looked at what do we do with this car to make it a really good gravel car to last an entire rally. And because it's quite small, this would make an amazing Gymkhana car. We sent the car back to England, rebuilt the car to the specs that we wanted. Very wide stance, down to sequential gearbox, better handbrake, very low and very wide, specifically to be able to do Gymkhana stuff. Then we had this very lovely body kit made by Rocket Bunny. We knew what we wanted, which was this look of very wide body but still styled in the way that the WRC cars are done. He came in, measured it, and within like a day was already presenting us these crazy looking 3D renderings of the car like actually sitting on a street.
So one of the reasons we reached out and wanted to have the Kai and Rocket Bunny build the kit was because everything that was available was like very kind of classic rally, and like that looks cool and has a certain look, but we wanted to update it with kind of a bit more classic look. We wanted to enter the Overfender Nationals. So
is that a little form of derp shout out?
Yeah, a little derp shout. We wanted to take something that had still the classic design but add new things to it. So like these cuts here, I mean that's right off the WRC car.
Yeah, same with where the fender even starts.
Yeah, and that was something you would never have seen in the 70s or early 80s when they were competing with these cars a bit more. So it was just kind of taking some of that, updating it, but then doing it in a way that like it almost seemed like this kit could have been available for this car in its day. So it was mixing those two worlds.
Like this is one of my favorite cars, and still to drive in my whole arsenal, but also just kind of the concept of what we started with and where we ended up. Like I couldn't really be happier.
This is my favorite car. The reason is because it's just too easy to say the Hoonicorn's the favorite. Like the Hoonicorn's obviously the favorite. It's obviously the favorite car.
So you're the hipster.
No. Oh, let me read you another. I'm the guy who's like, I like that band, but then everyone liked that band, so now I like this offshoot of that band that nobody knows about. Let's talk about this, because I have a random factoid that I don't even know if Ken knows about this. This Millington engine, the original design for this one that they built was originally supposed to be in Colin's R4 car, right? So Colin was trying to build the spec rally series, and we actually went out there and got to be there when he tested the R4, right? Yeah. And this motor was one of the motors that was actually supposed to be going into the R4 car. So he said that there is a serial number on here that says the crank.
No.
Yeah. Which is kind of rad.
That's a sweet piece of history.
I don't know where it is. I haven't been able to find it. We looked for it, but he said somewhere on here it's punched in like a McRae serial number, because this block was originally designated for the R4 project because they were going to build like 20 of the cars and they only ended up building one.
Is this the part where you guys pull the motor out, put it in a glass case?
Yeah. Yeah. So if you break it today, there's going to be a shit ton of Scotsmen who are really mad at you. It's a Millington 2.5, right? And
It has obviously individual throttle bodies. It's, as you can see, there is no turbo. It is normally aspirated. Makes just around 300 horsepower, if I remember correctly. Yeah, which for those of you who've ever tuned a 4-cylinder NA4, 300 horse, that's actually like reliable, not a dyno car, a car that can be ran on stage for 3 days, full tilt. You know, it's pretty amazing. But I mean, honestly, you just get to hear this thing. I think like we just have to start it up, and that's the best part of it.
Party time.
Okay, cut to starting.
So that's for me the struggle, that I know that this car needs to be work and be quick for Gymkhana grid, but that means lower RPM, not high speed. So we need different gearing, and then we need potentially more torque, which means...
So what you're saying is this car is really bad at small parking lots like
yes.
this. These are the built-in excuses. We're gonna get them out.
Oh man! Brian scumbagging the HI.
I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him.
What?
You're just scumbagging Ken right now.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to scumbag Ken.
Yeah.
See, I think that's the thing.
That's why I took the camera. I don't know how to scumbag Ken yet.
Yeah. I've been scumbagging Ken for 10 years. We just call it directing.
Oh man.
Very nice setup.
Is that me? Is it just me, or is that a new shifter? We don't have a Celeb shifter in there.
Yeah, no. Since the car was built like this for Gymkhana, we changed out to that Celeb shifter, and the nicer handbrake with the nice Hoonigan handle on it. So the whole setup in here is very, very nice. I mean, even like the display. Why don't you get the camera on the display while it comes up? Oh yeah.
Oh wow, look at that. That's nice.
Yeah, no, I love that display. I mean, it's just funny, like, you know, you can put obviously race displays in any sort of race car, but when you're in a 78 Mark II Escort, you look down and like that beautiful screen is staring back at you.
It's funny because I think the only thing in here that looks like it's actually from a Mark II Escort is this box here. Like that has the feeling of it. Everything else in here looks like it's out of a brand new car.
The dash.
Yeah, that has nothing in it. The completely useless dash. Oh no, it's got a brake. It's got brake bias control.
Really, very quite nice. I mean, normally you'd run a spare, you know, back here also, but all that stuff was eliminated because it was just for Gymkhana. So it's all very light, very clean, very small.
Are your hinges carbon fiber?
Yeah, the hinges are carbon fiber.
That's crazy.
What? Your hinges aren't carbon fiber?
Straight from the west, put away your knife.
Oh.
No, they're just broken.
How to twerk stallion twerk. Look at that. Look at that twerking.
Wow.
Your trunk don't twerk.
I get it. I'm not worthy.
I'm gonna just ask a question that I know a lot of people have asked online. Why haven't we done anything with this car? Because we built it a year and a half ago. We did a little test with it. You did some burnouts here with it. And it was like the first burnouts the car had ever done. And Derek's still mad at me about that. But why haven't we done anything with it since?
You know why he's mad at you? Or is why he was mad at me?
Why?
I don't know when to stop. And the temperature gets too high.
I say cut to the footage, but he's gonna do it again.
The one thing about Ken,
This is good. Fun.
Yeah. The one thing about Ken and Hurt that they have in common is zero mechanical sympathy.
Yeah,
he calls it just ain't care. It's just breaking shit for Hurt.
They love limiters. Both of them.
Yeah, limiter life.
I like the party. It's not a bad thing.
So Turk drove it.
So Turk, we did a very fun test video
Yep,
out
yep.
at Grange, right?
Yep.
And then Andreas raced it in grid last year in Greece.
But what are you gonna do with it? But what are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with it? The man line?
I haven't driven this car in so long. Hey, you know what? I don't have to do that. You know why? if Hertz willing to do my man line,
Okay.
it happens to be in Colorado.
Yeah, that's actually a way better man line. If for any reason you haven't seen that yet, let's cut to that man line real quick.
Get the twerk stallion spec'd by a real race car builder to where
Whoa, don't diss Vargas like that.
if I can get it spec'd by a real race car builder to where if I go off, I won't instantly die.
Oh yeah, your roll cage.
Yeah,
Your roll
right
cage
now,
is garbage.
Instantly die. So that's kind of
It's made of like exhaust
Wait,
pipes.
I'm surprised that car is a roll cage.
Although, factoid, Gymkhana 1 car, no roll cage.
No roll cage, Janetti.
No roll cage.
Yeah. And at the end of the video, I get out, and if you notice, it's dinging because the key's still in the ignition.
This was basically a factory car.
Yeah. It was production car.
Production.
Not a factory race car.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Herb.
It has a cage.
I'm sorry.
Do you think we maybe at some point we could let her drive this?
He's breathing.
Do I have to answer that now?
Maybe we'll just let the internet.
He's a smart man.
Should the internet?
Hurt, get in.
Oh, do you fit?
If it fits,
If it fits, it shifts. If it fits, it shifts.
Can we put, oh.
Does the wheel come off at all?
Nope. Oh man. He's gonna try.
Oh shit.
You might not be able to get out.
Wait.
How? Let me see you get in it. Is there? Do you have a trick?
Head first. Everyone makes fun of me for doing that. That's the only way I fit in cars.
That head first.
Head first dip.
But it's
We can oil you up. We just push, kick you in.
Bro, you're not oiling him up. He's in my race car.
I'll wait until later.
All right. Why don't you start this thing up, Ken?
Okay.
It's got a note to it.
Kid just come tearing
I
out.
thought he was trying to pop it. Thanks for coming.
So,
Yo, it's on fire. It's on fire.
This right here is going to be the downfall of Hoonigan. Is we're going to do a burnout, go inside to eat lunch, and a car is going to burn to ground in the yard.
And we're on fire. All right, what do we do? This is sad. I don't think we should do this.
Should we just let it burn?
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, don't want the car to burn down.
He's lucky I can't fit in it.
Next year.
Another day.
Another build breakdown.
And today we have a very special guest.
Like semi-special.
Yeah. I mean, well, he's hung out with him a lot more than I have, so he's a little more special for me. You know, I still get a little, what do they call it, starstruck.
Santa's coming to town.
Santa! Oh my God! Santa here? I know him.
Do you really?
A little bit, man. A little bit.
Anyway, so today, Ken gets to come here. I don't want to say redeem himself, but the last 2 times he's been here, he was in the Escort, Mark II Escort. Low horsepower car, relatively, and then was in the other Escort, which is the Mark V Escort, the Kazi. Which is also a lower horsepower car, not really like a modern car like the cars he does for Gymkhana. But today we have this. And we have Ken over there on Instagram. What's up, Ken? Always super stoked and interested.
I'm just waiting to do something awesome.
Well, you're in luck. We're going to have you do a lot of awesome things. First off, you got to pick up these weights.
Curls for the girls.
Glam muscles.
Nope, not today. Anyway.
What's up, Hurt?
What's going on, Ken?
Mr. Scotto.
So, I've already explained to the audience today, you've come to take the Yard King Award.
You've been.
He doesn't know that, but we just scumbagged him into it. So boom, now you have to.
It's okay. No, it's one thing to be head Hoonigan in charge, but you got to take the scumbag, king of the scumbags. That's the next level.
First person to really elevate, Dai Yoshihara. And then that kind of just set everything off. We haven't seen you manline yet.
Well, the funny thing is I've been watching all these episodes of people like Die, Shit Car, everything going on here, and I just sit there and watch, and I'm like, wow, that looks like fun. But no one's been here with a high horsepower, all-wheel drive car, and
You're still the only person to do donuts here in an all-wheel drive car.
Right, and that was...
Because the Audi's not done yet.
Right, and that was my 25-year-old car.
15 years later.
Not a piece of our modern Hoonigan racing equipment like this very fine Ford Fiesta RX-43.
So before we get into what we're gonna do, let's talk about the car real quick. So
okay. Last time we saw this car was Gym 8?
No, last time it was on video was last year for Terrakhana.
Okay.
The year before that was Gymkhana 8. Yeah, in Dubai. And then it also did Gymkhana Grid in South Africa. So last time I've actually driven this car, it was last November.
And by the way, the last time they apparently maintained the car was in South Africa. Love that race tape.
We need to make some...
Look at this nice gap here too.
You're really killing the game on fitment, huh?
Well,
is this a new...
Well, unfortunately, you know, something comes back from an event like that. Obviously been on a ship in a shipping container all the way across the ocean.
This car literally travels on containers and planes and boats and all over the place. So,
but it comes back and it doesn't get re-prepped really till we have to do something with it. And this was such a last minute thing to come out here. It was just thrown into a truck and brought out here. And Skippy had to drive this morning out from Vegas to run it for us. So it hasn't been touched. I haven't actually driven it since November. I haven't even been in a race car for, I don't know, a month and a half or 2 months.
You honestly don't even need an excuse for this because our cars look just like that and they're right here, so.
And we haven't probably driven them as hard as this if you trip.
I'm just fitting in at this point, but I love this car.
Is this one of your favorites?
Look at this. What is expired set 2?
Nice.
Well, that'll work out well.
We really stepped it up for this shoot today. So this basic design started as a World Rally car. And then we took the World Rally car and made what we call the HFHV, which did rally, rallycross, and Gymkhana. But it's hard to put all those things into one car. So eventually this car was developed with M Sport which is the rallycross version of the World Rallycross. The World Rallycross.
That's a word jungle.
Woo! Yeah. So it's
I couldn't
actually,
go up with a better
so
name
it's
for the
actually a very specifically built rallycross car from M Sport. Many years of development on this car. It's a World Rally car, and then that developed then into a very good World Rallycross car. So, like I said, I've won, I don't know, 5 or 6 events with this car in GRC, which is the Global Rallycross Championship. Actually got a 3rd and 4th with it over in World Rallycross in 2014.
Nice.
Including my first podium in that series, the first event I did in Norway. So yeah.
A lot of sentimental value with this one, huh?
Yeah. Love.
The biggest difference between this and the World Rally Championship car is that this engine makes almost twice the horsepower
of a WRC car.
Of a WRC car.
Yeah, so
almost twice. Like,
roughly 650 horsepower.
well, it's actually a much different build than the. You probably know more.
Well,
but
the current WRC car is 1.6 liter. Yeah. This is actually a 2 liter. And in this format, we don't have a restrictor on the turbo, so that's why it builds the power that it builds. We could actually build more power out of it, but for the Gymkhana Racing, which is Gymkhana Grid, which I last did with this car, you don't want too much horsepower. It's too easy to overpower the wheels when we were racing for time. So the current setup here on the car really is for speed in Gymkhana.
So 2 liters, 600 horsepower?
Yeah.
That's absurd.
650.
That's absurd.
650.
All-wheel drive.
And almost as
speed.
much gold tape as your engine back.
You're
That adds a lot of power, right?
Working on it. Yeah, no, I respect it.
There's actually a big hole.
That can't be good.
I don't know that was designed like that.
I got more tape if you need it. we can tape it.
Man, I just realized that this is Ken Block's beater. This is what a Ken Block beater looks like.
God, what is life? These are wild clamps.
And look how many are on there.
Not dealing with any blow-offs.
So the drivetrain on this, it's all-wheel drive. It is a 6-speed sequential gearbox.
Let's see in there. Let's go ahead and pop in there.
It's a very nice cockpit. Look, there's even a passenger seat in right now. We can actually give ride-alongs here at Hoonigan. Woo! And it's got the gold handbrake sleeve from Gymkhana 8.
Gotta have that. That's that signature.
I think people always love that when they see photos of me sitting in the car, especially like open door sitting, is like my head is back here.
Yeah.
You know? And we've moved the mirror from up here to the middle of the door.
I didn't even realize.
And that's for safety purposes, obviously.
Yeah, safety purposes, and also center of gravity for the car, and also because of the way the firewall works and the pedals and all that, it's easier to kind of have things a little more spacious than sitting back. So, but at the end of the day, though, the weight of me in this seat in the middle of the car.
Carbon Kevlar seats.
Oh man, look at this. This is a WRC spec.
You know what the price on that seat is?
$5,000 probably.
25 grand was the original price. They probably came down. But the backstory, so the backstory on that seat is that the FIA changed the rules for what was required. So Recaro basically had to build these just for WRC the first year, and when they built them, they were like 25 grand a piece because they only had to make like 40 or 50 of them. So I remember when we got the first bill for that VHF HB, we were like, how much are those seats?
And I was actually custom fitted to this seat at one time in Germany. So when they first came out with the spec, and Recaro had to measure everybody to make sure that they had the right sizing to fit everybody that was racing.
That's a rowdy seat. I noticed you only have one $25,000 seat in there.
That's you don't get that kind of.
No, we actually do have more than one because Alex, my co-driver, has to have one over there.
Right.
But because we were doing ride-alongs, we put in just the cheaper, lighter seat.
Sorry, guys, no peasants allowed in the in the fancy seat.
Well, ride-alongs in Gymkhana Grid is slightly less risky than 100 miles an hour
for sure
between the trees out in the forest.
%. Rally is no joke. That stuff's scary. Well, damn. Fancy seat, all the goodies, obviously, keep you safe.
The funny thing is, this car actually looks old to me now. The Focus actually is even bigger and wider and more aggressive on all the aero. And this car actually looked really aggressive about, I don't know, 7 years ago.
Is this the same car that caught on fire at...
was the version before the
Okay.
HFHV.
Okay.
This is the more evolved version.
But this was the beginning of these super hard cuts in the fenders, and they're like, so remember back in the day when all of the over fenders kind of rolled down?
Yeah.
Like this was the beginning of this like really aggressive angling and all of that. And we carried this look over into Hoonicorn and a bunch of other vehicles.
And this is what M Sport races in the World Rally Championship. And now they have an even more evolved, even bigger aero car that races in the current World Rally Championship. But these cuts and all this come from the designers at M Sport, from the wind tunnel design and testing and all that. And basically we've evolved that in our designs into the Hoonicorn and other vehicles,
Right.
Like the Mark II Escort. But it's based off the aero work that was designed for this car.
I see. And for the people who don't know what M Sport is?
M Sport is basically the builder for the factory Ford cars. So
For the World Rally
for the World Rally Championship, they also built
Well, Hoonigan Racing's Ford Focus RSRXs last couple of years, they built these RX-43s for several teams around the world to race in rallycross. So a lot of their business is Fords. Some of M Sport's biggest business besides the World Rally Championship, actually they make the R5s and the R2s, which are the most common probably rally car raced around the world. So R2 being a Fiesta that's a grassroots car, like my wife drives that car.
I'm a and then I just kept going.
And the R5 is the step below the World Rally car that is raced all over the world in all the national championships. So they actually have a very big business of producing Fords to race from the top level of rally all the way down to a great grassroots car.
Taking care of everybody.
Yep.
One thing that's very different between the WRC car and the rallycross car is the rear mount radiator. So before that became a mandate in building a Pro 1 drift car for no reason.
It's not no reason, man.
All right.
It keeps cars cooler. It's science.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Whatever. Anyway.
People put the radiators in the back, half cut the windows, air directly goes over the roof into the radiator. I'm sorry.
The reason why this is like this in a rallycross car, though, is you could be inches behind somebody who could just be clogging your radiator. So that's why they moved them to the back years and years ago.
And on top of that, too, another reason is that bumper to bumper actually restricts airflow going into the front radiator. And if we run these cars for too long, because the rallycross races are designed to not be more than like 8 or 10 laps. You run them longer than that, they start to overheat. They're only built to run that long.
Because they're not as good as front mount radiators in a car that's moving forward.
Well,
because a lot of things in physics.
I just learned that Brian really hates rear mount radiators.
You know what really grinds my gears?
My attitude is
for me too.
But at least I admit
Oh, just because it looks cool, you're putting.
It's because I have no room in the front of my car.
Have you ever understood why they put these fins in?
Yes, I'm very curious, actually.
It's actually originated years ago because the theory was that with stage rally cars, you're sideways a lot. So it's actually helping try and drive the car forward to more resistance this way.
Yeah.
So sometimes they'll have 6 fins or 5 fins, and this one happens to only have 2 fins in the middle.
For those of you who don't think that makes a difference, even in drifting, people were running really big end plates so that when they threw the car extra hard, it would slow down faster. What about these bad boys?
Turbofans on a very nice set of Toyos. 1552 made these for us years ago. It was just something I wanted strictly as a homage to late 80s rallying. So they were doing so many long tarmac stages that they needed to get more cooling in to cool the brakes.
Right.
You do a stage on tarmac in the mountains of, Monte Carlo, those brakes get really, really hot. So the idea was to drive more air going into the wheel, into the brakes to keep them cool. So for me, it's obviously a styling thing, but actually a big homage to that era of rallying because I'm just a huge rally fan.
You got to respect your elders.
I love that stuff. So I just have enjoyed that look and love what it does for not only the slight bit of performance we get out of it, but just the styling and the look of it. And of course, we have a very nice set of Toyo meats on these things.
Are those R888s?
Or are those the Ken spec?
Oh, no, they're the special Ken spec.
The Ken
they don't have
spec.
any branding on them.
Yeah, these are literally
not for highway use.
Ken spec Gymkhana tires.
Yeah.
No big deal.
We do a lot of Gymkhana type videos, and so Toyo has been very nice to make us some very specific compounds.
Chew your tires.
Tires to make more smoke. We're not racing with these.
I remember when the tires came out and they had like Ken's name on them and stuff. I was like, God damn! What is life?
Well, it's great to have partners like Toyo that work so well with us making the Gymkhana videos. So,
well, let's make a Gymkhana video in the parking lot.
Do I get to do that today?
Yeah. So we have a few barrels from, I don't know where these came from, but they smell like soy sauce.
It literally says soy sauce.
But what are we doing?
We're going to snowbag you until you put down the most impressive run we've ever seen in the yard.
For me, with this car, we can do a donut box, we can do a figure eight. I can do what you guys call a moon line.
Whoa, wait.
Oh.
The what line?
Oh, did he just call it the little boy line?
But I've already done it. I did it in the Can-Am.
Ken does the Evo corner one time, and now it's the man line.
Wow.
You're gonna put some respect on the. You're gonna put some respect on our name, all right?
He just called out the little.
Yeah, man.
Oh, like I see it.
We're gonna.
So what are we gonna do?
We were gonna be nice to you. We were gonna be nice.
First up, if we don't see Center Axis donuts on top of the dock,
scumbag action number 1.
Okay.
Donuts right there.
Okay. What else?
this is about the size of a donut box.
Sure.
Donut box in here.
Okay.
Obviously.
Man line. And then
I've never felt so disrespected, honestly.
You guys, that was Manline as a crazy car thing first.
Yeah.
We didn't ever think cars would do it. It was just crazy cars. By the way, watch the new season Garage where we made crazy cars cooler.
Let me get this straight. What do you want me to do? Donut box, figure eight. So we'll do a good launch because it's rallycross cars.
Manline and reverse manline. Back up.
Well, sure. You got to say it right.
Center Axis donuts. Yeah.
And then maybe a reverse entry back around.
Nah, just give it that, what was it, that Gym 2 or Gym 3 finish with the wheels.
I don't know if we got enough time for his flight.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's do this.
Got an hour and 15 to do this.
Let's do this.
All right. So the plan is, I think he's just gonna go. That's like the fastest anything's ever moved in the yard.
So impressive.
How fast?
Yeah.
Take that Subaru, guys.
The only reason I haven't finished the Audi yet, I don't want to be compared to that.
Ryan knows. That's the day the Audi's done. That's the only reason. That's the only reason.
Hey, check this out.
Woo! Hey, Ken. This thing's ridiculous. Look, Cacao loves me. Watch. Thanks. Cacao cares about me, guys. He wants my ears to be safe.
Nope.
All right. Put myself in the danger zone as usual. Let's see how this goes.
thing is so fast, it's ridiculous. All-wheel drive is so much more ballsy than rear-wheel drive, flat out.
It's crazy how fast this thing is in the yard. And we've seen so many cars here and you forget how fast all-wheel drive is.
Tires are really grippy.
It's like it has like a year of rubber on it.
Yeah, it bites. But like there's so much bite here that it like slows the engine down really fast. Is that accurate enough for you?
Quite accurate, thank you. It was so accurate, I was like, I think I can go jump in the center. I honestly felt...
Why didn't you?
Because it got smoky.
And old.
Yeah.
And old. I thought the same thing 10 years ago.
Right for it? How you feeling?
Did you see that shit?
Yeah, son. Hung it right off the edge. I'll tell you one thing, that car can take a That is almost, yo, if he follows this, Brian, it's over for the lot if he does this.
No one's ever going to come on the show ever again.
Coming out the bottom there.
No.
Yeah.
What is it?
Split the gearbox case.
No, really?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
What gear is that? First? Put it in second.
Yeah,
but it's usually like to be continued.
Is that it's probably more that it probably hit there going up the ramp.
Yeah.
And it's pushed that case up actually.
Yeah.
Brake breakdown?
Probably, you know, because you've had an impact there.
Well, Ken, welcome to Build Breakdown, where people come and destroy their cars.
Literal breakdown.
You have to come back and finish this, I'm just saying.
Well, nice work breaking this, Ken.
I didn't get to really do anything.
You did a couple sweet jumps.
Jumps. That's what we call that.
Are you not entertained?
You know what's crazy is still, since the last time Ken brought his Kazi here, no one else has done anything cool all-wheel drive in the lot.
You guys did.
Ken's the only guy.
You did really call out the all-wheel drive.
And no one stepped up.
None.
No one stepped up.
Where y'all at? No one came here. We had to bring the big guns out. Come on.
Is Ken the only guy that can all-wheel drive this lot?
Ooh. I know he can once his car's done.
Yeah, my shit's broken right now.
Yeah. And that's why you're on the team now. Yeah, our life. I just want you guys to take note of the full lock on this car. It's not very locky.
Very locky.
You don't get no angle kit here. Obviously, this has now happened.
It's literally just a small crack in the gearbox.
Which has never happened before in the history of the gearbox, but sure, we'll figure it out. All right, so here's the thing. We all want to see that get finished.
Yeah.
Everybody at home wants to see that get finished.
So I only come here like twice a year. So
No.
I have to come back.
Don't break the illusion. Ken's here every day, hanging out.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You and Hurt eating pizza together.
So this is obviously a to be continued.
I was hoping to be done. I was really hoping to be done.
Man.
I don't like failing.
Slow diss.
I
I was really hoping to never have to come back and hang out with you guys again. Man, you were just a little too rough on her.
Man.
Man, maybe it's not so man line anymore.
That's like a Ken line. That's
Well,
the signature Ken line. Now, hung the bumpers off on both sides. No one's ever done that.
Oh, do we
here.
get to rename it?
Yeah, that's a
When
Ken
you
line.
come back and finish it. You know what you got to do.
Wait, do we wrap it? Is it a wrap?
He's got.
Wrap?
It's a to be continued. How's that sound? Let's try it out. Just try it out.
To be continued!
I don't like that.
Too many words.
Why don't we just call out all the all-wheel drive people who are too scared to come here and see if they can one-up Ken before Ken comes back.
Ooh. I like
challenge.
that. Open challenge. Open challenge. You come here, do your best, and you might go one-on-one heads up when he comes back to drive this thing.
Till next time, Ken. You are coming back. Yo, Cacao, what do you think?
About what?
About that. Were you here? Were you watching it? Or were you like on a conference
I
call?
was flipped over. That was not safe.
I was flipped over? I missed that part.
You don't remember it being like this? Yeah.
All right, welcome back to another episode of...
This isn't our channel.
Am I on the right channel?
Oh, Gary, have you ever been on Ken's channel before?
Who's Ken?
Yo, just
I like how you just checked your hands. Like, where am I? Is this real life?
Big hands.
Thank you.
Look at that. Look at that. You should be a boxer.
Let me tell you about the story of love and hate.
Anyway.
And on that note, yes, we are here at Hoonigan at Tire Slayer Studios, and we do have a one-of-one race car for the US at least.
And a one-of-one Ken Block.
Definitely a one-of-one Ken Block. Hey, what's up, Ken?
Oh, we're doing that.
What's happening?
High
I don't know what Gary's probably gonna give you.
High fives. Yeah, all three. All right, so this is a pivotal moment. This is huge. We have a WRC car in the lot.
We also have Ken hasn't shredded anything in the new building.
Oh my God, that's right.
You ready for all this
We've
responsibility?
been here for Which, in some ways, is exciting, but other ways, insulting. This man hasn't come to see us in a year.
But he's been busy. He's driving. He don't have time to
driving. Unlike us, who are just driving.
So when I say one of one, this right here is a Hyundai i20 WRC. This is brought in from overseas to compete here in America, and he's competed in the ARA championship throughout this year.
Yeah, I've kind of had a wild year.
A little bit. It's been a roller coaster.
You can say that again.
Well, I raced the ARA, which stands for the American Rally Association Championship, which is 9 events. I raced 8 of them. I won 4 of them, and then I had some wild luck. There were actually 2 events where I was leading the event on the final stage and actually lost it on the final event. One by hitting a deer. Deer decided to end that victory.
That was this year.
Yeah.
I know, it's so much happened this year.
You mean the deer that Subaru definitely planted in the woods?
Yeah, that was a Subaru deer.
I ended up second. I just didn't win. Would have been my
hit
8th.
a deer in a rally and you got second anyway?
Not bad, not bad.
Here's a question. How many podiums did you have this year?
6.
How many of those were you at the top of the podium?
4.
It's pretty good numbers.
Oh, 8 races total, 6
Two
podiums.
drop. Yeah.
That's a pretty good ratio.
That's solid. That's solid. Like on the Olympic gold medal level, you won for your country.
Yeah, but I didn't win in the end. I didn't win in the end, though. That's the problem.
Oh.
But we'll get into that in some other
we'll get
episode.
into that a little later. So at the very base of it, Hyundai i20 WRC. This is a previous generation WRC car.
Yeah, currently the WRC rules are, it's actually a hybrid.
Right.
So they have an electric drivetrain and a 1.6 liter turbo engine. This is the generation before, so this
pre-hybrid.
Yeah, this car raced last year.
Oh, okay.
And then basically the beginning of this year started the new rules, which is the hybrid.
Right.
So
which
this
is kind of why these things look so wild. Is this was the Aero era of WRC,
yeah.
where
even
they
the
really
mirror,
even the mirror
has Aero.
Ever.
This actually has all the safety, you know, the best wheel technology, the best shock technology, the best engine technology. So the speed is much higher, even with a smaller engine. Right. The technology to get you down the stage is there in just an incredible way.
How long did it take you to get used to driving this?
Well, this car, because we had it all season, it took me a few events to get up to speed in it. But that, you know, by the last, I've won the last 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 events, something like that, 3 out of 4 events. It took a little while to get up to speed, but once I was used to it, I could just drive it flat out.
Is this your favorite rally car you've ever driven?
This is my favorite rally car I have ever driven.
Nice.
Damn.
Well, part of it though, I drove the Ford Fiesta like in Spain, like I said, and I really enjoyed it, but I only got to do like a test and then go try to race it. I didn't get to really experience it. This car I got to drive for 8 events, so I got up to a comfortable level over a couple of events. We did a lot of tests, changes for the car, made it work for me. And then I just got to drive it flat out for the rest of the year with confidence. Yeah. You know? So that's the big difference. I mean, I want to drive flat out. I want to go fast and take big risks, but you can't do that if you're not confident in what is underneath you. I have so much confidence in this thing. I can put this thing wherever I want, unless there's some mud on the road.
Too soon.
I really, truly enjoyed it. You know, I would put it up there with the Hoonicorn.
Whoa, whoa. Hot take.
Is CNN breaking news.
Hot take. I had to walk away. I had to walk away.
This man is just spitting abominations out his mouth. He just didn't say that casually.
Yeah.
But y'all don't say that.
We don't have a WRC race in America, so there's no reason for this car to come here.
Right.
So we just happened to be able to bring this car over and run it this year. And so it is really the only Hyundai WRC car in existence that we know of in the States today. So for us to run this in the States, because of the rules of our championship, WRC is the top level, you know, we're a national level championship, so there's just more restrictions. So we had to add, what was it, 275
pounds. That's almost the whole Gary.
That is,
Imagine.
You got all the meat back there somewhere?
Added to that just to be legal.
Yeah, so 275 pounds, went from a 36 millimeter to a 34 millimeter, so it's a smaller amount of air that can get in, so that reduces the power and run on a different fuel. And the normal displacement of like a car in our championship is 2 liter, and we know some that are up to 2.3, and we're at 1.6. So we're at a huge disadvantage as far as displacement, and the car doesn't work the same way as it was built to work. So I was underpowered. I mean, if you take our car and add like a 700cc sport bike, that's equal to the car I'm mainly competing against.
Plus one Gixxer.
So I just had to drive harder than them.
You just see the turbo, it's cute.
So you can see here the restrictor all the way down in there.
They got safety wire on there too?
Gary, I can't tell you how
Safety
glad
wires
I am.
on everything.
I can't tell you how glad I am that you brought that up. The restrictor on there that's there for rules, right? Because that limits the amount of power that everybody has to try and level the playing field. And that wire is tamper-proof, so they know if you've taken it off or put it back on after scrutineering.
You see this little stamp here? That's like the little metal piece that holds that wire together. That's how they know you didn't open it.
Well, let's take a look inside this thing. First of all, the thickness on this door. Look at all that side impact safety that you have over here.
Oh, that's solid. Look at that cranium container he got over there in the passenger seat.
Container.
That's actually the most buttons I think I've seen on one of your steering wheels ever.
Also, look at the biggest word. I know it's a lot of letters for you.
Jeez.
Exiting wing Punisher. Oh, that's crazy. Is that German?
So this is actually on there because the fire extinguisher is not on. The system's not
so
on
that's
right
not
now.
always there.
So like they put that there when they turn it
As
off.
a reminder.
So as we get back in and turn everything back on, we take that off. And there's actually a spot up there where Alex has a bunch of different things like this because there's like blankets that go on the front radiator.
I'm gonna add this to my cars where one says like no coolant,
doesn't
no
run,
engine. Fuel, no engine. That way people know. Has to be pushed.
So real quick, different launch settings, so different RPMs for the launch. The gearbox has different settings for the center diff, lights. You can control all the lights from there. Obviously simple things like horn.
What's that sad button all about? No boost. Why would you hit that button?
If it's wet tarmac, right? Where you need to really have some nice throttle control as opposed to like.
I thought that was like a complaint button that goes back to the
Yeah,
service area.
it just goes back.
I don't know, it's too slow. I got no boost.
And then this is the ignition setting. So depending on the event, how much grip there is, what the conditions like, wet or whatever, will control the amount of boost and how the power comes in on boost. So that's what this is for.
Wow. And can you explain to people what stage button is for? Because like that's right here.
Right.
Obviously, stage button is the fun button, but like
Right.
for people to understand that.
So when I'm not racing, this is basically off. So I'm in a transit mode, which is like a detuned version of this. So when I push stage mode, then it's activating whatever setting I'm on here.
As well as stuff like anti-lag,
Yeah.
the really aggressive map, like all that kind of stuff.
So when we're about to start a stage, we'll confirm these settings because the engineer is constantly telling us adjustments to make. I'll put it in gear. I'll push stage mode. I'll pull the handbrake back. Then I push the start button. So that puts me in launch mode.
Oh, wow.
So it takes a combination of clutch, throttle, and handbrake to let the launch mode go into mode.
Oh, interesting.
Right? And then when I have 5 seconds left, I just go full throttle, and then it cycles through. You'll hear it when I do a launcher. You'll hear it find the right RPM and set the boost and everything. So when I have 1 second left, it's at the right RPM, everything.
Well, there you go, kids. You've learned how to launch a WRC car with us today.
Easy.
It's easy. It's easy.
It's easy.
Press this, turn this. I already forgot. All right, well, that's...
Well, you forgot the 2 paddles here, though.
Whoa. Yeah.
That is a windshield wiper paddle.
Stop it.
That is the most expensive windshield wiper paddle ever. And so shift is only on the right side,
Yep.
forward and back.
Yep.
Can I
shift is
click
on
it?
the right side. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's a very nice action.
So 2 other sticks in there, obviously. There's a gear shift. Even though we have paddle shift, I still have to get into first and out of first, into neutral and into reverse using a stick. You know, it has a gearbox like anything else. The paddle is an actuator that actually uses air to move that stick back and forth. So as I'm driving along, if I shift with the paddle, you'll see you
see it move every time.
You see it move, yeah.
Man, that's really cool. All right, so the Motec display, that gives Alex all the stats that he needs to look at, give it back to the engineers. You know, you're focusing on driving, in the next stage, Alex is beaming info back to him.
Yeah, Alex actually. By the way, Alex also has controls on the foot, so he can actually do the wipers himself. So Ken doesn't have to, right? Hit him with. What is the water splash button?
He told me about that one the other day.
The water splash button closes a vent on the intake. So if we're going through a water splash, it closes the intake and it'll draw air from somewhere else in case a bunch of water's coming in as we cross a stream.
That's rad.
That's really cool.
What? By the way, Alex in the beginning did not like this car.
Oh, really?
There was just a lot more work for him.
Because, hey, you're right. My job is extremely stressful.
Way more homework for the man to do. All right, but let's talk about this real quick. Let's talk about this. Ken, I have not seen this helmet.
So I like patterns, and I like 80s and 90s bright graphics.
You like colors too, I see.
Yeah,
boring,
so
not boring.
I kind of couldn't decide on one, so I went with all of them.
You got purple, yellow,
Is
green.
this from our man Despre?
He had something to do with the inspiration, but it's a helmet painter named Airtrix.
Oh,
put it all together.
Yeah.
So this is the first one that he's done for me. I also have a matching mountain bike full face helmet that I use in the Can-Ams also, and a matching motocross snowmobile helmet. All look the same.
All right, so you have matching helmets for all of your dangerous
So
things.
it's an ink care pattern.
Yep.
It's the brain bucket.
Okay.
We got some flames.
You have to.
I have to have flames. Got some pattern like what we had back on the Kazi, the black and white pattern, and then just some fun
That star
stuff.
pattern is sick.
Yeah, so we just, like I said, I couldn't decide on one pattern, so I said, I'll take them all.
Give me everything you've got.
You always have mega unique helmets, and I feel like you just get the helmet and people get to look at it. It'd be cool if we had like either a miniature or maybe like a consumer level, like a mountain bike helmet that anybody could buy. I feel like we should do something like that.
I'm glad
That's a comment below. Comment below if you want this helmet for sale.
Can I comment now?
Yeah, comment right now.
I want it right now.
But now.
So we're here in the back, and the back is fairly empty. Room for 2 spares.
Yeah. All we want to talk
Usually
about
has 2 spares.
is this jack.
Oh, do you usually run with 2 spares?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. But the jack, first of all, you're out there in the field, and if you lose a tire, you lose a piece of suspension, anything, you're out. You have to fix your own car in the field. So these have permanently latched tools. You got your impact, you got your torque wrench, and you got this thing.
There's a lot more tools under Alex's seat. There's generally spare parts bolted to roll cages and a full kit. Most of this simple kit that's back here is so that we can change a tire on stage or in between stages.
This jack looks like
full hydraulic.
And look how sick this little system is for like holding it in and putting it back away, like all the arrows.
Oh, wow, yeah, so you can see it if it's all covered in dust, yeah.
And it's one of those jacks too that as you pump, it works both directions.
What?
Right?
This ain't no Ricky Dink
This is the bottom.
Yeah, that's the bottom.
with spikes and everything.
See,
Wow,
so it's like both directions.
It's like a high lift jack, but for your car.
Which have you actually? Because ARB made one like this.
Oh,
that's
no way.
hydraulic, but it's like this big.
And this goes into the sill stand on the side of the car, which we'll look at in a second. But I love how even this is rifled like that for lightweight.
Oh, of course, you gotta save weight everywhere you can.
Everywhere.
So you might as well show the little holes though. So there's 2 holes here and here that we put this jack
Is it weird
in.
that I want to jack it up? Can we just throw it in? Can we just see it? Can we just see? Can we just see?
Ken has to practice these with Alex, and he despises it.
Yeah.
Yo.
So back when Ken was on the WRC, we made a bet that Ron and I could change a wheel faster than him and Alex could, and they never let us actually do the test. They were afraid to lose. They were afraid to lose. Unfortunately, Ron and I combined have put on the weight of like, I don't know, like a 19-year-old man. So I just don't know if we're in the same. Wow.
I doubt it's in gear, and I know the handbrake's not on.
Nice.
So I don't want to put it.
There's a sign back there that says handbrake.
This is sick. Look how quick that went up.
That's it?
Yeah.
Also, look how high the car just got lifted. Wheels still in touch with the ground.
Oh yeah. That's droop.
Actually, this is a good way to go into suspension here. Look at those dampers. I don't know how much travel exactly is on this thing, but I imagine it's a lot. Like previous cars, yeah. Probably as much or more than a Ford Raptor, but on a Hyundai.
All right, if you guys are done with the nerdery, I think we all want to see Ken shred the yard with this thing. That's really what we all came here for. For those of you who skipped ahead to this point, this is a Hyundai rally car and it's about to shred the yard.
first corner with so much just...
And then just comes like 2 feet from us, like he doesn't need us.
Right.
He does this a lot, huh?
I guess so, dude. You're insane. Oh my God. You want to do a little more out here? Or you want to go inside now? Let me do one more quick one. He wants to do more. The man wants to do more. Pretty solid harmonic in there.
Drive.
That man could drive.
I thought it was all internet trickery
By the way,
and CGI.
what I want more of those center axes he was about to get into and stopped. Like the speed of that. Does he think he's done? What tire left?
So much tire.
Not much. I was trying to explain to the guys that usually it's good to just let it go until fluids and smoke are coming from under the hood. That's usually a good stopping point. But I don't think they speak English.
It's a little bit different.
I think they care about their car here.
Yeah.
Oh, sacre bleu.
All right, so he's gonna go from there on the outside and through here. Maybe do some donuts. That's just crazy. That's crazy. So tight. I don't know if that's doable at all.
Have faith. Have no faith, you two? He could do this.
Those are my wheels. We'll put them over here.
It gets closer and closer. It's like when you're dropping in, just drop in now.
Yes!
Yo! Good job!
Damn!
I told you!
That was insane!
Never doubt
Yo,
this man!
Dude!
I synced it!
God.
We synced it! We saw it together!
We manifested!
I mean, you didn't do too bad of a job. There's some chords. Okay. All right, all is forgiven.
Dude, hell yeah.
That is.
Man, a lot of firsts here today. First time Ken has shredded the yard. First WRC car in the yard. First gravel tire taken down to the core.
I had to kill some tires. I mean, every time I come here, I have to kill tires.
Yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
a requirement.
Yeah, and it took longer than expected. That last session was crazy with how
here,
much
bro,
smoke.
my ears are still going off the Richter scale. This man killing my eardrums. Thank you.
And possibly the tightest donuts ever done. Well, definitely the tightest donut ever done here on this property. I was super impressed.
Bro, I knew he could do it,
You
though.
did,
I
you
knew
did,
he
you
could
did.
do
You
it.
called it, you called
I
it.
said this mother-effer's
You
gonna do it.
manifested. You manifested.
You had faith in me.
I always got
appreciate
faith.
that.
Yes.
Well, Ken, thank you for coming by.
Hey, we still
Hope you
got
guys-
more tonight.
There
Oh,
is.
shoot.
There is. Actually, this thing is going to be on display out front. We're doing a little meet and greet here at Tire Slayer Studios in the store up front.
Well, the funny thing is I wanted to do that because we have this cool car. It's literally leaving Monday. And so I thought it'd be dope to bring it out with the Trouble Andrew livery, put it on display here at Hoonigan. Let the LA rally fans come out and check out
See
this
it in
car
person.
because one of these has never been here. So have a good time, interact with some fans, show off this wild beast to everybody. So hope you Hoonigan fans appreciate that.
There you go, Ken Block, ridiculous driver and a man of the people. Thank you very much for coming here. I can't wait to see more of this thing.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap.
It's probably a little, like, definitely have tetanus. Definitely got tetanus. So, loyal Hoonigan fan or random person that accidentally stumbled upon this video, if you're watching this, you may be wondering what the hell's going on and why is there a 12-hour video? This is just to catch you up if you just, I don't know, scrubbed your way into the middle of this. But we are here celebrating 4-3 Day. Sorry, let me put the machete down. We're here celebrating 4-3 Day. To celebrate the life of our friend Ken, we wanted to run 24 hours of content today. Yeah, that's right, 24. So it's going to be split up into 2 videos because YouTube it doesn't want us to do a 24-hour stream here. So bear with us. I don't know what video this is actually going in. I don't even know what hour it is at this point, but you know what? It's going to make it in one of them. So if you've made it to this point, kudos to you and congratulations. We've got more bangers to show you. Coming up next is this.
Terrakhana extended cut.
Hi, I'm Ken Block. I'm here in lovely New Hampshire at the Team O'Neill Rally School. We are spending 2 days out here with DC athletes doing a full-on rally school experience. So they're actually learning all the simple skills of being a rally racer, like me.
I can't wait to go on a trip and rent a car and show my friends what I've learned.
For me, it was a great time doing the school for the last few days with other athletes. Is a pretty amazing experience.
The O'Neill Rally School is insane. It's an amazing 2 days. Learned so much.
As I'm actually doing some of my runs of testing, we're throwing all these guys in the car with me just to get a real example of what it's like inside a real rally car. So it should be fun. Hopefully I can scare the shit out of them. That's your foot.
Like, holy shit. That guy is f***ing crazy. I just was sucked into that chair, like, just like taking it all in.
Wow. It's definitely nothing compares to actually being in the car. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Good. There's a big difference going from those to this.
Yeah. I was just impressed, like, how quick everything happened.
That was way too fast for me. Like when he went the second lap, I was bummed. That's why they call these guys the best drivers in the world. I can't believe it. I honestly can't. Oh.
So it's really cool to be able to give, Ricky Carmichael, Devin Walsh, and Alan Cook, give them a ride and see their reactions. All right, well, we are done with the East African Safari Classic Rally, and we've ended here on the east coast of Kenya. So enjoying some drinks on the beach after this very long and very hot rally. 8 days of racing, 9 days total event, 18 hours of competitive race time Alex and I spent in the car on stages. That's a lot. That's actually an hour or two more than our entire US Rally Championship. So incredible event, incredible roads. Alex and I were able to set 8 fastest times of the 22 stages, which is more than I actually expected to be able to go that quick on and set that many fastest times. So felt like the car was really working well for me. Unfortunately, we had 6 punctures, which set us back a bunch of time. And Alex made one little mistake, which cost us breaking the car, team repairing it, and a 2-hour penalty. So event did not go exactly how we would have liked. Didn't get the finish we wanted, but overall I learned a lot, had an incredible time. And these stages were amazing. Really fun stages in the countryside through national parks, elephants, giraffes, zebras, camels, and the occasional motorcycle and truck, that sort of thing, because they are open roads, which makes this quite a different rally. But overall, it was incredible. The Tut Hill team did an amazing job with the car and the overall team, thanks to Richard and his entire crew. And on my team, Alex, my co-driver, did incredible. Derek did a great job. But big thanks to the organizers, all the volunteers, everybody that helped make this rally happen. So thank you. Enjoy some highlights. All right, Alex, so let's have some fun.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Welcome to Africa.
Yeah.
In 300.
Not like this road.
You don't? Yeah, tell me about 600.
Can't see. Are you kidding? Ah! Wow. Whew. That's terrible.
Okay.
Stop. Ah, that was wild. Come on, doggy.
Jump into white. Then 500, finish. Over the jump, finish over the jump, then 200. Stop. Okay, stop.
Good job.
Yeah, good job.
Hoonigan bonus channel, Carcane Diaries.
So today's educational Hoonigan bonus channel episode, we're going to talk about Carcane and my addiction to Carcane. So the term Carcane obviously comes from something else that people are addicted to, but we are addicted to cars, and that addiction can come in many forms. Jay Leno's addiction is much different than mine. Brian Scotto's addiction to cars that don't run, very different from mine. My addiction is with cars that race. So my addiction starts off as something I want to race, either because I want to race it for the experience of it, or I want to race it to win a championship. And then I end up collecting all these things, and that is my Carcane problem. So today, for this educational series, we are going to talk about 5 of my cars that are sitting here in the shop right now, displayed quite beautifully. If we turn and look at them, so we have 5 generations, 5 decades of cars from Ford, all of which I've driven or raced within the last 2 years. Yeah, pretty much. So we'll start off with the Hoonicorn, which is my favorite car, not only of my fleet, but of any car to drive in the world. The RS200 right there is my actual favorite car in the world, but to drive, the Hoonicorn is my absolute favorite. So just the way that this thing handles, the way that it moves, it has a very nice soft suspension that not only looks good on camera, but just the way that it feels that I can throw it around and really trust the grip of these giant Toyo tires is amazing. On top of that, the different engine setups that we've had with the normally aspirated V8 and now the twin turbo methanol fueled V8, both setups have just been incredible to drive in the Gymkhana videos that I've done with them. So right now the car is actually in its livery for Gymkhana 10. So Gymkhana 10 is 5 different cars in 5 different locations. We shot with this one last November, October? I can't even remember. I think it was October. So, you know, let's go through a few little details of the car. Obviously, twin turbo, methanol fuel, 1,400 horsepower. Right, 1,400 or 1,300?
I think it's 7,000. I think it makes 7,000 horsepower.
7,000. It makes so much horsepower that it makes it weird to drive. Because what I'm used to, as far as wheel spin and grip, it kind of throws all that out the window and just does weird things because the wheels speed up so fast. And sometimes I've tried corners where I normally do it in second gear, because testing at a test track in Colorado before we did Gymkhana.
Cut the footage.
Yeah, cut the footage. Anyway, I did it. It would be normally a second gear corner. I'm like, oh, let me try third. Okay, yeah, I can do it in third. Let me try fourth. Oh, yeah, still enough wheel spin. I can make it, do it in fourth. And then I tried it once or twice in fifth. Still so much power that it would spin all 4 wheels around this corner that should be a second gear corner in 5th gear. Too much power. So yeah, very nice seating position. Vaughn at RTR helped design and build the car. Vaughn Getting Jr., sorry about that, sorry Vaughn. And it's just an incredible build. It's just every piece detail about it is just done exceptionally well. We've put a lot of thought into the design of everything, the function of everything. And it really shows when you look at the fit and finish of the detail of the car and how it drives. It's just an incredible piece of machinery to drive. So lots of carbon fiber, a lot of work put into, details just like the dash to the running boards to, all the components, fender flares, hood, all that. Incredible amount of work, very nice detail. So, obviously this is 60, 65 Mustang, very much American muscle. And then we come to this thing, which is kind of the opposite. So this is a Ford RS200. There are only around 200 of these built. And this was Ford's factory car as it went into the World Rally Championship in 1986. Very, very special vehicle because to enter into the World Championship at that time, you had to build 200 production vehicles. So this is one of those production vehicles. So it is a street car, it's not a race car. There is no cage in it. It doesn't have all the functionality of a race car inside. It has very normal instrumentation and very normal switches, although it does have a sequential gearbox and a handbrake that does lock up wheels, but it locks up all four because there is no center diff release in this car. So it is quite a handful to drive, 700 horsepower mid-engine, 800 horsepower on race gas, and the seating position is terrible. It's one of those things that this is my favorite car in the entire world, and then I got it and drove it, and it's tough to drive. I still enjoy it, but wish it was a little more comfortable for my 6'1" frame to fit in there, and the pedals are kind of offset, and my head hits the roof. But man, when the turbo kicks in on this thing, it's amazing. So as you can see, mid-engine, 4-cylinder, 2.1 liter? 2.1 liter.
So it's the super rare evolution motor.
Yeah, so we're like 20-something, 24, 25 made of these Evo engines. That's why it obviously produces so much horsepower. By the way, I love this plexiglass cover. This is so 80s. So 80s right here. Absolutely beautiful. And so the intercooler sits up here if you're wondering what the scoop is on the roof. So they brought a lot of the air into the engine bay through the intercooler up here, but they weren't getting enough air in, so they actually added these ears on to bring more air into the engine bay. Eventually, like in rallycross, they were getting really high temperatures with the engine, so they actually like doubled the height of the scoop on top to get more air into the intercooler. So in '86, they ran this car, Ford did, for only a couple of events. Unfortunately, that year, some drivers died, some spectators died, and the Group B era was officially eliminated from the World Championship. It was basically, they called it too fast to race. It was too dangerous. So this spec of car of the RS200 only raced stage rally for maybe a year, half a year to a year, and then it was, that spec was dead, and they started the Group A era. So, very special car, very unique, one of the most iconic rally cars ever made, and I have it for an occasional daily driver. All right, next we'll roll over to the 90s with the Ford Escort RS Cosworth. So this started off in the early 90s and raced till the late 90s in the World Rally Championship. So this was after the Group B era. This was called the Group A spec. So this car just finished Oregon Trail Rally a week and a half ago.
You got some sick caster going.
Yeah, and so this car literally came off the podium. I got third overall with Alex Gelsomino at the rally. Came off the podium. They washed the outside, put it in the trailer, and drove it home. It hasn't been touched since. So I had to drive the last stage and a half of the rally with broken suspension. So you can see it here.
Yeah, get right up in there. Look at that. That's not supposed to be like that.
Yeah. So I drove the last stage and a half like that. It was not easy, but I had a couple-minute lead on Barry McKenna, who was in fourth place behind me. So I was able to keep enough speed to still beat him by, I think, a minute. But that was not easy to drive with. And then not only that, I had to drive at stage and a half, but I had to do the transit between the last two stages and the transit from the last stage to the finish ceremony. And so I had to do, especially that last transit was a bit nerve-wracking because if I don't make it there, well, I don't get to keep third place. So my trick with this, so basically there's a piece here that's broken off that connects it back underneath here so the wheel can move this way. But this piece still can get jammed up in here. So what I would do is I would jerk the wheel going down the road that would move the wheel and basically lift up that bar, and then as I turn back right, that bar would then get stuck against the wall and it would make it drivable again. But as soon as I would hit the brakes, the wheel would move around again, that would come out, and then the wheel would be sort of minimal control. But I was able to do it safely, and we were able to finish the rally and walked away with third place overall.
really pretty cool. 25 years old. Old technology.
Is it fun to drive though?
It is fun to drive. I don't necessarily like the power and the way that it delivers the power. It's a bit sort of flat as it revs out. The modern engines have a bit more power as you rev out. This, you kind of have to short shift. Like, I went through plenty of corners where, you know, I'm in the right gear, but already at the exit of the corner, I'm shifting before I normally shift with another car. But, you know, it is what it is. It is a 25-year-old, whoa, oh yeah, Alex's doors. Alex's latch is broken, so that happened like 3 stages to go. So we had to start rolling the window down and climbing in and out the window. So we'll go on the other side of the car. So by the way, you can look at the front, like the front lip, it's all duct taped up. It's just, this is how the car came off at the end of the rally. What's that? Oh,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's not that dirty.
Well, this is like taped on because we lost one of these during the rally. I had to do one stage with duct tape over the top of that.
Wow.
Yeah, because we finished the stage and there was a bunch of smoke coming out, so we thought something was broken and on fire. Finished the stage, got out. I think I was like 4th overall on that stage. Got past control, opened it up, and this was just gone, so there was oil all over. But I still had one more stage to do before we went back to service. So we cleaned the engine off and just duct taped over that.
Rally tape.
Yeah.
Metal
Well,
rally
no,
tape.
that came afterwards.
Oh,
the tape we had on was the tape that we keep on the doors.
You keep
So
duct tape in
we
the
keep
door.
extra duct tape in case we need to do something to the windscreen if the sun's getting low.
Yo.
Whatever. So sometimes you have to duct tape things. So we duct taped over the oil filler cap hole and made it through the next stage and back to service. Had a spare cap, and that's why that's on there.
Sick. Motorsport, where you carry a roll of duct tape in the car, that's what's up.
And zip ties and tools. So yeah, this is, you know, an early 90s Ford Escort. We've changed very few things on there. Obviously a Hoonigan handbrake sleeve. So that's really some of the only changes. The computer system and all that still is what it was back then. Julian Godfrey, that helps run this car on the technical side, put in a new screen because the original screen that the car came with blew out, had a malfunction, so we had to put in a modern screen, but that's just a screen. It has nothing to do with the actual, you know, real electronics that drive the engine.
You still have the fuses in the dash though, which
Still
is like
plenty of fuses.
the most 90s, 80s
Yep.
rally thing ever.
And it has electronic diffs, although it's pretty old technology, and I didn't really see much of a difference in testing. We tested the electronic diffs that came with it with just a mechanical diff, and you know, with basic gravel driving, I didn't see much of a difference. So we actually are running this with a mechanical front diff. So it just means less things that'll potentially break. You know, a mechanical diff rarely ever has an issue. So this car, one of my favorite wings in all of motorsports.
I mean, it's kind of why you got the car. Really.
Yeah. I mean, I love this
deciding
era of rally. You know, coming from the Group B era, this was a good solution to make a good small car that worked all-wheel drive to race stage rally. And this design just is so 80s, 90s, and it's just beautiful. It's a beautiful design.
Also, street legal.
Yep, street legal.
HHIC plate.
With my custom license plate. This car, when we bought it, did have side exhaust for tarmac racing in the WRC. But for stage rally here in the States, we had to put a regular exhaust system on it with a cat and a muffler. So it's really unfortunate that we can't run with that very nice side exhaust, but it is what it is. That's rally. It's got to be street legal. It's got mirrors. It's got a horn. It's got turn signals. It's got, you know, the exhaust is, you know, street legal here in Utah. It's got the right volume for what ARA allows for rally cars to race in its series. So it is street legal. And it's very fun. Can't wait to race it again. Next race is New England Forest Rally up in Maine in July. So look forward to getting back in it with Alex and trying to get back on that podium.
So one thing about this car though is we didn't really know where it would kind of sit in the world of a national rally. You know, here in America, we do have some teams, you know, that run at a factory level, and those cars are very quick, very modern equipment. And then you have a lot of grassroots guys. And so I didn't know if, you know, if we would be battling up at that top level or if we'd just be battling with the grassroots guys. And it actually kind of falls somewhere in between. So it's about 1.5 to 2 seconds a mile off the top modern cars, modern factory cars, but it's roughly the same speed, if not a little bit faster than the current crop of grassroots guys. So it's fun. I enjoy, you know, racing with all those competitors at the high level and with the grassroots guys. So, but it's great to take this thing out there and really, you know, see the fans' reaction to it, which is very positive, and even a lot of the other competitors, you know, because everyone that's really competing out there at a national level is a big rally enthusiast themselves. So got a lot of comments from a lot of those people how much they enjoyed seeing this car out on the same roads with them racing. So Mark II Escort. So this is basically one of the original cars that people raced stage rallies on with Fords. So there was the Mark I Escort, which is a more round car, same basic shape, but it had more round features. And this is the Mark II Escort, which gets a bit more square. And I really like the more sort of simple square toughness of this car. So, you know, this car is still very, very popular in national championships in England and Ireland and Scotland and other parts of Europe too. And I drove one years ago at the Colin McRae Memorial Rally. That was my first time ever driving a rear-wheel drive car on gravel and then racing one. And man, I sucked at it. It was really difficult. I got kind of thrown to the wolves in trying to learn that really quickly and then race with guys that really knew that car quite well. So it was quite fun, but it was quite humbling. So I wanted to buy one to try and to learn that better. So bought this original car, raced it a couple times on the gravel. Always had trouble with it because it was actually a light tarmac build, so it didn't handle the gravel very well. So every time I took it out, I had issues with it, either breaking or something happening. Like I was sliding through a corner and hit a piece of tarmac in the corner, and it made the wheel come up and stop inside the wheel well, and so the car just corrected and I went straight off the road into a ditch. That sucked because my rally was basically done and I was having a lot of fun, and it was just a simple sort of sizing error and suspension error that caused that to happen. Anyway, so we rebuilt the car as a Gymkhana car, and that's how it sits today. That's how we use it today. We've taken it to several different events, done some fun testing with it. Ryan Turk drove it at a Gymkhana grid. Andreas Backrud won it, drove it at Gymkhana grid. Where was that?
Or no, that was Greece.
In Greece?
Yeah, he drove this in
Yeah.
Greece.
So it's done quite well. It needs some work though. As the competition in rear-wheel drive has gotten quicker and quicker, this car has kind of shown a couple of weaknesses, so we're going to do a bit of work with it this year to try and improve some speed on it. And one of them, just being a real simple thing and very obvious thing, is that the gearing is still geared to go out and do stage rally, which means high speeds, you know, up to 100 miles an hour, whereas we don't have that with grid. So just gearing alone will mean a big difference for this. I don't think Andreas ever got out of first gear in Greece. That's kind of silly. So we need to fix that. It needs more wheel spin control, which means just different gearing.
It is the only Rocket Bunny Mark II, point it back. The only Rocket Bunny Mark II Escort in existence, though.
Yeah, so Kai came over, measured the car, used his lasers, made some beautiful illustrations, and drew this up and had it made for us. So yeah, the only Rocket Bunny kit ever made for a Mark II, which is very cool. I really like Kai's style. And it's kind of a mix of the other stuff that he makes, and in a WRC style. So really with, you know, the clean back cuts on the fenders, that sort of thing. And that's stuff that you can see reflected on the current, you know, WRC cars, like the Fiesta over there, you know, the back of the fender well being cut out, you know, the fender flare, and this is something simpler, but just with a different type design. So this car's cockpit's actually one of my favorite cars to sit in. Just a really nice heads-up display right behind the steering wheel. It's got a real nice control center right in the middle of the car. You know, the handbrake and gear shift just have a really nice, simple feel to them. It's just a really enjoyable car to get in, and it's so small, it just has such a great feel to drive and to move around.
It's like the 86 Corolla is to drifting, this car is to rally.
Right, exactly. Simple, small, really connected to the road. You really kind of feel everything when you're inside the car. Such great response. And then the motor's just a very simple 4-cylinder, 2.5 liter.
This is 2.5 liter, yeah.
Yeah.
Revs to 8K.
And it's a Millington engine, which is just a small engine manufacturer in England that just makes beautiful equipment, and this thing just screams. Cut the footage of engine screaming. Amazing. Amazing. I just love the sound. I love the power delivery. I love going through the gears of this thing. It is just incredible. One random thing about this car, though, is that I've never actually filmed anything with it, though. I've only driven it like testing and having fun with it. So someday we need to make a video with it. I don't know when. I certainly want to do it before we ever do anything different with this engine, but
yeah,
it's been such a fun car to go out and play with every once in a while, but I don't get enough time in it. So need to change that. Only so much time in the day for me, though. And last but not least, the last of these 5 is my Ford Fiesta RX 43. So this car we developed with M Sport. It is a variation of their World Rally Championship car that we made to race rallycross. So I raced several seasons in GRC with this car. I led the championship twice with it. Unfortunately, I didn't win either of those championships. I lost one year by 5 points and lost the other year terribly. I led half the season and my luck just went like this and ended up 5th or 7th or something. But it's been a great car because all the work that M Sport put in to develop the chassis to make it a great handling car for stage rally, we then took and used that for, you know, rallycross. So it really works exceptionally well. I've really enjoyed racing this car, and when we switched to the Focus the last couple of years, I really struggled because I knew this chassis so well that when we switched to the Focus, it drove so different. It was such a different chassis and suspension style that it just didn't work for me like this car did. So anyway, it's a 2-liter. We'll pop this open real quick. This is a very nice part of this car. 2-liter turbocharged.
In this spec, it's
4-cylinder
like
engine.
600 horse?
Yeah, about 600 horse. About the same in torque. Does 0 to 60 on rallycross tires in around 2 seconds, 1.9 seconds. It's incredible. Every time you go through the gears with this on a launch, just a big smile on my face.
Definitely faster than a Veyron, though.
Yeah, and we proved that in Gymkhana 8 in Dubai. So it is quick, very quick little 4-cylinder. So that's the amazing thing about rallycross cars is they're small, they're based off production cars, but they are some of the quickest, most maneuverable cars in the entire world. And that's what makes them so fun to drive. That's why I enjoy driving them so much. Very light, very nimble, high horsepower, very quick to get, you know, a short distance, but also very maneuverable through a rallycross course. And it can handle tarmac and dirt with the same setup.
Big jumps.
Yeah, and big jumps. So the inside of this car, a little more complicated than the Mark II Escort. Still has the gold Hoonigan handbrake from Gymkhana 8. Some of the safest seats in the world. This seat was developed for the WRC. Very, very thick carbon fiber built by Recaro. Yeah, it is just a very clean, very amazing rallycross car.
I want to say you have the most seat time in this chassis of any other car.
Yeah, because I raced everything from the WRC. When they introduced this car after the Focus, that's when I actually raced 9 events in the WRC. Still not as a factory driver at that time, just a sponsored driver. But it was great to experience that car the first year that they brought it out. And then we started using it for rallycross and Gymkhana. So this spec car, this was in Gymkhana 6 and 8. And of course we did several Gymkhana grids with it. It's just been an amazing car. Let's see what else. Very nice sticky Gymkhana tires on here. It's basically a drift tire that's a spec that is determined by Gymkhana grid that we have to use for that competition, so everyone's on a somewhat level playing field as far as tires go. And this is just normally we race and do things on 1552s, but this was actually the rallycross wheel that we used at the end of Gymkhana grid. So I ended up 4th overall, and in this last Gymkhana grid, I actually beat Andreas in our first head-to-head, and then when we flipped over and switched the mirrored, to do the mirrored side at Gymkhana grid, I had actually hit something on the dash by accident, and it changed my engine map. And so as I was racing through, the throttle kept maxing out and doing weird things. So I ended up losing to Andreas by a half second or a second. It's just unfortunate. That's racing. Things happen. But I was really bummed, though. This car is so fun to drive, and we worked really hard to get the setup right at that Gymkhana grid last year. And I really wanted to battle Petter or Kristofferson for the final, but it is what it is. What else? Beautiful wing in the back, radiators in the back. It's rallycross, so they try and keep the radiators in the back to keep them filling up full of dirt, and then they obviously don't work as well when they're full of dirt and muck, so they put the radiators in the back. The wings straight off the WRC car. You can actually see these are the intakes here for the radiators. And that's about it. So last time I drove this car was at Gymkhana Grid. I have to do a few things with it this year for some demos and for some PR stuff. And other than that, it doesn't get raced anymore. But I look forward to driving it anytime I can. So anyway, that's the end of our little 5 decades tour. Some amazing machinery that I get to play with that all have very nice Ford badges.
Get that white shot. Get that white shot.
Uh-oh. Ron's directing.
I mean, come on.
Oh, it's nice.
It's actually, it's pretty rare that we have all these here, too.
Yeah. It's usually such a busy year that, things are moving around quite quickly. But right now, it is rare for them all to be in one place. So we decided to explain my carcane addiction and talk through the cars. So thanks for watching.
We don't really need a sync clap, but you can do it anyways, just for fun.
Gotta do the fucking sync clap.
Do it.
Jesus.
Feel weird if we don't do it.
Hoonigan bonus channel, Carcane Diaries. Oh. Nope.
Rolling? It's your first time.
It says it's red and it says recording.
Are you up high enough?
Stop! Yes.
All right. Well, greetings here from Hoonigan Racing. We are trying to have fun today in the shop because it's quarantine time. My next race, which is the Barbados Rally, has been postponed, so I'm not sure when I get to race again. So I've been trying to find fun ways to do things here in town where I live in Park City or around the shop. So So I think I've come up with a very fun thing to do. Gymkhana grid course in the shop. Do it with my Can-Am. Since I don't have Brian and the Hoonigan crew to film for me, I've got my kids, my 3 kids and my wife. So my oldest kid, Leah, say hi, Leah. Hi. She's helping me operate the host cam today. They're gonna run all the GoPros, do all the camera work, and help me make this video. Gotta keep the camera still, Leah.
It is still chill. Oh my god.
So a big part of this is Gymkhana Grid is coming back to the States this fall thanks to Monster Energy. It's been in Spain, England, Greece, South Africa, and Poland last year. And so finally the big finals is coming back to the States. So I want to win this year. So I'm trying to do everything possible to practice and get ready for that, even if it means driving a Can-Am in my shop. Whenever we design Gymkhana grid courses, we have a freelance artist named Marcus Jurgensen that's worked for us for a long time, and he designs everything on paper. So this location's a little bit different. We usually use Google Maps. Well, how about if I just show you? You can see this is the Burnyard. This is the design of the course that we did at the Burnyard a couple months ago. So this is all done digitally on top of a Google Maps image. The South Africa event at Carnival City. So that was a very nice mirrored course. Poland, which was last year outside of Warsaw, Poland. So this is how we design all these. So it's all digital. Marcus Lazy's out for us. There's Greece. That was a fun course. And this is today. So this is our Hoonigan Racing headquarters Gymkhana 3 course for me to do it in my X3. So we got lots of fun obstacles, from a forklift to tires, Toyo tires. We got a bear, we got specialized bikes. We got a Ford Focus RSRX and a Momentum trailer. We're always trying to test some basic car control skills with these courses. So everything from left and right turns, donuts, figure eights, proximity moments where you have to get the vehicle very close to something and or hit a ball. So if you look here at the design, you can see some bigger sweeping turns, figure eights, tighter type donuts with a Ford Focus as an outside clipping point. And we even have a ball down here as a car skill moment. You have to hit the ball with the vehicle. And when I come back inside, my wife's going to be driving the forklift, and I'm actually going to have some moving donuts as part of the course. Tried to mix in a lot of moments of our normal big courses into this very, very small course. So yeah, blah, 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 blah. Let's go outside. I like the view that, like, as you walk out the door, you can already see the Can-Am in its spot. This is the Hoonigan Racing shop. And I must say it's never looked like this before. Now you kind of see the course that we designed, like in the computer, come to life out here. And this is one of my favorite features, which is the carcass of the Kazi version 1. It's just been up on a shelf, so we decided to bring it out and have it be an obstacle I would slide under. Obviously Kazi version 2 sitting here. We brought some bikes out to be a part of this, and that's basically inspiration from the Mexico part of Gymkhana 10. The bear from my office. It's even got a nice GoPro mount on it right here, so you get a nice bear view. The Ford Focus RSRX. This is a rear clipping point. We have a couple of these doors, so I figured if I hit it by accident, we actually have a replacement part right there. Oh, got a very nice monster fridge here. Toyo tires. These are all the proxies that I use for the Hoona truck. So we got all those outlining the outside of this turn, including a damaged turbo fan. Ooh, I don't remember where I did that. That's a wheel off the Hoonicorn. What else do we have? SVC Raptor. Once I do the figure eight and the donuts here, then I jump out into the loading dock area, and we have, oh, mommy's Bronco sit here. Mommy is very concerned about that. She does not want me to hurt the Bronco. We have a piñata out there that's like the balls from Gymkhana 6, and we had balls like that in various other Gymkhana grid events, including Warsaw last year. So I do a couple donuts out there, come back up the ramp and then inside, and then your mom will be driving the forklift, so I can do some moving donuts around the forklift, and then I drive back out for a finish. What do you think? What's your favorite obstacle?
For sure the pinata.
What?
Yeah.
Pinata out of all this stuff.
Yeah.
And by the way, how's your broken arm?
Not.
Leah broke her arm tumbling while at Woodward. It was all my fault though. I told her to do a backflip at the end of a run, and while I was filming, she ended up breaking her arm. So how long has it been? 8 weeks?
Yeah, 8.5.
All right, so you gotta help me pick a helmet.
Okay,
over
let's
here. So I've got the helmet that Troy Lee painted for me. It's my typical Stilo rally helmet. Very nice. But look at this nice new helmet bag from the Hoonigans. So the helmet bag is with the new Troy Lee graphics that's off Kazi. But the helmet is brand new. I haven't even put it on my head yet. This is a brand new D4 mountain bike helmet with the paint job that is real close to what they sell from Troy Lee. As you can see, even the graphics on top match. One says peace and wheelies, which is what comes on their helmets, and then the race one, my rally race helmet says peace and donuts. So which one do you think I should use?
I think I like the downhill mountain bike helmet.
Okay, twist my arm. I'll wear that helmet. Let's go look at the Can-Am. So this is my Can-Am X3, Maverick X3. It has a few things done to it, not a whole lot. Different cage on it with a lower profile roof. We have a nice set of rigid lights on it. Lots of carbon fiber if you look in here. Some very nice carbon fiber. There is a very special tune on this thing right now because I need to start and stop very quickly to be able to do the things that I need to do in here. I wanted a tune on this that the RPMs revved up very quick. We stiffened up the suspension a little bit, and we're just running stock wheels and tires. And the reason being for that is I really need actually a lack of control in here. I want it to be able to slide very easy. And I did some testing, tried to use several different Toyos, but they have too much grip. It was actually very difficult to put the thing exactly where I wanted because the grip varies so much on this surface because there's some dust, there's some dirt, there's actual tire marks from me driving the Mark II in here the other day. So these tires just worked the best for this situation. And of course, probably the most important element of this setup for me for driving this course today is this very nice Hoonigan handbrake. So this was custom made, and it just helps for me to be able to initiate the oversteers exactly where I want them and to be able to put the X3 where I want every time. So that's it. So now we finally get to get driving. You ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's do this. Oh, you weren't recording.
Yes, I was. Stop! Hi, GoPro. Wait, did I turn it on or off?
Is it working? Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's how you turn on a camera, guys. lollipops over there. Everyone. Watermelon. I was totally not just stealing the blue ones because I love them.
How was it?
Good.
Thanks. All right, well, that was a lot of fun. That was actually more fun than I thought it would be. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah.
My little film crew for the day. Kira even getting up on top of the Momentum trailer to get a shot. I can honestly say I've never had 3 kids as my Gymkhana film crew, so that was super rad. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Who else do we think should do this? Do you think Travis should do this?
Yeah.
Do you think his kids could film as good as my kids? No? Wow. Wow, that's a big call out. So Travis Pastrana, calling you out. It's your turn to do a course like this. Film it at Pastrana Land. All right, that's it. Thanks, everybody. Say bye. Bye. Thank you.
I love lollipops.
Yeah, that was good?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, world, as you know, Ken Block has called out the Pastrana family.
So Travis Pastrana, calling you out. It's your turn to do a course like this. Film it at Pastrana Land.
And we have Addie behind the camera phone and my wife right here, and we are going to kick Ken Block's butt. So, first thing is he said it was going to be, is the camera still? Mm-hmm. You sure? Ken, I think you believe that everyone has a shop as big as your shop. We do all kinds of races, have some fun. We have a rear clipping point. And a front clipping point and all kinds of other clipping points because this is made for pit bikes that we have do circle tracks and skateboards and all kinds of fun stuff. Mm-hmm. However, I don't think that a Can-Am will even fit side by side. Like, it's just gonna hit stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna try. If not, Addie is gonna run a crazy cart and show you how to do Gymkhana crazy cart inside the shop, right?
I am?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Either way, you asked for a wheelie. I think there was some sarcasm to that. But I'm gonna do a wheelie for you. We've got some Subarus out there. The hot dog suit?
Hot dogs, because, you know, America.
Yeah, obviously. And then, of course, we've got some Yokohama tires. So we've got some Yokohama Super Digger 3s. Bias ply, should be able to ride straight out of our garage, get on 2 wheels, and come on down this way. What do you think? You see, this is the problem. When we explain stuff, we lose our kids' interest. Sorry, Ken, our kids fell asleep halfway through your show.
Yeah,
so,
they did. It was great, though. I'm gonna put it on at bedtime tonight, and then they'll be right out.
Pastrana on 3. Who's gonna win?
Pastranas! Oh, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Pastranas!
All right, Pastranas, the Blocks have called us out, and they think that Ken is a better driver than me, and that the kids are better filmers than you guys. What do you think about that?
That is offensive!
Offensive. All right, are we gonna win?
Yeah!
All right, so Ken Block, I see that you use a computer and Google Maps. Here at Pastrana Land, we are super high tech. There's nothing more accurate, more precise than a Sharpie and a napkin. So we're gonna start at the house, their house. Lindsay and I are gonna come out on 2 wheels. Would be good to pull a permit, but we're not going to. It's just a short little road. We know all the police officers around here. They're all super nice people. All the neighbors are great. We're gonna come down the hill on 2 wheels, and then we're gonna do big loops until Addie, Bristol, and Hubert, I just wanna see Hubert get on the slide because he hasn't done it yet, are gonna go down the slide to meet us there as quickly as possible. Then Hubert is gonna get dressed up in a big hot dog costume, grab Addie. You,
Yep, that's me. I'm the you.
Is going to take Bristol and jump on my STI, which is going to be somewhere around here. So your Subaru Ascent's going to be on the outside because we need clipping points. Now, he wanted a figure 8. I believe that's kind of in every Gymkhana. So we've got a toilet. It's really close to, you know, like Buckingham Palace, but it's a porta-john. So you got that. Greg Duffy left his truck and the keys in it, which was very nice of him. We're gonna put that on the outside with the piñata on it because, well, we don't want to use our vehicles for that. Stack of Yokohama tires right there. So I'm gonna come out of the shop, do a wheelie, while Hubert gets in the hot dog costume with Addie, and they're gonna do a burnout in the
sidecar.
Sidecar, thank you. And I'm gonna circle around them. So that's your moving target that you said, Ken. So we got that checked off the box. Got the wheelie checked off the box. Yokohama tires checked off. And then we're gonna go into this figure 8. We're thinking that after, go around the tires, up on that ramp, shooting off this direction to the woods, we can do some jumps. Because, I mean, let's face it, outside of, what was it, Gymkhana 5? What was
5, San Francisco. I think it was 5.
San Francisco, you had awesome jumps. That was my favorite by far. All right, so we're starting up at the house, 2 wheels. Yep, all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And we're gonna use Hubert Translate to get this all sorted out. Check?
Check.
All right, Hubert. Ken uses Google Maps at a computer, but we got Hubert Translate right here. What do you think?
Well, it's typical. It's on a napkin like always, and we can make that happen.
My man. Welcome to Pastrana Land. Do not go in there. Woo! Our shop is not quite as clean as Ken's shop, but we do have a porta-john. I figured it'd make a good obstacle. This is a crazy cart. Basically, I figure if I can't get a donut in this really, really narrow area, my daughter's gonna have to show me how to do it on this one. Over here, the piñatas. This was definitely a good trick. Thank you, Ken. Not only are they an amazing obstacle, they are very helpful in getting your kids to be very excited about filming. And what film trip would not be complete without a hot dog? I'm gonna dress Hubert up in this hot dog costume. Have him go run around. You can't really see much out of there, so it's a lot of trust there. Right here, we got a box stock Can-Am Maverick X3. It's the Turbo R, not even the top of the line. Normally, I would run a Yokohama, the Geolander's on here, but trying to get a donut done in this shop is going to be tough, if not impossible. And if you'll see, this Can-Am, put front to back, is about 3.5 feet from the wall. So I don't know if I'm gonna make a donut in this, and that's why we got the stock tires. They're super slippery, so less control, but maybe more donut ability in tight areas. Maybe I'm gonna hit the clipping point. It's really too tough to call. So these Yokohama Geolander ATs will be a less severe clipping point. They actually normally go on this Maverick, but thinking about how we get it to rotate a little easier in here, these actually have a little too much traction. We'll get it done in here though. And I guess we'll end up here with the Red Bull fridge. This has actually been around and it's still working for 18 years now. So it's always, Can's newer than 18 years.
Did you turn it on? All right, it's filming. Make sure it's pointing at the piñata.
All right, guys, you know what to do, right? Yeah! Let's go on 3. 1, 2, 3, Pastrana! All right, kiddos, come on. All right, well, you ready?
Ready.
Kids, ready?
Yeah! Don't be scared, cat, Hubert. We're gonna hit this.
Go, Eddie, go. Let's go. We're going. Woo!
Hey, go to the hot dog. Addie, go to the hot dog.
All right, let's go, Brisky. Come on, Brisk.
I want this one. Can you eat your candy with your full face on there, buddy? Yeah, you're good. It's in there.
Well, Ken, thanks a lot for calling us out. That was actually a lot of fun. Did you guys have fun today? Yeah? A little bit? All right. Well, it was good. We didn't flip anything, so that was cool. Did the 2 wheels all the way from the house to the shed, so super pumped on that. Didn't crush Duffy's truck, so that was good. Hubert was the best hot dog I've ever seen, man.
Hot dog and smoking tires.
There you go. So, guys, what do you think? Did we do better than the blocks?
By far.
Yeah!
Did Dad do better than Ken?
Yeah! Did you get the shot?
Yes! Yes. Definitely yes.
Definitely yes. Okay, well, I haven't seen any of the footage yet, so we might have to do it all again, but as far as take one, it's in the can.
I think we should hoon it one last time.
Ken just wants to blow that thing up.
All right, so that's it. We just wrapped Hoonicorn versus the World, but sadly, that means that's the last project that Ken's gonna be doing with the Hoonicorn for at least the foreseeable future. You wanna explain why?
Well, my favorite car too. That's tough.
I think it's all of our favorite cars.
But after 11 years, Ford and I are parting ways amicably.
They're seeing other people. Yeah, it's cool. Like, it's an open relationship. So.
But I appreciate the support Ford put behind me for all these years. It actually was great, and being able to do projects like this and the Hoona truck and the Fiestas.
Big moment for
Ken block. Press beat tool.
Everything that we got to do was super rad. But time to move on. So today is my final time driving this car.
Really?
So I think we should hoon it one last time. But before that, I wanted to kind of talk about the history of this
little memory
car.
lane, go back through, yeah.
Yeah.
This is like the equivalent of like scrolling through your ex's IG. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, just one last time before you hit that unfollow button.
Yeah, just one last time before unfollow and block.
Yeah.
You gotta double them up. Here's the thing about the Hoonicorn. The two of us could talk for hours. I'm more curious as to what John has to say about Hoonicorn.
I mean, for me, Hoonicorn?
Yeah, no, because like, yeah.
This was like, when I got hired on, Gym 7 had just wrapped. And remember, I had my interview, and you go, want to see something cool? It sounded like something from like Stand By Me, right? So we go over this corner.
Want to see a dead body?
Yeah.
Guys, wanna go see a dead body?
And he looks up and he goes, look at this. And it was just a fender. He's like, we'll show you. And he pulled it off. And that's the first time I saw the car. And I was like, this is bananas. And that's my introduction to Hoonigan. That was like week 1 working there. And this is personally my favorite car that Ken has ever built, because to me it's the most relatable, because it's from the 60s, it's an American car, it's got a V8 in it. I mean, yeah, it's got twin turbos on it, but it's still like, it's the most aggressive looking car. The presence of it, it's muscular, it's all those things. It breathes fire.
I just think that like V2 is also like equally as impressive, because it's like, how did you take the craziest car and make it even stupider? You know, like you couldn't top it. Like the Hoonicorn was the best car there was, and then add another 2 times the horsepower.
So that's a good question. V1 or V2?
Well, I think V1 was a bit more relaxed and fun, right? Bigger power band, and it had enough power. V2, it just, like everything, it feels like wants to kill me. From the power to the fumes in my face. It's like making me pick which of my favorite children. It's not nice. Yeah, I can't do it.
You can't do it? I think for me, aesthetically, I liked V1 more.
And originally the V1, when we designed it, I wanted it to look like a Hot Wheels car you would play with. I agree, like I enjoy that look, but it's actually kind of complicated. The other one is just like ATVs with, you know, a scoop. It is so like Hot Wheels, you know,
very
like
simple,
that a kid would understand. Air go in, you know, like, high horsepower.
We talk about the design side, like I don't think we really ever dive deep into it, but so much work went into designing this car, and there were so many different variations. We hired multiple artists, and in the end, it was actually Lindsay Ross, who actually worked at Hoonigan and then went to go work at RTR, which is kind of funny because RTR was the one who was building this car. And we worked countlessly to like all the little stuff, like the fact that the fender, like the actual flare bolted on the whole way instead of like just having the bolts here. And when we did that, no one else was doing that. Like the idea that it was, instead of like a full fender replacement, it just flanked the whole side. And part of the reason we did that is we didn't want like the heavy bolts around here that you saw on all the other cars. We wanted it to just feel like this big slab panel that went on. And think about how many renditions we went through for the Scoop. Like 20 different renditions. Like we built it out of cardboard. Like we did all these things because it was about just trying to get that look perfect. That was like somewhere between paying homage to like vintage racing and like vintage drag cars and all of that, everything that had scoops on it, but then also modernizing it enough that like it fit the rest of kind of what we were doing.
The car was always behind schedule. We had these shoot dates that everything was backed up against. So I did one test out near Charlotte, and there were no body panels or anything. It was all raw, but we just had to prove that it worked because the way that the engine was placed in, because the diff had to sit up front, everything had to be quickly tested. So then the car came to LA to shoot for Gymkhana 7, got finished in the wee hours of the night. I went and shook it down,
in a dirty parking lot next to Hoonigan.
And they shook it down behind Old Hoonigan in
Old
downtown LA,
Hoonigan
which
in
means like
downtown LA.
a parking lot like this big.
So then the next day we started shooting Gymkhana 7. So I learned to drive this thing. There was no real practice time. I learned how to drive this car making Gymkhana 7.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite moment in Gymkhana 7?
I really love the water drop in LA River. Where you slide and drop the wheel in. Just because it just looks so
like the
crazy.
easiest thing for me to do.
Just visually it looked good. And you didn't want to do it. You fought me on the radio on it. You're like, I don't want to put the car in the water. And I was like,
it's a brand new car.
The lowrider shot is probably one of the most iconic things. Randy's Donuts just looks good because the setup.
Oh, that's my favorite shot.
All-time favorite moment for this car of all time. I think probably we all agree. 3, 2, 1.
Evo corner.
Well, this guy. Everyone said the same thing except for him.
What'd you say?
I said Evo corner. That's like the move.
Yeah, Evo corner.
I didn't know we were jumping so far ahead. Brian just wants to erase London.
At some point, Ken and I, we decided to see other people, and Ken went and dated the Top Gear folks, so they made a video in London. I don't know, I haven't watched it. Tell me if it's good.
Maybe be careful.
Well, so you took a car that was crazy, then you made it crazier to do the Gymkhana video. Like, was it like, hey, we need turbos? Like going into it, you're like, we need this already, or did you try out?
Well, no, because for Gymkhana, we knew the altitude affects the power so much.
Yeah.
And with it being normally aspirated, it would rob it even more. So what do? You force the air in there to get the horsepower. So, and then, because we didn't want to deal with intercoolers and stuff, methanol. And then one of my favorite things though was Gymkhana 10, doing all the things that we did in Gymkhana 10, but then we had the down day in LA where we shot all the slow-mo stuff because we had the Phantom camera.
Oh, yeah.
And then we made a whole Christmas
Of shooting fire.
yeah, a whole Christmas video that's how long? It's an hour long or 2 hours long. And Brandon Steinekert, the drummer of Rancid, actually made holiday music for it, made 5 tracks, and it just repeats, but it's all edited to this slow-mo footage of the Hoonicorn spitting fire.
We also did toe nuts that day as well.
Yes.
Because the Escort broke and we were waiting to fix it, so we were bored, and that's what happens when we're bored.
So Toe Nuts is an F450 driving around with the Hoonicorn hooked up going the opposite direction, and I'm just doing an all-wheel drive burnout tethered going around behind the F450.
What's your top 3 moments?
For me, Gym 7, when you leave the warehouse from the all-wheel burnout, and you come out curb to curb over the bridge before you get to the hot dog cart. I super love that one. I will not lie though, the jump in London underneath, pretty sick. I like that one. And then
I wasn't
Chris,
allowed to jump the car.
and I will also say when Chris Harris did his ride along with you, he looked genuinely terrified.
Yeah.
That's
that
another
was
good
really
one.
good. I forgot about that.
Chris
That was a
is-
really good moment. Zach, top 3 moments.
Number 3, Gymkhana 10, the reverse entry in Detroit, and where it like drops in the slow-mo and comes back. It just looks cool.
That
And
reverse entry is
it's
all time.
Lafayette corner.
Gym 7. I really like all of like the really big shots where you're coming in, like basically right as you're coming off the 6th Street Bridge.
Yeah, 6th Street Bridge slide on, off the 6th Street Bridge, right?
Yeah, like you can see the police cars that are like blocking traffic in the back, but it's just like a cool looking shot because there's this like gone in 60 seconos type feel.
It's also like one of the most iconic film spots in all of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Well, it was. Now it's gone.
Yeah. And then, Evo Corner. It's just cool.
Vin, top 3?
Oh, I'm not playing this game. It's all sick. It doesn't, there's no single moment to pick out. I mean, I got excited watching Ken smash through gears in a straight line on this drag strip. So, it's the Hoonicorn. Everything it's done is awesome. No pick.
All right. Top 3, I would say the chained up moment in the warehouse, because it was something that I kept wanting to do, and Ken said that's dumb, but it actually made sense for the Mustang.
I will give him credit. That was Brian's idea.
But
it was something that made sense for the Mustang because we had to explain to an audience real quickly that it was all-wheel drive. Like, that's what made this thing special. And still to this day, like, that still of seeing all the wheels spinning, I think it's actually a shot that Ron got. It's just still one of my favorite shots of this car. Then Evo Corner, it's just like probably one of the best filming moments I've ever had. You know what, I actually have to say, a weird one is the testing, and I wasn't even there for it. Like, seeing that come back was just like the coolest thing, because it was this thing that we built in our heads, and then all of a sudden to see it actually work and like slide in a way we never saw the car slide. I don't know, this car just makes me happy all the time.
All right, so I'll do the final ones. Randy's Donuts in LA, just because it was super rad to do that there. Iconic spot that I'd looked at most of my life. Evo Corner, of course, because I mean, that shot is like what I dreamt about, going to Pikes Peak and mimicking what I saw in the 80s and early 90s of what rally cars did there on that mountain. And then the final thing actually was going to Detroit and finally getting to shoot in Detroit for Gymkhanathon with the Hoonicorn. And actually the surface there was much slipperier than it looked. Like the rocks in the tarmac were super slippery. So driving on it was much more difficult, and we caught some of that storytelling in the Gymkhana files. But the part that I really enjoyed was being out on Woodward Avenue right in front of Slows, like a place that I've eaten so many times there in Detroit, and doing moving donuts around you there in that intersection.
See, it all comes back together.
see, I bring you down with one
yeah, just
bring you back
up
up.
At the end. Yeah, that's how he keeps me here. It's an abusive relationship.
So in saying that though, shouldn't we do some moving donuts one last time?
One last time.
I see a Segway plugged in somewhere back there from some production guys.
I'll dust it off if I got it. I'll dust it off.
You still got the skill?
I don't know. I don't know if I can still ride one.
Well, look, let's send it to its Viking funeral.
I'll go get the Segway.
Man, I'm a front clipping boy.
Are you guys ready?
Sure. Wants to blow that thing up.
Yeah! Dude. I don't have a hat.
Look at pure race car.
Man, just smells like race car.
Well, it's kind of a sad day for me, but it's going to be a fun day too. This race car that I raced in 8 events this year is actually going bye-bye on Monday. It is now Saturday. So we brought the race car out here to LA to Hoonigan so that I could rip around in the yard and do a little fun event last night. But the car needs to go back to Europe on Monday, so I have a day with it to go play around LA. When I say play, I mean more like drive and visit some friends. So I was born here in Southern California, actually born just down the road in Long Beach. Grew up here till I was about 12. But as far as race car stuff, we don't have a rally here in Southern California anymore. There used to be one called Rim of the World, and I did that one a couple times. We've done X Games here a couple times, actually done one major Gymkhana grid in X Games here, but also did Gymkhana 7. But typically I don't have a race car like this here around where I actually was born and lived a good part of my life. So it's kind of fun to be able to take this race car and be able to go visit some friends and drive around LA, where I'm from. So this year, the team and I have had a partnership with Hyundai and been able to race this amazing i20 WRC car, built in Germany, raced in the WRC. The WRC has moved on to a different spec, so I got to race it this year, modified from a normal WRC car, weight added, smaller restrictor, that sort of thing. But it was incredible. Won 4 races with it, ended second in the championship. We had a great year, although it was wild with lots of crazy luck, but that's racing. So one thing that people don't necessarily realize when they watch a rally car race down a stage, in video, in photo, whatever, is that these cars are actually street legal.
Barely legal.
So that we don't put it on a trailer and trailer it out to the stages. Nope, we start in a town, usually like the service area will be in a small town in the countryside. We leave service and we drive out to say 4 stages, do the 4 stages, transit back to service, and then do that again. That's the way most rallies work. So the car has to be street legal to transit between and out to all the stages. So it is something that makes rally quite unique. There aren't a lot of race cars around the world that you can just take and drive around in LA for the day.
Well, you're special.
So all this stuff is real. You see a lot of race cars where this is just a sticker in this area, but no, all this stuff is fully functioning. Not only do you have all this giant aero and functional stuff, you even have a mirror that has aero on it. Pretty amazing, but it does work. I use it. The windows actually don't roll down, but we have what's called a mailbox here that we can open to get air or, communicate and give out the paperwork that we do for rally, that sort of thing. As far as creature comforts go, there is no air conditioning, and this thing does get quite hot inside on race day. We have a heater. There's just a fan inside there that blows some heat on us, but that is it. Well, okay, there's a roof vent. This part's carbon fiber, but the inside is actually aimable vents that Alex and I have. We do actually have things Alex, my co-driver, and I use, for personal stuff, like, a sunglass case here. We keep drinks and waters and safety equipment in there. Another part of the street legalness of it is turn signals on the steering wheel. And then of course we have lights. The vehicle is pretty loud inside. We actually use headsets. So it's connected to an intercom system that we use with the helmets while racing rally. But when we're transiting, Alex and I both have 2 sets of these. So it is a 6-speed sequential gearbox, and that sequential gearbox, once I get up and moving, is operated by a paddle shift. But getting into first and neutral and reverse, I actually do use the sequential shifter. So the paddle shift is only really used once you get up to speed.
Of course, there's a handbrake too. Won't be using that much today though. A little disappointed. And obviously, if you come around here to the back, fully functional taillights and a license plate. So the car was actually built in Germany, still registered in Germany. So for a race deal like this, the car's just brought over. We use it for the year, and then it goes back to who owns it, which is 2C competition in France. So that's really it. I will like to point out this Kona N that's over here. I really like this car. We're using it as a chase car today. It's a quick little package. I really like it. Yeah, so let's get out of here. We're gonna go do some Gymkhana tourism. We're gonna visit some friends, drive around downtown LA, and then end up in Malibu. So quick stop here, a little bit of Gymkhana tourism, Gymkhana 7. I actually came down this road into this parking lot and slid around this entire donut shop. One of my favorite shots in the film, especially the photo, playback photo, standing up in a crane way above, shooting down on this place. Hi, I just wanted a dozen of the classic, just a mix-up.
Just a mix-up classic?
Yep. Thank
Make
you.
sure you hold it from the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
You have a good one.
Got donuts? Time to take them to Trevor. Of course, I got a safety belt them in. I don't actually know how to put these in. No room in rally car for donuts. If I get aggressive in the driving, it's not going to turn out well.
Good luck.
No, they're warmed. I actually warmed them. I didn't even ask beforehand whether or not you like donuts. I just got you donuts.
Oh, good looking out, bro. Appreciate that. Good, man. Yeah.
They're even warm because race cars keep things warm.
Nice. Did you eat a few?
No. What else you been up to? I see some new pieces in here.
Yeah, just painting. I kind of bounce around from one project to the next, like working on a new painting series, obviously working with you on the new livery, which is gonna be crazy. This is called Banksy as a Ghost. This is like OG Gucci Ghost fabric. It was actually purchased for a show that was with the original Banksy Love is in the Air piece.
So if you don't know, this is Trevor Andrew, aka Trouble Andrew, aka Gucci Ghost. So Trevor did my whole livery this year. We launched on the Hoonigans Pegasus and the Hyundai i20 WRC car, but he's never taken a ride in the car.
Pull up with the car, take me for a drive one of these days.
So
I mean, I saw it one time for like 30 minutes.
Yeah,
and then I just see it on Instagram. And I'm like, when do I get to ride it? Take me on a rip, man.
You want to go for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
You don't have to ask me twice.
So where are we gonna go?
I don't know. Like, I need to get some art supplies so we could pull up at Blick. This is how my kids feel when they're riding around in the back seat, I think.
It's quite loud.
Yeah, it's hot as in here.
Yeah,
That's all you got?
that's all you got.
Hey. How loud is it? Whoa. Yeah, it's loud. This is just like regular kind of standard like vibe, right? Like I could drive this, couldn't I?
Yeah.
It looks
It's
like
a gear shift, but it's just forward and back.
Oh, okay. Like a drive-on lawnmower.
The steering is a bit more sensitive than a normal car.
Yeah. Go faster! Keep your eye out for some good garbage. Some gems out here, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I'd love to like find like some old like refrigerator or something, paint on it.
I like some of that stuff I've seen you do, like on the dumpsters and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's fun. Public art. That's why this is rad, to like have a car drive around with the art on it. It's like public art.
I'm glad we actually did something constructive.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we're gonna go into a little alleyway behind here.
Okay.
And I'll show you how we do a launch.
These people are super stoked. Their faces are hilarious. They are not stoked. They're trying to have a nice, like, relaxing Saturday lunch.
So every time that we start a stage, it's on a particular second, right?
Okay.
So Alex counts me down to like the exact moment. So he goes 10, 9, 8, 7. So I put in gear, put in stage mode, and then pull forward. One excitement of
That's exciting. I like that. And when are you gonna let me drive?
Never.
Good to see you, dude.
Yeah, no, really.
Let's
stoked
get out
to be-
there again and hit me soon. I got those the graphics.
Yeah, we got another year's worth of graphics, so we just gotta work them out. The bar is set so high with what we did this year.
Yeah, it's fun though. It's always about stepping it up, progression, you know?
I agree.
Next time, let me drive. I know these streets.
Not a chance.
Oh shit. I had the best picture of you, Rob, that I gotta show you.
See you.
Why is this on? I thought the Hoonitron was coming too.
That's why I tried to match the Hoonitron. You know what I'm saying?
I'm still waiting for the Hoonitron thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, look, I was like looking. I was skimming through the 45-minute Hoonitron design video. I was like, well, how can I get an outfit to match it?
Watching the Vegas teasers.
Right. I'm like looking at like even the first one, like the newest one with the Tyson one.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, here we go. What like? And then I'm like, I hope he doesn't like. I'm gonna take you for a ride in the Hoonitron. I'm like, I don't feel like driving in a Hoonitron spinning right now. That's where I thought I was headed.
Unfortunately, it's been slow street driving through LA today in traffic.
We got a Gucci Ghost instead.
Even when I saw this pull up, I'm like, just assumed it was like somebody that worked for you. Like, just like, oh, this is just their regular car. This is like somebody from Hoonigan that this is what they drive, you know what I mean?
What? Damon, what do you got?
It's a 1991 944 S2 3.0. I think they only made 500 of them in that year, and half were red. So to get a black one in this condition is rare.
I just like the steering wheel. It's
Man,
so 80s.
it is.
Right. Look at I got some film cameras over there just in case there was a moment. But
There's always a moment.
It's got a
cassette
player,
Oh,
original
man.
bow plug.
God,
I thought it was.
I know there's a cassette in there too.
Oh look, wait,
It's like
wait,
Baja.
Hey, wait, come here.
Baja.
No,
It's
almost.
Baja.
Wait, everybody, you gotta come see. Look at this.
Wow.
What are those?
Look at the
Oh, my
cassette
God.
holder.
Cassette holder.
Man,
Wait.
Wait, was that stock?
Yeah.
man, I gotta go. I'm gonna go put some props in mine. The Beastie Boys. What's it say?
Boy Harsher.
Boy Harsher. I don't even know what it is. It's so man, it's so vintage. I don't even know what it is. Like the '91 Underground, man. Like
Vintage. So adorable.
Rob, what do you got?
okay. The very hard to get 812 GTS super fast.
You can probably turn it off by now.
That's out of gas now. But even when I spec'd it, you know, I did the navy blue inside. This is, you know, the GTS of these is still so hard to get. And they're still like $750 like right now, you know what I mean?
You have it? Is there an actual trunk? You can put stuff in it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, right here.
Wow, look at that.
Woo!
Actual trunk
Been looking
space.
for this. Whoa. What's that? You gotta keep your tender on it or drive it more, one or the other. What else do I got in here that's super amazing?
Whoa.
Nothing. No cassette tapes. It doesn't even play music. That's the crazy thing. It just goes
music.
fast.
Just no music.
Well, let me tell you about my car.
Yeah!
I'm curious if it plays music.
It does have an iPhone holder, but it doesn't play music. Look at pure race car.
Man, I remember the feeling. God, it just smells like race car.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that smells like pure gasoline.
Did this car produce any victories?
Yeah, we're on 4 races in it this year.
That's it. And then how much horsepower do these have?
350.
What? That's it?
Yeah.
Wait. Ours had what, what did ours have in Gumball? 470?
Yeah, it's almost 500.
I thought you were like 1,000 guy for
I
everything.
mean, when you race rally, there's restrictions.
Yeah?
So they don't want you going 200 miles an hour down a lane where there's trees.
I thought that's just part of the danger. I thought
It
that was
is.
the fun. Like, how fast are you going? You're still going.
It tops out at like 125.
Yeah?
Which is still super sketchy in a forest.
shit.
The other cars, the Gymkhana cars, yes.
Right, like
Like
that. I
1,000
thought like that
horsepower.
was based off of just because all the rally cars were the same thing.
Yeah, and
Do they
we take a rally type car and then add all the horsepower to it.
Do they cap it for safety like F1 kind of restriction?
Yeah, it's all controlled. That was a very good day. Driving this car around. By the way, rally car in downtown LA, not a good time. Maybe on this road it'll be a lot more fun, but that honestly wasn't that fun.
Not fun how?
It was very cool to do, but I just want to go eat dinner now.
We could swap. we could do a triple swap.
Man, well, we could put keys in a hat. oh man. Oh.
It's easy. Come on. All right. Rob, you want to try it? David, you want to try it? I do want to try it. Yeah.
Did it!
Hello? Hello? Can't hear you. I'm driving in a really loud car. Can't hear you. I'm gonna have to hit you back.
All right. We're out here at Tim O'Neill's.
I tried. Fuck, I tried.
Was that good enough? Alright, let's be done then. Alright, ready? Hi, I'm Ken Block.
Eddie, step out. We're still on.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ken Block. I'm here to answer questions about the 20th. Hi, Ken Block here. I'm here to answer questions that were submitted by our fans on Facebook. What was the most valuable thing you learned in your first season of WRC? Well, the most valuable thing really was that my pace notes weren't up to speed. They just need to be absolutely perfect to be highly competitive in the WRC, and my notes just weren't there yet.
After making it into the top 10 in your first WRC season, what are your goals for this year? Well, my goals are just to continue to develop as a driver. So everything from pace notes to driving technique, everything that goes into being a quick driver. Last season, you ended up with a few 6th overall stage times. Do you think you can possibly go faster or possibly win a stage this year? Wow, I think I'm still a little ways off from winning a stage, but this year I'm actually really focusing on driving technique and flowing through the corners, and sideways means less speed. So sorry fans, all those people that came out to see me get sideways in the spectator areas this year, it's not going to be quite the same. Which rally do you think will be the most difficult this season for you? Absolutely think that the most difficult one for me this season is Sweden. I've never raced on studded snow tires, and I've never raced this event before. So it's quite a difficult event, you know, especially coming here for the first time. What do you think of the WRC Fiesta? Well, I first drove the WRC Fiesta yesterday. So unfortunately, I only have about 150K of testing in on the car. But my initial reaction to how it drives and the power and all that stuff is, it's amazing. It's going to be a really fun season in that car. What's your long-term goal in the WRC? I'm continuing to push, but you know, my overall goal is just to be the best driver that I can be. Can you can you please go back? Really? Can you please go back to driving a Subaru? Oh man, that's actually a moot point. I mean, a year ago, I left Subaru to form my own WRC team, and Ford's just been an amazing partner. I've been able to do, you know, everything that I was doing before and be able to race in the WRC. So it's pretty much a very easy answer to me whenever someone asks that. Gymkhana 3 was dope. How do you plan to top it? That's a tough question. I've been thinking about it though. Got some ideas. Do you plan to actually win at Grid this year? It does have your name on it. Ah, that's a good one. We plan to, you know, continue doing the Grid events. Would like to do more grassroots events and possibly do another invitational. I will be a little better prepared next time. Rolling.
Can I get a hero shot?
I can get your hero shot.
Just kidding. Today I'm the anti-hero.
There you go. All right.
Absolutely, ma'am. I'd love to sign your baby. You're not going to want to wash that forehead, you hear me?
Drink up, baby, down. Are you in alright? Leave your things behind, 'cause it's all going off without you. Excuse me, too busy. You're writing your tragedy. These mishaps, you bubble wrap when you've no idea what you're like.
As a kid, I always dreamed about having a house in the mountains. So when the mountain lab became a reality, it really was a dream come true. It's really ridiculous to walk out my front door and snowboard down into my private snowboard park and ride powder all day by myself or enjoy a fun day out there with my friends. It's crazy that my dream actually worked out so well.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Ken, here in Sweden on our day 3, how's your preparations for Rally Mexico going?
Horrible.
This is my first day actually testing the lovely Ford Focus WRC car. This is my one and only test day before WRC Mexico, and unfortunately we showed up this morning to a sheet of ice. Now it's midday, it's gotten a little better. It's just very slippery and muddy, but I'm having a good time. I'm doing everything that I can to learn this car as quick as I can and get ready for my first WRC race. 170 kilometers in this amazing piece of machinery, and it's been one of the best days of my life. I can't even express how fun this car is. So I'm a little better prepared for Mexico now, and can't wait. Very stoked. Yeah? I talked to the camera earlier, yeah? You going?
Yep.
Hate this part! All right. Ah!
Worth the 1 hour drive.
It's the co-driver's fault.
No, we were rattling, you know.
Tires are a little cold.
Yeah, well, that one right here. Come around a little bit faster. You look good though.
Just taking a little tour of Queenstown, New Zealand.
I wasn't that nervous because if I get too nervous, it would suck. I know I could do it. It's just, the more you make out of it, you know, I know the physics and I know that it makes sense, so I just had to go do it. The more you look at it and the more you size it up, the more nervous you get, so I'm not really into that. To me, this is easier than actually when I race. 90 miles an hour through trees sideways is pretty damn scary.
Don't slow down. 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 Fire escape sunny. Don't slow down. Butter and honey. Don't slow down. Iron and money. Don't slow down. Don't slow down. Pen versus pencil. Don't slow down. I don't make the rules. Don't slow down. Physical, mental. Don't slow down. 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 Gardens and trash cans, hoodies and chutties, arms, fingers, and hands. Don't slow down. Don't slow down. I'm feeling restless. Don't slow down. Summons and sentence. Don't slow down. We've made some messes. Don't slow down. 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 Don't slow Don't slow down. Don't slow down. Don't slow down. Don't slow down. Don't slow down.
I was trying to cool it down, but then I did donuts really easy, so I just kept going.
I'm not a cool guy anymore. It's if I ever was before. I took a look at all the signs and rolled it over in my mind. The feelings I could not believe.
guess my only legacy would be that I like creative stuff and I like fun stuff, you know, and I don't take life too serious, but at the end of the day, I try and inspire people to be creative and live a fun life. And don't be an asshole.
All right, come on, come on now, it's that time! Here's the deal, if you've been watching the last 9 hours or you're just now tuning in, you're finally to the point where we're gonna tell you what this whole thing's about. That's right, Ken Block's Gymkhana Grid is coming back to the United States.
That's right, we are kicking it off this fall across the country. Gymkhana Grid, the series.
And for those of you who may be saying, what is Gymkhana Grid? It's a Gymkhana racing series where you race heads up on a mirrored course against the clock, Gymkhana style driving, all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. You know what? Let's just show them a quick clip of what this race is all about.
On to this Gymkhana Grid rolling track. Leonard Solberg, Holly Solberg, a father and son. Thank you.
Wow. You're probably thinking, how do I get involved? I either want to drive or watch. I'm sure Gary could fill you in the blanks.
Listen, what you got to do is go to the link below, and you will save your spot for you. That's right. Whatever you need to do to get there, make sure you do what you need to do to get there. Because once it's gone, it ain't coming back. You can have your grandma save your spot. You can have, I don't know who you got, the next door neighbor who does the alternators. Somebody needs to save a spot.
That's right. Now listen, if you click that link in the description, it will allow you to A, save your spot in line, get a ticket. B, you'll be the first people to know about the tickets. Also, if you're trying to participate, whether it's grassroots, whether it's pro, that gives you the first option to be on the roster. Otherwise, you're fucked because it's gonna sell out.
What you could do is follow us on Instagram or on the YouTubes. We're gonna talk about it. We'll give you some more information in the future.
Speaking of participating, we're taking part. We're gonna be racing in it. We're building
cars.
We're actually launching a whole channel again to build
We're
cars.
relaunching an old channel, new again. Hoonigan Project Car back next week.
I'm building a car. This guy's building a car.
Trying to build a car.
You know he's gonna try and build a car.
With a
Finn's
V6.
building a car. And guess what? You can too.
Gary, you
have
building a car?
Yes, sir.
Gary's building a car.
Gary's
Everybody's
building
building a car.
That's right.
Zach, you building a car?
3 cars.
3 cars.
3 cars.
Or you're just
Actually,
gonna race the
3
skid
cars.
steer.
So if you want to race, you have till fall to get your car built. Sign up for that link in the description to get more info about classing, what you should build, what kind of car, and check out Hoonigan Project Cars. We'll be going in depth on all the different classes and all the different kinds of builds we're doing for it.
And if you're questioning right now, is your favorite driver, your favorite YouTuber, your favorite whatever gonna compete? We don't know. You should go peer pressure them in their comments and tell them they should compete and let us know they want to come out. Sounds good?
Sounds great.
Yeah. So anyway, the Ken Block Gymkhana Grid series coming this fall for the first event. We'll give you more details soon.
Honestly, we should just do a little section of Gymkhana Grids past. All the different
block
places
of some of the best.
A block of the best Gymkhana Grids to get everybody
Because
hyped
what
up.
people might not realize is if you're watching in the US, you probably the last one you remember is when we did it at X Games. But after X Games, it went to Europe, where Greece, South Africa, which is technically not Europe, it's Africa, Poland, where else? The UK.
Had the UK, Spain. We had planes as obstacles, tanks, pyro, sparks. It's a crazy series. Anyway, here's a whole block of Gymkhana Grid content. Enjoy.
Of a rally driver with the 4-wheel drive car and puts it in sort of a different box. So for me, it's a really fun thing to do. It's a great way to practice the style and technique of tarmac rally, but it's done in such a way that's just simple and fun.
It's kind of a cool thing that involves
involves car control, memorizing a tricky track, and of course just outright grip and speed, just really out of the hole acceleration.
You know, this event is all about time. It's all about being fast on the track. It's more about just the grip and getting to the next obstacle, getting around it as fast as you can and on to the next.
Great, thanks to all these drivers that come out and had fun with us. It's a great form of racing. It's very fun, and it's great to have a good set of guys that come out and enjoy this with me.
Alright, so next up is a super important episode for me. It is Leah finishing her Ur-Quattro. This was supposed to come out at the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, we weren't able to release it, but yeah, she did an amazing job on this car. It's super rad, so check it out. You can see what the finished product looks like. We were all really proud of her and that she put so much effort into getting this done, and things looks dope, and unfortunately she got hers running before I got mine running, so good job, Leah.
You got a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited.
For all-wheel drive donut, keep it turned in.
Let's do some donuts.
It's gonna be a good day. 'Cause why?
Because it's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It's not Wednesday. I don't know. We get to drive something, do some donuts.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
But before that, tell me about these cars. What's your favorite car here?
Dude,
All right, between my two daily drivers, which would you drive?
That one.
Huh, I mean, that is a good choice.
But like, if I was
I like them
gonna
both.
go do a drag race, then that one.
Whoa! No, it doesn't feel remotely legal.
Wow, you don't like turbo noises.
But if I was gonna go do donuts, that one.
All right,
'Cause
good choices.
I always want to win, right?
What about this car over here? You miss your recce car?
I miss my recce car. I can't wait for rally season.
No more racing this year, no more recce car. Would you drive that to high school?
Maybe I'll drive that to school one day with the Kona.
Would you drive it with the recce markers on the steering wheel?
Yeah, like that's the entire part of a recce car. I mean, you can't call it a recce car if you don't got tape on the steering wheel.
But do you need a recce car with that stuff on it to go to high school?
Yeah.
Obviously.
I'm always doing recce in a recce car.
All right, last question. Between the two Subarus, which would you pick?
Oh, I don't like this question.
Why don't you like this question?
Because it's so hard and people are gonna.
Because you like them both so much.
Yeah, I love them. So much.
You gotta pick one.
I love both of them equally. Don't hurt anybody's feelings.
That's what I say about my children.
We all know you love me the most.
Oh boy. All right, if you were gonna cruise one around town or shoot a Gymkhana video, which one would you do?
Shoot a Gymkhana video, that one. But like looks, that one.
Ah, so she does have some opinion.
Okay, I have an opinion, but I'm not a favorite.
And what about this car? Do you miss this car?
You know, I really miss like crying because of the methanol in your face.
I was revving it out a little bit earlier. I just had to test out this new Bortle exhaust. But you haven't driven it this year. I got to drive it this year. I drove it in Saudi Arabia.
All the donuts. You're so funny.
That was a lot of fun. So is this your favorite car in here?
That's a hard thing.
So you don't have a favorite car in here?
Well, I mean, that one's pretty good.
That one's pretty good.
This one is pretty cool because, you know, I did a lot of it. It was pretty rough when it first came to us.
It was pretty rough, and it looks amazing now.
I mean, look at the color. It's my color.
You made that color.
I made that color.
A lot of work's gone into this project. Some of the order of how we were going to do things has gotten a little messed up, but that's fine. That's project cars. And today we finally get to do what you've wanted to do.
Donuts!
Yes! 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 Yes!
So now it's pretty much 90% done. I mean, and it's got a roof rack on it. I mean, this looks nice. Period correct.
Yeah.
You gonna put skis in it or snowboard?
Both. Should have brought them today.
I forgot, you do both. What do you prefer though?
We don't pick favorites.
All right, what about these wheels?
I know, like, even before we actually found this car, I was looking for wheels. And these Motegi wheels have been my #1 since day one. One of one.
So these are the Motegi MR154 wrapped in some very nice Toyo Proxys R1R. It's a nice looking setup. All right, well, we need to know what else has been done to this because there's a little bit more work that's been done since you last drove it. Tell us what's changed.
Well, obviously, we had some big issues.
Let's start.
It's
I mean,
natural.
there weren't that big of issues.
No, thank you.
I mean, besides the smell of fuel coming into the cab
and yeah, that was a real concern. So there was a fuel leak literally like right above your feet. So we got that sorted. We should really take this into perspective because that was literally the first time that car had been driven. We put coolant in it as we were like waiting to film. Like it was really at the last minute. Nothing was fake, nothing was whatever. That's how it was. The car was what it was. And we were just trying to get it all done for your birthday. Obviously, the biggest issues was it wasn't running right.
One more clutch.
Come on, buddy.
The PCV valve had failed, and so it was causing it to do weird things and just shutting off and wouldn't idle right. And the one that I thought was actually even bigger than that was the shift linkage bar. Basically, it was off its center, and to get into first, you had to go like you were going into reverse. And reverse wasn't even there for us.
For your driving test.
I want to go into second.
Now that's kind of sorted
But that's
out.
all solved.
That's all solved. Woo. We got the handbrake installed. That wasn't there either. A few other things. So now it's ready to be shaken down again. And this should be a much better run.
What's your confidence level?
I mean, again, we still haven't put any miles on it, but I have high confidence. So we have the summer tires on it. Obviously, we're getting into winter, so hopefully that'll just mean that we have some hard rubber that'll be easy to slide. The suspension, the KW coilovers are set with, basically, they're just really stiff. So hopefully that will help us slide. We have the handbrake. We got a few different things like that should help us overcome some of that grip that these cars are known for.
Good. Well, I think it looks amazing.
Great choice.
And the color, you're happy with the color, seeing it all put together?
Oh yeah, I mean, from the first time that I saw this, like, never would have imagined it looking like this, right? But here we are, and it was a really fun journey.
I mean, it's pretty wild that she had the idea of what car she wanted, even down to picking out very precisely the color she wanted, the wheels, the tires, everything. The whole package has come together incredibly well. What was your favorite part about doing all this?
I didn't really have a favorite part. Like, the entire thing was so fun. I got to do some stuff I've never done before, like welding with chair slayer. I mean, I've been around this race shop since I was very young, and I'd never learned to weld, so that was super cool. And just everything else, learning what's under my hood and what goes and works with what. So really fun.
And as a dad, I'm quite proud. Not only did she get her hands dirty, but she learned a lot. And obviously the team did a lot, but she got to learn a lot. And I think that's probably the most important thing for me, is that something happens, she can analyze it, not only on the road, but she understands a lot more about a race car too, based on what she's seen here. So I think it's very cool that she's been able to do this and do it a lot with her own time and a lot of her own money. So it's very, very good lesson. But now we get to go play.
Excellent.
One more thing though, there's something in the trunk.
Yeah,
Can you pop the trunk?
got you.
So Leah's birthday was recently. So one of the presents that Mom and Dad got Leah was a little kit. The funny thing is I've had a similar kit to this in several of my cars here in Park City, because, you know, you slide around on some roads or some parking lots.
You may get stuck.
You
That's
may
a
get
guilty
stuck,
laugh.
You know, so you know, there's a shovel.
Shovel, window scraper.
Yeah, but the basic gist of the kit is, you know, if the battery dies, or she needs to repair something, there's a nice set of tools in here. There's duct tape, there's gloves,
Toe strap.
a toe strap. Oh, there's even a high-vis vest. Oh yeah. Metal glue
Everything
kit.
I would ever need.
Yep. Fix a flat. So I like the shovel, and I've had to use these several times. But that's not the only intention for the kit. So, but it's the type of kit you need for a car like this.
Best birthday present ever.
I don't just want the phone call, I'm stuck or this broken. I want her to figure it out first. And then if she can't figure it out, then I'll come help. So UMC's about an hour away. You driving yourself down?
Yeah,
All right.
let's go do some donuts.
Don't hit anything. Don't hit things. Just go. And if you can't figure it out, then I go and get in and help you.
Then I yell at you.
Were you handbraking and clutch kicking out there?
I tried the clutch kick.
Okay.
I tried the handbrake, but I don't know how to use it.
I swear I taught you how to use a handbrake.
I can't.
You were.
Can't hear you.
All right, so to do the donut, we need a little bit of speed, then you need to brake. So when you brake, the weight transfers to the front, right? Then you clutch, you handbrake, you turn a little, then you dump the clutch, okay? Why don't you clutch in? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my gosh.
How did you just even do that?
I just pulled it.
Oh my god.
I just had her clutch in and I pulled it, and not even like pulled it that hard.
I'm actually happy the mounts stayed in place. This is not my fault.
That is definitely too thin apparently.
Yeah.
Didn't even get one pull. Not even one pull.
Damn.
We can do clutch kick donuts.
Yeah, we could try clutch kick donuts. Let's go see if we can do that.
something else. Oh no.
It looks like it maybe an axle.
We do not get the complete donuts today, I'm sorry. Why are we breaking everything? I broke something, you broke something. Looks like we have to come back.
4 to 6 weeks later.
We're back at UMC. We were shooting before, like what, a month and a half ago? And well, the car broke. You did a lot of work. There was a lot of work. Team did a lot of work. So now we've got a better piece of metal from the people that made that handbrake, and we have some stronger drive shafts in. I actually did a little testing. Were you bummed when I sent you the photo?
Yeah, he sent me a photo. He's like, we did a little testing with your car today. I'm like, that's my car. Why are you taking my car?
What are you doing with my car? What are you doing with my car?
She has school, she's played basketball, she's very busy. She's done another Nitro Rallycross. So I had to go out one afternoon about a week ago and just make sure that I could get it to do a donut before we...
He had to make sure.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Anyway, we're back. There's the car. It's looking good.
It's pretty.
She's like, the car looks good. Because she knows she picked everything out. So she's pretty stoked on it.
Yeah.
It's cute.
It's so
Very
cute. Let's do some donuts.
So accelerate, let off. Nope. Okay. Do the clutch thing and I'll try it again. Okay, drive over to Dave right there. We're getting no bite with the brake at all. Okay, so go over there, clutch and turn in, and I'll do the handbrake. And once you feel it slide a little, dump the clutch. Well, close.
It like doesn't have enough power. Power! Keep going.
A little more of a pause. Let the handbrake work and let the car step out. So once it loses traction, then it's easier for it to get going.
Okay.
Now you straighten the wheel out. You got to keep it turned in. And for all-wheel drive donuts, you want to keep it turned in and then start controlling it.
Okay. Ready?
Yep. Yeah.
That was good.
You happy now?
Yeah.
A lot of work to get to this point.
Oh yeah.
And a final payoff.
That was so fun. That was pretty cool.
So after a lot of work, a lot of effort, what do you say to the team?
Thank you, team.
Finally got the donuts.
Yeah.
They're big smiles.
I love donuts.
You know we really love our donuts here.
It was funny though, I had the teacher tell her about like, well, don't open the hands up too much because this isn't the Hoonicorn. It's not just gonna keep doing donuts. There's only so much it'll do with what power it has. She basically accelerated, let off, clutch, turned in. I pulled the handbrake. And then once it kind of got sliding, then she would dump the clutch and be on the throttle and get it going. And then she kind of learned what to do with how much input to have, and it worked well.
And we did donuts.
You happy with the car?
Yeah.
I mean, this is it. Like, no more episodes about this car.
Oh man.
Now you just
kidding. Now I get to drive it.
now you get to take it home and drive it to school. She hasn't driven it to school yet, hasn't taken it home yet.
Mm-mm.
All waiting for this.
Yep.
Wait, are you gonna actually take it like skiing or
I was
snowboarding?
thinking about going this weekend. I'm gonna take my snowboard and let's go to the mountain.
Okay.
For the first time ever, we're gonna play Gymkhana 1 through 10 from start to finish. This is 10 years of Gymkhanas.
Gymkhana marathon.
The marathon, the
Wow.
progression of the Gymkhana film.
It's a Gymkhanathon.
Gymkhanathon.
Ooh, the Gymkhanathon. And while you're watching these, start ranking them and what you think is best to not best or not best to best. And we're gonna put that all together here.
Unexpected for just coming out and watching a little bit of car fun. I feel like I'm scuba diving. That wasn't easy. I got hit with a breakable baseball bat. Ow, that was in my chest. It's like, dude, here's my abs right here. Here's my abs. I'm not all.
Epic meal time with a bottle of Jim Dandies. We got all this meat. Talking about donuts with liquor in them. I'm talking about.
Set an open course for the virgin sea. On board I'm the captain, so climb aboard, I'll try, oh Lord, I'll try. Come sail away,
All right, here we go. So here's how we're gonna try to rank it without getting into a massive fight.
Good luck.
So each of us are going to state our favorite. Might be duplication. We could all be the same one. We'll put that up. And then from there, we'll look at that and kind of decide if anything else belongs in it. And then we're just going to try to rank
Who's up first?
Gary.
Gary!
Favorite Gymkhana film of all time? Your number one.
Gymkhana 1.
Gymkhana 1. Strong
choice.
It's like the first album.
Choice.
It's the first album.
It's like trying to pick this, like trying to pick a good Jordan. You know, Jordan 1 goes good with everything. Gymkhana 1 goes good with everything. Hawkeye, Subaru, simple setup.
Give that little note that it wasn't on YouTube. I think that's really interesting.
I had to
You
watch.
want to hit him with that note?
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about that one is it didn't even launch on YouTube. It launched on Ken's website. And the server bill came back, or the web traffic bill came back.
$28,000 in a month because 10 million people could watch it.
Which with inflation, that's like $7 million right now.
Definitely.
But
It's
then
like
they
almost
put it
the
up.
price of a Mark IV Super.
They put it up on YouTube after that, and it got another like an 11 million views and 0.
Crazy. So it's actually got more views.
Yeah, the video probably in total has like 35 million, but we lost half of them on the KenBlockRacing.com.
Introduced to that by MySpace on my wall. Somebody said, "I know you got a Subaru. This looks like you," and I said, "No, it's not."
Damn.
Vinny, your favorite of all time? Number one.
So I generally like the ones most that aren't in the race cars, but I think my favorite, because of the time it came out and it felt so different, is 3. Because that startup sequence with the 2-step on letting the handbrake go, it sounded so cool, and I was like, man, I just want a car that sounds like that.
All right.
That was a really good one. That
Yeah.
was crazy. That was the first. That was the first one he ever did in a full-born race car.
Yeah, and the driving was just like the previous 2 were sick, but like the driving was kind of crazier. The filming was better. Like it all was kind of like it felt more big production.
The thing we never talked about with that film was on the first time we went to go film it, we had an issue with the tires.
Oh,
the tire delayed.
that's a whole story.
Crashed the car on the first trip and totaled the car.
Wow.
And had to go home and come back.
You think Ken would be mad at you if you just called it a trick?
No, we
he
call
called
them
them
tricks.
tricks.
No stunts.
Oh,
Can't
not
call them
stunts.
Call them tricks.
Tricks, not stunts.
Never mind.
Tricks, not stunts.
What's you, Ron?
Look, 5 is the obvious answer, but for me, really thinking about it and how I felt at the time, 2.
2?
Gymkhana 2.
Oh, man, 2's
because
like the
one blew my mind, right?
Yeah.
1 was crazy. But 2 leveled up on cameras for the first time. Because 1 was super raw, which is cool. But you had slow-mo. You had the dock moment. You had a crazy sounding car that was starting to inch towards race car. It had a lot of stuff. It had an exploding trailer.
Yeah. The exploding trailer was pretty bad.
It was crazy. And that one for me was like, oh, this isn't a one-off. This is a series.
You also had the like Ken Block intro moment with the breaking
Yeah,
glass
yeah.
and the fire glove.
That shit was cool to me.
It was super cool back then.
Yeah,
We
so
all thought that was cool.
For me, look, my favorites change all the time, but right now it's 2.
Okay.
I do love that, like, on 1 and 2, like, it was like a key start.
Yeah.
Because it's such a street car that it was just to turn the key.
At the end of Gymkhana 1, when he gets out of the car, you can hear the door chime.
The door chime, and that was my door chime at the time. I was like, yo, this is the best.
It's a super
Yeah.
Zach,
the only guy
Los
here who
Angeles. It's got to be Los Angeles.
Because it's a V8.
Yeah, it just was so.
Says the only guy in this group that didn't own a Subaru.
You never owned a Subaru?
No, look at this man. Look at this man. You think he would own a Subaru?
Do I look like a fucking Subaru guy?
Yes.
Wow.
No.
I don't know.
Subaru guys wear their hats like
Yeah.
that. That's
Man,
not
you
Subaru.
do look like a Subaru guy. You look like the most Subaru guy of all of us.
Yeah. We're previous gen Subaru guy. You're current gen.
Yeah, you're current gen.
At a vape, you're a Subaru.
Yeah, you got biceps, you got a flat bill hat, you're angry all the time, likely from a blown head gasket or crack ring lands. Like, you fit all the
Hey,
bills.
hold on. He just cracked his headers. That's a Subaru. You're one of us.
All right.
One of us.
One of us. One of us.
They do the middle finger like that too at the player.
They don't do a real middle finger.
Yeah.
They do like that half middle finger. It's because of the flat 4. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
can't get my fingers to close that hard.
Then you should work harder. You're obviously not angry enough.
One more ringland failure.
All right, I'm gonna go with the classic. I don't think anyone can argue Gym 5 being out there.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that argument. That argument to come. All right. So are we all happy with this being like our number 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your top 5.
Top five.
In some order, that's a pretty solid top 5.
All right. On to the bottom 5.
I'm not ready. I feel like to me I feel like Gymkhana 9 is in here somewhere. By the way, factoid, I won't give the order, but Gymkhana.
No, you can't drop what Ken felt because that's going to sway everyone's thought. That's going to sway everyone's thought. Ken is the original influencer.
I'm still making the argument.
He's an influencer. He's going to influence them.
As a group, do any of you feel like 9 potentially replaces any of these?
No.
Wow.
Maybe 2.
Sorry, Ken.
Maybe 2?
2, yeah.
We'll put it right over here.
Just because driving.
All right.
Ability.
What was your least favorite film?
Start with Gary again.
Yeah, Gary, least favorite. Like the one that like you watched once and you just weren't that stoked about.
I'm gonna say the number 4.
Number 4.
Too many gimmicks.
We'll put number 4 over here.
I want to see driving, not the back lot. No disrespect.
What was your least favorite?
I would say 8. It had a bunch of cool moments, but it just wasn't really. It had a lot of really great moments and really great poster moments, but it didn't really hit for me overall.
So I actually think it was visually one of the most beautiful ones we ever shot.
Yeah, totally.
It looked insane.
Yeah.
But because of like the locations, it was like 9 donuts. There just wasn't a lot of big fast.
It was the donut fest.
There was
no
real
so
jumps.
much more we could have done. Yeah.
The best stuff was probably the airplane stuff.
And also, it's really, really hard to follow up 7.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So.
Yep.
All right.
For me, it would have to be 6.
6 was your least favorite. Really? Interesting. You know, 6 is one of the more critically acclaimed, not critically acclaimed, but the more actual successful films.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think for me it's a trade-off because there were things that we had set up that didn't happen. We had to make that course, remake it overnight.
Yeah, but that's from like the working on.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm
saying
biased.
Like
I'm biased.
finished result.
Yeah.
You know what's an interesting one? Like Gymkhana haters, like people who always hated on the Gymkhana films. That's their number 1 film. I'm not gonna name names, but there are 5 people who just hated Ken, hated his films, and
Blast
Gym
him.
6 is the only one.
Blast him.
I want to hear.
No, we gonna blast them in real life. Can't be naming names. Can't be snitching on myself.
Oh,
not a rapper.
Zach.
I'd have to say, like, it's either.
Realize that the rest of them all have 4 cylinders except 1.
I know.
Well, and 10.
Well, that's number 10.
That I don't know. I think like probably LA Docs or like Hollywood Set had. I think the coolest moment was the accidental moment in Hollywood Set where like it wasn't supposed to be filming, but
Oh, that's the best
fucking
moment
came
with the
bobbing down the hill.
The guy was
around.
just testing out the Steadicam before the days of gimbals.
Yeah.
And he was just transferring from one scene to another for GoPro footage. It's the best shot in the whole thing. It's like a little drop down.
I'd say 2. 2 or
2
4.
is your least favorite.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that means 2 needs to move back a little bit. I don't know.
Not
We
sure.
have no real match.
I'm not sure how your chart here is going to work out, but yeah.
Well, he said 2 was I'm going to put it in the middle because it's got a down vote. Right? Maybe that's what we'll do. I'm thinking through this on the fly. Maybe we'll give it like a down vote versus up votes. So it got a down. Lines on that side's a down vote.
Yeah, of course.
Lines on
Obviously.
this side.
Hours later.
Obviously.
Lines on this side is
Yeah.
Didn't even have to explain.
Yeah, I mean, we all were right there with you.
So let's slap the rest in the middle.
Oh, we got Gym
We got
10.
Brian
Gym 10.
still up there,
Where does
dude.
Gym 10 go?
It's your pick, bud.
Oh, my least favorite is 8.
Okay.
So I'll give it another down vote. So it can move down a bit. And I'll tell you why it was. It just the tricks, the driving just wasn't there.
Yeah.
Beautiful film, but the driving just wasn't there. So, all right, You guys want to work the bottom before we work the top?
Yeah. Fucking work it. How do we go further?
Oh wait, Gym 10. Where does Gym 10 land?
Honestly, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
That's like a gray area.
Because
it wasn't bad, but it wasn't great.
It was cool, but it wasn't.
It was just a lot.
Honestly, like, what sucks is like, I hate that it opened in Sweden because like it's so white and it's just hard to tell like this. Obviously, right? It's hard to tell speed.
You're bringing up a sore
Pain
fight
points.
between Canada.
Pain points.
Yeah.
All right. So how do we go
Detroit
forward
was
from
sick.
here?
Mexico was sick in that.
I hated Sweden.
Should we all say that the best one is 7?
No.
Nope.
No. Let's go to the bottom first. Let's work our way from the bottom to the top. Let's do this like Drake.
Okay. So 8, we all think is. Sort of the
I
bottom?
could agree.
Can we all agree?
I could agree that 8.
Yeah.
8 is okay. So 8 is not the best.
That's dog water, bro.
8 is not the best. We'll move it up.
Garbage.
Okay.
And then I would also kind of agree with the rest that 4.
Yeah.
Right
8,
after
4.
Yep.
Yeah, that feels good.
I'm not mad at that. Okay.
Then I don't know. It's between 2 and 6.
This is a really interesting thing because the concept that Ken and I had from the beginning was that odd numbers were the raw films and even numbers were the polished films. And you're already starting to see like a thing there. Because if you think 1 was raw, 5 was raw, 7 was raw, 9 was raw, like they all had a more of a raw, 3 was raw. This style of filming, we also like 3 didn't have a single moment of slow-mo in it. Because there was such a backlash on 2 when it came out that people thought like Ken had pushed like oh 1 was so good, like there was a lot of negativity there. So and when I came in, because I got heavily involved on 3. I was involved on 1 and 2, but like from remotely. On 3 I was like no slow-mo. Everything handheld, like everything just like simple. Well, not everything handheld, but it was just to be a lot more raw. Okay, so
why don't we throw 2 up for next? Because
well, I mean, he's still arguing that this is a top film.
You had the Doc moment, which we referenced in every Gymkhana creative meeting from 2 forward. You had an exploding trailer.
Here's the thing about 2.
You had the crazy backwards entries.
Here's the thing about 2. I don't actually think it was like not. It's forgettable for me. It's just not one I go back to.
I don't remember
every time I make
I don't remember it at all.
Every
Like,
time I
before
go
we
back to
watched
make a
it in a row.
Gymkhana film, I go and I watch a bunch of them, and it's just not in that list for me. I don't know why.
I would argue that maybe 10 goes in spot 3.
Damn.
All right, let's get some downvote.
10 was good. It was crazy, but it was almost more focused on the flex of being around
Alright,
the
so
world
let's do
than
this.
it was.
Let's talk about this. 6 or 10, because there seems to be Ron's got some like Ron put this as his number 1, so I mean he could get vetoed by the rest of us. But 6 or 10, which one was better?
I think I would like 6 better.
6 better than 10. Sorry, coach.
I agree. 6 over 10.
6 over 10. All right. I'm like in the middle on it because like for me, if 10 didn't have LA or Sweden in it, I thought Hoonicorn was dope. I thought the spiral at the end was dope.
Yeah.
I thought that fucking Mexico is on fire. He's ripping.
I guess because
and Detroit, like
Detroit's
that
sick.
reverse entry, the Coney fucking Island hot dog reverse entry at Lafayette is like one of the sickest moments.
10
but
has a lot of sick
unfortunately,
moments.
LA and Sweden, which were like the big concept ideas, snow and no tires, I think sucked the whole thing down. But it's a whole picture.
Quick question. We're going to try to leave this mostly unedited.
Yeah, I would just run it like a podcast.
So if there's something that you don't want us to include,
Yeah.
make a note on camera.
Okay.
We don't know if
Yeah. No, all this I think we should talk about. This is all. I'm treating this like a podcast. So everything's live.
No, you're right. I think 6 felt really like succinct. It was just tight. It was like the
was a
thing.
good concept,
It was
too.
one simple concept, so it kind of
Really
hit
good
harder.
driving.
Whereas like 10 was like kind of an over the top concept. So I think just in like my rankings,
Okay.
like 6 edges it out.
All right. So let's do this. 2 verse 10.
I'm gonna go 10 over 2.
10 over 2.
I mean, you know where I am.
You're already. What else you got?
I would stick 2 first.
Two above 10.
2 above 10.
I'd say 10 then 2.
10 then 2.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 10 then 2 as well.
It's just
Zach,
That's the
over.
vote. What?
Zach's outvoted.
No.
I'm
when
outvoted.
when you say 10 is better than 2.
Yeah, so 10
I
better
say
than
10 is better than 2. He says 10 is better than 2. You guys
Oh,
say 2 is
shit.
better than 10.
I heard Zach
So
wrong.
unfortunately,
Suck it, Subaru nerds.
unfortunately,
You want to fight all of us right now?
I'll handle him. You want some of this?
He will take his clothes off
Joe,
before he
this
fights you.
by the way,
Fight you
by the
naked,
way,
Gary.
by the way, this is
I will watch.
we're actually getting through this. I'm kind of amazed. I figured we wouldn't get anywhere here.
Gary about to have a prison shower
democratic.
fight.
Look at this. All right,
I'm
so
squirting
right
that
now
KY around at you guys.
we've got our first 5.
Wow, we did that.
Whoa.
We should really talk about Ron's favorite pick. His third to the left.
That's okay.
Why you gotta put Ron on blast like that?
What's your
That's
second?
fine.
What's
I'm
your
already-
second favorite?
5.
I mean, his second
And
favorite.
literally only because I'm a dickhead and I didn't want to choose the obvious one as the
Yeah, of
first.
course,
I mean,
of course,
5 is
of course.
everybody's favorite.
For the
5's
longest
the
time, Ken used to say what was his favorite
But
car.
I brought it up there because, in my opinion, it was an underrated one.
I get that for sure.
You know, like 5, fuck yeah, of course it's the favorite. But 2, like
Ron's
maybe
going
it-
down on the ship.
Maybe it did. Yeah, fuck, I'm
That's
sticking to
good.
my
Oh,
guns.
it's just equal.
I'm sticking to my guns.
It was also a time and error for you.
And that's
You
how
were a
I'm kind of
Subaru
ranking
boy.
it.
Also,
I'm ranking each one of these as
I
to
was
how
going
felt
to.
when
I
it
was
came
gonna
out.
get up and stand by my boy Ron here until I noticed that Ron fucking stuck his bag of chips in the motor table as garbage.
Because I didn't want to get up to throw it away properly.
Could have just asked
Here,
your
I'm
fellow
dedicated.
Subaru brethren, but no, you decided to disrespect the block.
I could have passed
so
it down
where
the
we
lineage,
at?
the Subaru lineage.
Ooh.
9. Like, does anyone feel like 9 can compete with any of these?
Nah.
Fuck no.
Bring it up.
I
Bring it
mean,
up. Go for a vote.
I see. I would actually go 9 over 1.
What?
Okay, let's go to a vote. Let's go to a vote on it.
I'm not having that.
What?
I'm 9.
The fuck are you saying?
Let's just go to the vote. Take it to the table. Let's go to the vote. No reason to get excited.
I'm not picking. 1 stays on the best.
Okay.
One
One
has
for one.
a GT 35R rotated turbo on a Cosworth motor with a turnkey
Crawford.
ignition.
It's a Crawford.
It's whatever.
It's basically stock.
Same shit.
18 by 10 and a half.
Yo, he had CE 28Ns in bronze. Please put some respect on what that did for the culture.
He jumped in front of a fucking train
Yeah,
like 6
that
inches
doesn't
from
matter.
sideways.
Listen, that doesn't matter.
And almost put a car into a river.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be no train without number 1.
That's right.
There's
That's
nothing.
right.
Fuck
You're just
that
getting
train.
nostalgic. That's
It's not
all
a
that
No.
it's no nostalgia. It's the fact it was. It's like when you watch an old street skate video. It's gritty to the point. I don't need gimmicks. I don't need lights. I don't need a fucking
Favorite skate
train.
video of all time.
Baker's Death Wish.
It's a good one. Death Wish was good.
This man
Favorite skate video of all time?
Girl, you got right.
I'm gonna age myself. Ban this.
Ooh. Should have said Baker 3, but he put me on
Baker 3 is another solid.
I don't know, man.
Fully Flared is probably my favorite modern one. Just because it looks
Bronze CE.
20. Listen, I almost bought Rotas.
Yo, hit us with that again.
Listen, I almost bought Rotas because I couldn't afford CE28, so I was at as a shop down in downtown. They had them right there for $700.
The influence, the paradigm shift. That car had carpet.
Ron, I'm assuming you're right here.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with my guns at 9, but you know.
It doesn't matter which way I vote.
Take your guns to the
It
table.
doesn't matter which way
No,
I vote.
we wanna
This is
hear it.
31.
No, we want to hear it.
But I will say, if 1 never happened, this film was my homage to 1. Like it was. Like when we came out to make this, we had just made 8, which I was not happy with. I didn't really like how it looked. And because of a bunch of issues, we were supposed to film in Australia, and the police told us we couldn't come. We had to make the film in like 3 weeks and just thrash to get the whole thing done. Ken was busy racing, and he was just like, dude, just do whatever you think makes sense. And Forza had come in, and 9 was my homage to 1. So like, I actually like the tricks in 9 because it's like way bigger, like train jump, sliding against the water. But if 1 never happened, 9 wouldn't have happened. So this is Nas's Illmatic, and this is
Stillmatic.
It was still a good album, but it's not
smart.
Illmatic.
This motherfucker's smart.
All right, well then, hey, so we got 691. All right.
Yo!
Hey!
What? There it is.
694.
Oh my god, we also have 4-2. Maybe there's a zero Kana.
Technically 10's a 0, so you have 420, 69.
Woo! Illuminati confirmed.
This is just happening.
Whoa!
Please don't miss.
Put in the Charlie Day with the board.
Holy shit!
This motherfucker.
There's a silent 1 in the 10.
Well, 10 technically is 0 too, right?
Holy
There is no 0.
shit!
So
Ken! How are you doing this to us? You're making memes after death!
Influence.
I guarantee he thought this through years ago.
So crazy.
The 420 is such a stretch.
No, it's fucking there.
It's there.
Yeah.
It's there.
There's no 0.
Wait,
2 and a 10.
No, but 2 times 10 is 20.
You guys are fucking.
Oh,
Yeah.
it keeps
math
going
checks
back.
out.
4 plus 20. 2, 10, 20. There's no stretch.
Yeah.
There's no stretch.
Holy
Non-believer.
shit.
All right.
Who cares the rest of this?
All right. So now we're going into the top 4.
All right, 1.
I mean, what do we think the next matchup is?
I'll put mine down. I think 3 goes next.
But you thought 3 was your favorite.
Yeah, but it's not the best.
Okay.
Yo, 3 is way more violent than
Let's go early
your
years.
favorite, but
Let's
not
go.
the
Let's
best.
go early years. 3 versus 1. 3 versus
1. 1's better.
Dude, 3 is so violent.
I picked 3.
We'll start down the line.
Still 1. Still 1 over 3.
I picked 3, but I also just didn't want to pick the one I thought everyone was gonna pick, but because it needed props.
We are so concerned about what
But
each other think here.
one is it for me. Like 1 is fucking yeah.
I gotta give it to Gym 3.
Okay.
Gym 3, the bank coming up completely blind, handbrake, tail tap on the top of a crazy degree. Insane. Absolutely insane.
Full alley-oop too.
Yeah. Full alley-oop.
Dude, and then the GoPro setup right at the exhaust, like just,
3?
violence, yeah.
Oh, you guys finally made me a fucking timer. Oh, I hope you guys got another 4 hours to walk through this. So, Gym 1, the classic, the first album, it's everything. But I feel like Gym 3 was when the series really stepped it up. Like, the driving got to a point that, like, I'm gonna say this, back then, no one could drive like Ken. Now there's people who sit in this room who could remake Gym 1. Like, Gym 1, the driving was not really that crazy. Segway was good, the reverse entry was good. Obviously, sliding through, like, the heliport kind of thing, that little wood area, like, good proximity. But, like, that's not really that far away. The bank on 3.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just like.
And then also, let's not forget, like, Axis Donuts until you're down to the wheels, like, down to the.
Did we discuss the CE 28 ends in bronze? Pre-wheel sponsors.
TE 37s, right? Isn't that
Oh
right?
shit! He
Jim-
was on.
Jim Gray was on TEs.
Goddamn!
That's right.
But they were. Hold on. I don't want to play my boy like this.
This was on 3s. Yeah.
Oh, they were on raw non-concave spec.
Yeah, but it was,
Do you know why? Because I took those wheels. I bought them
Hold
off
on.
the team.
I hate you. Hold on. Little factoid. In the film, we ran them on non-concave, but for all the press photos, we ran concave.
Nice.
Because the tires didn't fit, but I stretched them out to look good.
Yeah.
So he's the first to demolish some TE 37s.
I might take it down.
Not even Soulja Boy's done that. And he's done everything first.
Facts.
So we.
Not even.
All right. So, but
modern
this
day
doesn't. Now they
Whistle
gotta
and
go
Diesel
against
hasn't
each other.
destroyed
So,
Whistler Diesel hasn't destroyed TE 37s? What kind of man is
Can I
he?
get like a paper towel?
Not yet.
You know what?
Not yet.
Is there,
So wait.
is there any racers nothing?
But that
I don't
just
think
puts
so. No.
that just puts 1 ahead of 9.
I know that just puts. Yeah.
Gary's gonna start a Whistle and Diesel spoof account called Howl and Gasoline.
Yo,
just
you managed to do that. All right, guys. So let's do some other verses here. So let's say this. Everyone's already discussed that people feel like 5 is at the top. So we'll do 5 verse 3. We'll do 7 verse 1. Oof. So let's go with here. Gym 1 versus Gym 7. Go.
I'm gonna pick 7 over 1, simply because this is gonna sound stupid. At the time, I was at A&P school, and I saw 7 come out, and I was like, "This motherfucker's down the street." Before I knew what editing and time drop was, when he goes under the lowrider, on that, everything that set home to me as an LA native was in that video, and he did it on the street, which was like, damn, if I had a budget, I could possibly do that. And the Cars reference, in Turbo, the Snail movie, when they do that and recreate that in the movie.
All around Randy's Donuts.
It's in
Cars, right?
I thought it was a movie with the snail.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Oh, with the girl in the
Ralph.
yeah.
Wreck-It Ralph plays homage around Randy's
It's been
Donuts.
vamped multiple times.
But it's like the Akina moment, like with the bike when he slides, like you can always know what that means. So I'm gonna pick 7 over 1.
Like that reference.
All right.
Yo, 7 on God, for real, for real.
What the fuck?
Straight up.
Stop internet.
Ron?
7, simply because that film created one of the greatest car builds of all time.
You know what the fuck I'm doing.
Oh, yeah. I can't even fight. 7 for me was just. I wish it was shorter. Like, I feel like we put in a couple of more scenes that need.
You wish something was shorter.
Yeah, there was like the doing donuts around the cop car could have gone. We didn't need that. It was like another moment that was just kind of like, we shot it and Ken was just like, oh, we'll just throw it all in. And it ended up making like a 12-minute film, which I thought was too long. But it is what it is. I mean, now I'm happy it's all in there, but I feel like the Lowrider is, I think, one of the greatest fucking moments we ever put together. It was so sick. And the OJ scene was just fun. Yeah. Like things like that. Like it had that mix. It had great driving, but also had like a lot of funny moments in it.
You go back to that when the lowrider's hopping and you read what's on the guy's shirt on the back. I think it's like pretty much your car is not shit. On the shirt.
And it also says we take this hop shit serious.
Like, that's LA. Like
shout out Big
LA,
John Hangy.
Friday nights. Crenshaw.
Right. So 7.
7 might as well be number 1.
7 moves up. Right. 7's definitely up. We already know 3's in front of 1. So I guess the question is 5, like 7, do we even need to compete?
Nah.
Like 7 versus 3. 7's better. So now it's going to be, so this is it. So right now, here's where we're at. Oh. Here's where we're at. Alright. So this is it. The final matchup.
Gary,
for the championship, for the winner of the Gymkhanathon. 5 or 7.
Still picking 7.
7.
Number 5 was great. All the stuff with the GoPros and the jumping, but it's the fact that when you've never seen something like the Hoonicorn in your life, built from scratch, twin turbo, V8.
Well, wasn't twin turbo.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was just an NA.
Okay. Well, NA, but it's the fact that I've never seen anybody drive a Mustang like that.
No, that's.
It was everything about it was like that talked to me. Number 5 was like, as far as like the car talking to me.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Imagine if we did 5 with the Hoonicorn.
Now that's fucking that's magic.
Yeah. Same. I mean, 5 was sick. I love that film, but the Hoonicorn just sounds absolutely insane. Like, I personally loved it with the ITV
so you
stacks.
go 7, huh?
Yeah.
Ron?
5, Rally Boy. There's jumps, there's drift jumps, there's crazy camera work, there's the barge, it's driving wise, it was stuff.
We took over a bridge
that we never seen.
The drift jump in that is legendary. Like,
Yeah.
we've tried to remake that drift jump since that came out.
I think 5 has maybe better driving, but the Hoonicorn is just too fucking cool.
I want you to realize when you talk about that car, you don't say, oh, it's a, you always say Hoonicorn. It gets its respective name throughout its linear and time as a car. So,
but if you ask anybody if they know what Gymkhana is and they say no, and they wait a second and they say, oh, like that San Francisco video.
Yeah.
That's what you always get.
It's obviously the most.
Ken, at that time, in that chassis, he was the most dialed as a driver. Like that car and Ken were like this.
I would say that and 9 was the best driving he ever did. Like just being dialed inches off of things, knowing exactly where to put the car, and also taking like massive risks with the car. Because he didn't take a lot of risks with the Hoonicorn, because he also loved the car. So I think the most risks he took with Hoonicorn was on Gymkhana. Because Gymkhana was like, obviously there's Evo Corner and all of that, but yeah. Alright, so you're on 5. Where are you at, Zach?
Alright, this is going to sound like a deviation.
Don't tell me about to betray us.
So I remember to this day, when I first moved to Los Angeles, my buddy's like, yo, did you see this Gymkhana? And I was like, what is that? And he's like, hold the fuck on. And he played it, and I just remember watching it, and we stood there watching this on this like 80-inch TV, and we were just like standing in the living room, like feet from it, completely silent the entire time. Except being just like, what the fuck?
Did you have an 80-inch TV in your living room?
Yeah, it was my buddies. We lived together.
How big is this?
Anyway, but like I just remember being like, fuck, that's what I want to do. Like I want to figure out how to make shit like that. So I'm gonna pick 5 because of that.
Damn.
4-cylinder Havoc.
Let it be known.
Import driving. It was a Ford.
Still imported.
It's actually
really built in the
It's
UK.
even worse than an import. It's an American that wants to be an import.
Ah! Disgusting.
But
Hold on.
vehicle-wise,
described me.
Hoonicorn all day. Like Hoonicorn all day.
Gary,
All right.
American, wants to be Japanese.
By the way, we did not script this where it would leave me with the final choice.
Guys,
between
you won't believe this. Having watched anything we've ever made before, not scripted.
We barely script these things. All right, tough one. I think obviously there's the Hoonicorn. Hoonicorn, greatest vehicle. Although I preferred the Hoonicorn in Gymkhana one than this film. I really just don't. If you really go back and watch it, Ken didn't drive on the level in 7 because he had like 10 minutes testing the car beforehand. Compared to like you watch, what is that corner? Olympic corner in Pikes at Pikes. Like he just runs the guardrail. Like you look at obviously Evo corner, just like the level of just commitment is massive. So that I think driving definitely wins on 5. But for like a film package, I think 7. Like if you take the driving out, I think 7's the best film they ever made. Like aesthetically, it looks great. The intro feels like a Hollywood film with a leather jacket. I also really like that we moved away from the race car vibe and like didn't have the race suit and all of that. Like that one really kind of broke the norm. The graphics package in it was fantastic. We did like Wild in the Streets. And then that like part of the film that really hit for me was we got to sneak in all these kind of like jokes. Like Randy's Donuts was a joke. We did a donut around a donut place because everyone at the time was saying all Ken Block does is donuts. So we leaned into it. We got the access to the top of the Hollywood sign, which apparently we are still the only people to have ever driven a vehicle up there. We had to go through like Homeland Security. Travis Pastrana had to give some politician's kid a ride on a motocross bike to make that happen. We just did so much to make that whole thing work. But just like visually, it's probably the thing I'm most proud of from like a full picture. And because of that, Gymkhana 5 is the best. It doesn't really fucking matter what I like. Gym 5 is the better film. Just like because the driving, these weren't about making good films. That's what this was always about. It was about making films where the driving was key and the car was like, and that was the best part. So, Gym 5 wins. Y'all happy with that?
Put them in order. Yeah, put them in order.
We just want to go home.
I want to eat.
We've still got hours. We're not even halfway through.
I'm so hungry. I'm getting skinny. I'm just going to start looking.
Wait, if you do the math on this, right, we got 420.69. Then if you take 1 times 3, which is 3, 7 times
If you
3
take 1
divided
minus
by
5 and add it to 3, it's 43.7, which means something. I don't
7
know
days a week, Ken Block.
Actually, wait, hold on. Hold on. 1 minus 5 equals 4. 43. 5, 7, 57. Leah's number. These numbers just don't make them. They just work themselves out.
I think if you have numbers 1 through 10, you can make any combination.
But it's manifest destiny, though.
So there you have it. Our top Gymkhana films.
We all agreed.
We agreed on something.
Does everyone feel like, is there any protests?
Cut this clip right now. Just cut it. We're good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Block's Gymkhana Grid is coming back to the United States this fall. Now, we are not offering tickets just yet, but if you want to be the first to know when tickets are available and actually have a spot in line, you can click the link in the description, go there, fill that out. You'll be the first to know. And you can actually sign up to participate. All that information is in the link below. Click it.
It's so bizarre that this was a golf course. Doesn't look like anything.
The only thing that makes it feel like a golf course is some of the like tee-off spots.
You're not even breaking a sweat. I'm over here struggling.
Here we go, guys. 3, 2, 1, go. Action. DJ to position one. Push me left. Put out. 3, 2, 1, go.
You guys are right there. That's your one mistake. It's
tense.
Hey, you want to go back up?
Watch your backs.
What you guys do to a suspension? Raise it to your height. Real fun. Nice.
He's like 3, 2, 1, go. So I told him, I was like, I guarantee you he's going to come back with half a tree in the car. He just pulled a branch out the back of the car.
It's pretty good that we're that close, though.
It's pretty incredible that you're that close.
And I'm really out of my element. I don't know how hard I can push turning through these bumps, you know?
2, 1, go.
Oh, damn.
Damn. It
Hey, we should tell him 145.
It's all on GoPro.
Yeah, it's like 2 seconds off. It's 2 seconds off your last time.
I just slowed everything down.
Yeah.
I just took really good care of it in the corners. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh boy. 126.
Faster by half second.
By half second.
42. Yeah. I just did what you said. Go smoother. Yeah, I mean, I just eliminated some of my stupid mistakes of trying to left foot brake too much. I just didn't do that at all. And so I just, like you said, just tried to drive smoother. In four-wheel drive, though, you definitely feel the acceleration being slower, though. Yeah, because with just the two-wheel drive, you can feel it spool up and run and kind of go. This, it's more of a drain on the drivetrain. You know what I mean? So like when you come out of the corner, if you're not good, like you've gone offline or something, you just feel like it takes longer to get up to speed.
All right, let's get you out there, BJ.
Let's try this in four-wheel drive.
Fast.
125.
Raise the bar again.
Games.
Driving that way just feels more like what I do with my race cars. So
Yeah.
that felt way more comfortable for me. So
Yeah.
for me though, it's just how much do you push in a corner with bumps? I just have no idea. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
where I'm struggling. Sometimes I come out and I'm like, oh, I went way too slow there. And other times,
Yeah.
like the bobble on that last one, I'm up on two wheels like, this isn't good.
$124.92.
Whoa.
$124.92.
What?
How much faster is that than me?
Half second?
Half
Oh, it's a
second.
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 All right, let's turn on clear. So you think you up or down on that one?
I almost rolled it trying to go faster. So I totally lost time.
124.92. Fastest run so far. Because right now Ken has fastest lap.
I think BJ's done.
No, BJ has to go do his zone now. 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Damn. I'm gonna go again.
That was a great battle. Awesome battle. Fun to watch.
Today, we're gonna drive trophy truck on Gymkhana course.
Oh man! Hurt, broke it.
I did not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are out here at Irwindale Speedway. We got a bunch of K-rails set up. We got a Christmas tree, we got a crane, we got a trophy truck, we got a warthog, we got a hurt, we got a... What's up? You got a bee on you, Ken. Oh, you're good.
Oh, I like bees.
Yeah. Ken, you have assembled us here today with a completely ridiculous lineup.
Yeah, well, in my journey of doing all this Gymkhana stuff I've been doing, we've come to Irwindale a couple times. We had a big invitational here.
We've done a bunch of burn yard events. I've actually driven the Hoonicorn here. And the Mark II. And we did X Games here in 2013.
And Kemblock again gets an advantage as he streaks into the hairpin for the first time.
Lots of interesting stuff here in the Gymkhana world here at Irwindale. But never done it in a trophy truck, nor did I think I would ever do it in a trophy truck. And I think that's part of the ridiculousness of today. We're gonna drive trophy truck on Gymkhana course. Somehow, I think this is going to help me with the Baja 1000, but...
Sounds like an excuse just to drive.
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. I just wanted to see what this thing, how this thing would slide around on tarmac. That's I have no excuse. That's it.
So he admits it. Seat time is seat time.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, there's a handbrake.
Yeah, I mean, this is car control, right? You got to know how it slides.
Soft suspension, it'll weight transfer real easy. I think it's going to work well.
Gymkhana is typically like really tight, technical driving. This is kind of massive and marshmallowy and floppy. So like, how do you think this is actually going to work?
It's going to do terrible. No, just kidding. It's going to be a lot of fun. And this course actually has some fast stuff in it, some tight stuff, some flowy weight transfer type stuff. We got 720s around this thing. So there's a mix of things.
So quick note, this course that we're actually using here today, we might have used from the Gymkhana, this 2013 X Games course.
Yeah, 2013. So there was 1 year that Gymkhana was in X Games, and it was here at Irwindale. And this course is basically the course that we designed for that X Games. There is a giant Christmas tree that's kind of in our way, so we couldn't make it exact to how the X Games course was, but it's pretty close. And we're missing a few other obstacles. So we had some just giant big barrels for a figure eight, so we're using 2 Hoonigan vehicles, the Warthog and the bread truck. We have a water truck over there. That's substituting for a shipping container. Gymkhana 6, we had a bunch of shipping containers. It was inspired by that. And well, I don't know if you know anything about shipping containers, but right now the price is like 10 times what it normally is. We have this fun thing too. Instead of just a barrel here to do a 720 round right at the end, we have this fun crane. Hey, big V8. I think kind of lots of grip.
Big tire.
Big old tires.
Yeah. I mean, this may do better than we expect. I doubt it, but I think it'll be fun. So we need a baseline. We need to kind of have some stuff to compare it against, right? So
that is correct.
We did bring someone out to set that baseline for us. Wait, so this is, because there's a time here, there's actually going to be a winner. This is kind of a different version of this versus that.
This versus that. Is this, did we just make this versus that Gymkhana style?
Dude, wow.
Do you guys want this versus that Gymkhana style? I don't know. Comment below.
Don't even ask him.
Who cares? I want it. That's a thing.
Yeah. Oh man.
That was close. What was this time?
Actually 106. Oh yeah, this is a really fun time. I see why you guys do this all the time. It's like drifting but racing.
All right, so you're confident with that time?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. Might be able to knock a little bit off, but I want to see what I'm up against before I really start pushing it.
All right. Well, but I think that's my cue.
Yeah.
I guess I should go get in.
Let's see it.
Go get in that thing and
All
go.
right.
Something that everybody should know, should be aware of, like the Baja 1000 is legitimately 2 weeks away. The Geyser Bros G6 that Ken, Jax, Alan are all driving is being prepped right now because those things have to get torn all the way down and rebuilt all the way up so you don't have...
Yeah, well, Jax did the Baja 400, him and Alan basically qualifying us into the Baja 1000. Because the truck raced in the Baja 400, it's being completely torn apart and rebuilt. So we actually have the backup truck that Jax raced before the new Geyser truck. So it's not 1,100 horsepower, 1,200 horsepower. It's not the newer truck, but it's still very similar.
So the differences in this truck, the big one is it's down about 300 or so horsepower from the big block because it does have a Dugan small block.
Yeah, it's a small block. But we still have the big Toyo tires. We have the KMC rims. It is the typical setup of what Jack's Redline runs when he ran this truck. And it's the same tire and wheel setup we'll be running for the Baja 1000. But yeah, not the exact truck. But I think it'll do. I think it'll do.
So does this mean you basically got a rental truck and you're just beating on somebody's rental?
I like that part of this.
All right, predictions.
Perfect run, 114.69.
Oh!
I was literally down the block picking my car up. So I figured I'd stop by.
Dan, are you ready? Good to go.
Which run do you think was your fastest? The answer is yes. They were all the same speed. The last one looked the fastest. Oddly, exact same speed as the run before it. I mean, what was he off by a few tenths on each one?
It was actually just a bit slower, which is crazy because it looked way better.
Well, because I think it's like the argument of he had a little more angle, so it's like a little more slip, but it was way smoother. So we thought the time better.
The last one looked the best.
The last one looked the best, and we thought it would be faster, but I think just a little too much angle slowed you down.
It was by like a tenth.
Yeah, it's more fun to kind of, now that I know what it does, to like throw it in instead of like using the handbrake. But I feel like the handbrake gives you more accuracy and like tighter rotation.
Yeah, the previous run was very like darty, so we thought that was gonna pick up, but 118 again. Yeah, very consistent.
Well, I finally got it figured out. I was playing with brake bias in the beginning, and that didn't help me at all.
Yeah. You got a handle on it quick though.
Yeah, I finally got it figured out. It was fun. I mean, definitely learned some, skills that are really gonna help me in the Baja 1000.
Yeah. Dodging random vehicles in the middle of the racetrack. I heard that is a thing, so now you're ready for it.
Yes. That was fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Now we gotta see how Hurt does. And then maybe this guy will get one of these Hoonigan vehicles to also set a time. What do you think?
You know what the Hoonigan ringer is. We got a shark card.
Yeah, man. You ready?
Ready, big dog? Let's see.
Wait, what time you gotta be? What was my time?
Yours was 118.
118.
Yours is 106. I'm aiming for a 130.
Let's say if you're new to this channel, you don't know what Shark Card is, you haven't watched any of the Hoonigan content. This started as a shitty Miata we got for $200. We cut the windshield off of it. I jumped it. Then we crashed into a bunch of stuff. Then Dan cut everything off of it and then put this cage on it. And this has probably been the longest running vehicle in the Hoonigan fleet. Those pink belts look good on you.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah?
All right. I gotta get all this pressure off my back, so let me just go and crash real quick.
Okay.
He's a Gymkhana driver now.
Yeah, look at that.
Gymkhana Grid Racer.
That's my first gym.
Yeah.
Gym's fun, dude.
I mean,
that's good stuff.
Now you know.
Nice.
My first too, man.
Nice.
It was a good day.
Yeah.
What were the times again, officially?
Oh yeah, what was my time? I don't even
It was a
know.
116.
Damn, that's so slow.
Yeah,
but that's 7,000 pounds.
Well, a couple things we
Shark Card gets
learned.
down.
Trophy truck should be a class in Gymkhana Grid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hoonigan stuff still doesn't work. And Pro Drift Guy, still fastest out here.
Hey.
And maybe we should do this versus that Gymkhana.
Yes.
I want redemption.
What do you think? This versus that Gymkhana?
This Kana versus that Kana. Let's go.
Yeah.
Comment
Hey,
below.
come
You
back.
want to see it? This Kana
Thank
versus
you.
that Kana. All right. So on that note, do we wrap these?
Oh, that's a sad rap.
That was a pretty sad rap.
I think we forgot one super important thing in this, and that's oh my God! Update.
You're not just telling us what you want. You're not just telling us what you want. You're here to
we have officially made it to the longest video you're allowed to upload on YouTube.
But wait, there's more. We made another video. That's right. We only were allowed to make a 12-hour video, but we're not 12-hour kind of people. So here's what we did. Scotto has made us make another 12-hour video.
Count it down. Here we go.